Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hamptons' Heartbreak by Tara Leigh. Narrated by Isabel Ruther and Tim Page. Chapter 1. Vivian. Sweetie! I'm pulled forward into my mom's enthusiastic embrace before I can offer any resistance, every muscle in my body clenching at her tight hold. I don't want to be here right now. In fact, I'd rather be anywhere else. My father arrives a moment later, his booming baritone frightening a pair of robins nesting under the eaves and sending them skyward in a frantic flutter of wings.
Welcome back. How was traffic? That construction right off the exit can really slow things down. Sometimes cars are backed up all the way.
She swats gently at him. Hun, Vivian is home. We don't need to worry about road conditions. Glancing over my shoulder, I see her brows knit with confusion at the empty driveway. Where is this mysterious boyfriend of yours? I can't wait to meet him. My stomach twists. Richard and I decided that my parents' anniversary party was the perfect opportunity for him to meet them. He was supposed to be here with me, and I thought it was a step in the right direction for us. Now, there is no us. There is only the rental car I parked across the street, which is practically bursting with everything I own. He's not... I don't think... After a few awkward moments, understanding smooths the disappointed creases running across my mother's forehead. Maybe another time, then. I manage a jerky nod. Yeah, another time.
Let me help with your things,
my father says, jumping in. I lift the small overnight bag in my hand. No need, I'm all set. He suppresses a frown. If there's such a thing as past lives, I'm convinced my father was once a Sherpa. He's always happiest when he's carrying groceries or suitcases, or simply moving enormous pots of flowers around the backyard.
Well, all right then, let's get you inside.
I cast a last, longing look down the street for a man I know isn't coming. Or maybe for the life I've somehow lost. Yesterday, I had my dream job, lived in an amazing apartment, and was wildly in love with a man who made me feel like the luckiest girl in the world. Today, I'm jobless, homeless, and single. Neither of my parents have any idea that I'm not just here for the night or even the weekend. The prospect of moving back into my childhood bedroom feels like admitting failure. It is admitting failure. But I don't have a choice. I step inside their house, postponing the conversation I know I need to have. Tomorrow is soon enough. What time are you expecting everyone? My mom checks her watch. As an event planner, she approaches every party like a general going to war. About 43 minutes. The invite said 7, but I'm sure the Russells will be here at least 10 minutes early, and the Millers will arrive just afterward. Everyone else should be here by past. Pausing, her eyes skim over my messy bun, frayed jean shorts, and the tank top I slept in last night. As she does, a thought bubble takes shape over her head, the question clearly visible. You're not wearing that, are you? I save her the trouble. I'll just go get cleaned up. Be down in a bit. The stairs creak in all the same spots I remember from years ago, the polished wooden banister warm and familiar beneath my hand. Nothing in this house has changed. Nothing except for me. The doorbell rings just after I slip into the living room. While my parents greet their first guests, the Russells and Millers, I'm sure, I head for the bar arranged on a sideboard spanning the length of the far wall. It's styled to perfection, of course. Apothecary jars filled with bright, unblemished lemons, lit candles flickering from mercury glass votives, and neatly labeled decanters of liquor and mixers. Before influencers on Instagram, actually, raked in thousands for turning their homes into product placement ads, My mother mastered the art of precisely organized closets and enticing tablescapes. It's probably where I got my love for interior design. Our house isn't very big or particularly fancy, but it is always inviting and elegant. There's a place for everything and everything in its place. It's perfect. On the surface, at least. I fill a highball glass with ice and vodka, adding cranberry juice more for color than anything else. The strong cocktail splashes over my lips and down my throat, leaving a welcome burn behind. At the sound of footsteps falling on hardwood floors, I make a last-minute decision to take my cocktail to the pantry, a small alcove tucked between the living room and kitchen. I could pretend I'm just checking out my mother's impeccably curated collection of snacks, staples, and sparkling appliances. But that would be a lie. The truth is, I'm hiding. Not from my parents or their friends, most of whom I've known since I was riding around the neighborhood on a hot pink 10-speed with skinned knees and a mouthful of braces. It's their questions I'm avoiding. How's your job? Where's your boyfriend? What are your plans for the summer? On second thought, maybe it's my own answers I'm avoiding. What job? What boyfriend? Your guess is as good as mine. The bell rings a few more times, more voices joining the chorus now assembled in the living room. When there's nothing left in my glass but ice, I exhale a resigned sigh and open the door of my hiding place. There you are! I was about to go looking for you. Savannah! For the first time since arriving home, a genuine pulse of joy flares inside my veins. Savannah grew up just down the street. The two of us practically inseparable until we left for college. Oh my God, what are you doing here? I wrap my arms around Savannah's back and squeeze. We both live and work in Manhattan, but I don't see my oldest friend nearly as much as I'd like. As a research assistant for a true crime writer, her schedule is almost impossible to pin down. But I'm just as much to blame. I get absorbed in my work, too. Buried under fabric swatches and wallpaper samples and furniture catalogs. Sometimes the rooms I'm imagining feel more real to me than the ones I'm in. I stopped by Mom and Dad's on my way out east for the weekend. They said your parents were having a party and that you would be here too, so I decided to crash. She adds the last bit with an irreverent smirk, knowing she's always welcome. I called you a few times today, but you never answered. My shoulders drop, a wedge of tension settling between them. It's a long story. I've got all night. She glances down at my glass. What are you drinking? Too much, but I need another. I pour more vodka into my glass, although this time I fill it halfway with club soda. Savannah selects a Chardonnay from the half-dozen bottles carefully arranged in a silver ice bucket. So, this long story, I'm guessing it begins with Richard? I nod, rattling the ice in my glass and taking a quick sip. It ends with him, too. We're over. Savannah blinks, but I don't see a trace of surprise on her face. Will that make things awkward for you at work? I work for Richard's mother in the design firm his parents own, Abbott Interiors. Well, worked. The company is a true family affair. His father is an architect, and his mother is an interior designer. Richard manages the office, which includes several other architects and designers, as well as support staff. When Richard and I started dating a couple of years ago, we kept our relationship a secret. I insisted on it, actually. I didn't want things to be weird in the office, or for his parents to think I used my position to get close to their son. The Abbotts are old-money Manhattan aristocrats, their names spoken in the same breath as Astor, Vanderbilt, Rockefeller, and Morgan. Unfortunately, by the time it was their turn to inherit, most of their wealth was gone, lost to generations of mismanagement and overspending. Abbott Interiors was born of necessity, a way to capitalize on their network of high society friends and natural talents. To their credit, Anne and Eric have been incredibly successful, building a business from the ashes of their greatest embarrassment. I clear my throat, take another slug of vodka. That's over, too. And I had loved my job. Abbott Interiors clients are among the wealthiest individuals in the city, with enormous budgets and a sky's-the-limit approach to design. Luxe fabrics, priceless art, custom lighting, handcrafted furniture. Working for them was a dream come true. I walked away from it all. Richard, Abbott Interiors, even... Savannah's features pinched together in a horrified wince. No! Not the brownstone! One of Abbott's latest projects is the gut renovation of a 6-story brownstone. After a pipe in the 4th floor burst, destroying nearly 6 months of work and $600,000 of custom cabinetry and woodwork, the client insisted that someone live there during construction. I volunteered, using the money I saved on rent to pay off the last of my school loans. I nod morosely, turned in my keys along with my phone and laptop. That's why I didn't get your calls. Savannah and I wade through the sea of my parents' friends and neighbors, eventually making it out to the backyard. It's clear my mom expects the party to spill out here, too. Gently glowing Edison bulbs are strung between trees and exterior beams, and smaller fairy lights glitter from inside lanterns scattered around the patio. Out of habit, we walk to a back corner of the yard, to the tire swing suspended from the sprawling branches of an old oak tree wider than the two of us put together. It's darker here, but the shadows feel comforting. Savannah and I have spent hundreds of hours in this swing, and we managed to get into it without spilling a single drop of our drinks. Even I might have put up with Richard to live in that brownstone. What happened, Viv? Savannah has never been a fan of Richard. No surprise, though. Her taste in boyfriends is eclectic, to say the least. Starving artists, tatted bikers, burly construction workers. If a man owns a suit, he's immediately disqualified. Anne was in talks with a potential client about their new oceanfront estate in the Hamptons, and she asked if I wanted to run lead on the project if we were hired. I said yes, of course. She sent out a firm-wide email announcing the date of our upcoming pitch, what we needed to put together, and my expanded role. That's amazing! Good for you! It would have been. I never got to see the house or find out who the clients were. I eased the tightness in my throat with a gulp of my drink. Richard responded, questioning whether I was the right person to represent the Abbott brand on such a high-profile project. Ouch! Savannah says with a groan. But how did you... He accidentally hit reply all. Everyone in the firm saw what he thinks of me. Idiot! It was humiliating. At first, I thought it was Richard's knee-jerk reaction to finding out I'd be spending so much time away from him this summer. Kind of a caveman, I can't live without you move. Caveman? Savannah scoffs. More like selfish, self-absorbed narcissist. That too. I shake my glass, ice cubes rattling as a heavy sigh leaves my lungs. Anyway, I told him that I didn't appreciate him sabotaging my career for his own reasons. That if he was upset about me taking on a project outside of the city, we needed to talk about it. Come up with a plan for our future together. What did he say? Not much. I can't bear to tell Savannah the truth. That Richard had laughed. As if the idea of us having a future together, or at least him having a future with me, was so far-fetched as to be ridiculous. And that's when I realized that, although it had been my idea to keep our relationship under wraps, Richard had never once suggested otherwise. That horrid email, the jarring sound of his laugh, had finally ripped the adoring curtain from my eyes, allowing me to see Richard for who he really is. Not charming, but condescending. Not poised, but pompous. Richard was just stringing me along, waiting until someone better came along, preferably someone with blood as blue as his own and plenty of green in her bank account. I was never his girlfriend. I was an employee he happened to be sleeping with. Looking back, I'm not sure he ever cared about me. I was just convenient. To hell with Richard. He's a dick, pun intended, Savannah mutters. And you deserve better. A non-committal sound makes its way out of my mouth. Either way, my job with Abbott is going to be pretty tough to top. You are crazy talented, Viv. You'll find something else, something great, in a heartbeat. I lob an appreciative smile her way. It might take a little longer than that, and longer still for another Hamptons project or Upper East Side brownstone. In fact, I finish the last of my drink and gesture toward the patio. I think this will be my view for a while. I'm going to ask my parents if I can stay with them until I figure things out. If you just need a place to crash, you know you can stay with me. Thanks, Savvy. But I think I need more than just a few nights on your couch. I explain my precarious financial situation. How I'd been so certain Richard would ask me to live with him after the brownstone was finished and the owners moved back in, that I hadn't kept enough in savings to afford the requisite first and last month's rent, plus security deposit, for anything decent. It's going to take me a while to get my life together. At least a couple of months. Maybe the whole summer. Her face transforms with a mischievous smile, her eyes lighting up with an idea. Nope, you're spending your summer in the Hamptons with me. I choke on a sliver of an ice cube. Please, I can't even afford a shack in the Hamptons right now. You don't have to. I went in on a weekend summer share house, and apparently, the person they hired to live there full-time to take care of things quit. As far as I know, they haven't found anyone else to replace her yet. Wait, that's a job? Living in the Hamptons all summer long, rent-free, to take care of a house that's mostly empty? Pretty much. And isn't that almost exactly what you were doing in Manhattan? Savannah has a point. Okay, explain things to me. I've never stayed in a share house as a guest, let alone a caretaker. There's not much to explain. Someone gets a bunch of people together, collects a set amount from each of them, and rents a house for the summer. Each person is considered a share. Savannah lifts a hand to make air quotes. Most of the houses have someone living there full-time, rent-free, to take care of anything that comes up. No one wants to show up on Friday night ready to party and have to deal with an air conditioner on the fritz, or dirty pool, or garbage that hasn't been taken out. Makes sense, I guess. I pause, letting it sink in. I could get a second job, too, while I'm out there, right? One with an actual paycheck? Of course. You won't be chained to the house, Viv. You can come and go as you please, as long as you're there when you need to be. Who are the other shares? Honestly, I don't know any of them. I'm kind of a last-minute replacement, too. A girl from my building asked if I'd take her place because she's moving out of state with her boyfriend. I grimace. Yesterday, I had one of those. No, you had Richard. She points at the crease that's taken up residence between my brows. And he is not worth getting wrinkles over. Anyway, I've seen pictures of the house and it's stunning. Seriously, it's almost too good to be true. I look at her quizzically. Almost too good to be true, or actually too good to be true? Almost too good to be true, she says more firmly. But I'll know for sure tomorrow morning. What's tomorrow morning? Saturday, as in the Saturday before Memorial Day, otherwise known as the official start of summer in the Hamptons, which, I'll have you know, lasts precisely 100 days. You'll have until Labor Day to figure things out. What do you say? Will you come with me? Just then, I hear my mother's laughter ring out over the din of her guests, and I watch as she puts her arms around my father, gazing up at him adoringly, like she can't imagine being with anyone else, even after all these years. The look he gives her is just as besotted. My parents, the perfect couple. Another lie. My parents' marriage isn't perfect, not by a long shot. I can't stay here for an entire summer. I'm not even sure I can make it through the night. I lift my glass, my voice trembling as much as my hand. Looks like I'm spending my summer in the Hamptons after all.
Chapter 2. Lance. 62 days until Labor Day. I am so sick of putting out fires. Metaphorically, of course. Along with my oldest friend, Trip Montgomery, I own the most elite cybersecurity company in the world. Every day is an exercise in persistence, with one issue after another requiring our immediate and unconditional attention. And I am burned out. When we sold the consumer finance portion of Risk Taker a couple of years ago, it was a career high. But meanwhile, my personal life was a damn train wreck. I decided to travel the world, follow through on my childhood dream of climbing Mount Everest. Why not? I had more money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes. So I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro as the first step toward training for an Everest summit. And I was fucking bored. Sure, the hour or so I stood at the top of the mountain was incredible, but the days I spent getting there and then getting down were painfully monotonous. It was mostly looking at the sky and listening to weather reports, then bitching about both with the other climbers in my group. And although Everest would be significantly more challenging than Kilimanjaro, I realized my heart wasn't in it. I needed a different kind of challenge. Or maybe I just needed to do something that actually mattered. So Trip and I started a nonprofit, helping kids get their shit figured out. Not our official mission statement, of course, but that's the gist of it. Our pilot program in New York City teaches at-risk and inner-city youth the building blocks of financial stability: budgeting, saving, and investing. It's been a huge success, and we're hoping to expand nationwide, which requires not just a ton of money, but a network of wealthy and well-connected people supporting it. Politicians, CEOs, socialites looking for a good cause to champion. Which is why I left Silicon Valley for Southampton this morning, and am now pulling up in front of a house I bought several months ago when Trip and I decided to spend this summer putting our plans into action. Home sweet home? Kind of. Technically, I grew up in the Hamptons. Hampton Bays, that is, otherwise known as the armpit of the East End. What? You think it's all waterfront mansions, private beaches, and priceless views out here? Don't kid yourself. There are plenty of have-nots scattered among the haves, believe me. It's almost fitting, returning to the Hamptons after so much time away. Not to the kind of rundown ranch I grew up in, but to a multi-million-dollar estate in an exclusive enclave of other multi-million-dollar estates. I am no longer a have-not. Then again, I know how quickly it can all just slip away. Life, money, reputation, everything. I had a front row seat as Trip went from the Prince of Park Avenue to a couch-surfing pauper, an exiled outcast. No surprise, really. Not after his father was revealed to be the largest con artist since Bernie Madoff. I didn't have it quite as bad. Sure, my stepfather lost most of his fortune in the scam and could no longer pay my college tuition, but I'd only been plucked from Hampton Bays a few years before, after my father died and my mother couldn't pretend I didn't exist anymore. I went from having nothing to having more than I ever imagined to having nothing again. But I never wanted my stepfather's money, and it was pretty obvious my mother never wanted me. So I got a scholarship to Stanford and took off for the West Coast, which is where I met up with Trip again. Our experience became the springboard for our success. Risk Taker turned us into billionaires. Nearly 2 years ago, Trip came back to New York to slay his demons, and he found something more precious. A family. His family. And now I've come back east, too. Sometimes you can't move forward until you go back to the beginning. Not that I expect to find any family here. I know for a fact my high school girlfriend isn't hiding a secret daughter from me. My mom is on husband number 4, I think, and I can't remember the last time we even spoke. My dad's dead, and so is my stepsister, the only family I've ever cared about. She's the reason I'm showing up now instead of Memorial Day weekend as planned. Nothing can bring her back, but I'd be damned if her murderer didn't see my face every day of his trial, if the judge didn't hear my voice before handing down his sentence. Life imprisonment, no possibility of parole. I'm not happy. Krista is still gone after all. But I am relieved. And now I just want to have a quiet, peaceful summer and focus on expanding Risk Takers' program to other cities across the country. I pushed the key into the lock, realizing that I forgot to call the real estate agent who said he'd look after the house for me while I was in California. I could have asked him to make sure the electricity was on, the air conditioning was running, and there was a 6-pack of beer in the fridge. But I didn't, so I resigned myself to dealing with a dark, stuffy house and an empty fridge. But when I open the door, the lights are on and cool air slaps me in the face. What the fuck? My head swivels as I look around. The kitchen countertops are littered with bags of chips, plastic cups, beer cans, sunscreen, and liquor bottles. In the living room, a sectional couch with stained, sagging pillows faces a flat-screen TV. A ping-pong table sits in front of the sliding doors, "Keep closed," scrawled in black marker on a piece of paper taped to the glass. And outside, a partially deflated, sunglass-wearing yellow rubber ducky drifts across the surface of the pool, deck chairs haphazardly arranged around the edge. I drop my suitcase, my mind churning as I spin in a slow circle. Hello? Am I in the wrong house? But no, my key fit perfectly in the lock. The address is the same one written on my deed and property transfer contract, and the house itself looks exactly as I remember from my walkthrough a couple of months ago. Well, except for the food and frat house furniture. And ping-pong table? Jesus fucking Christ. I jog up the stairs, pissed as hell, but not at all surprised to find a bed in my bedroom. Continuing down the hall, I discover that there's a bed or two in every room. I'm just pulling my phone out of my pocket, ready to file a police report, when my nose twitches with a familiar and entirely unwelcome scent. Smoke, acrid and earthy. Something is burning. Not a cigarette or cigar, not whatever people grill on their damn barbecues out here. Fire, and not the metaphorical variety. My heart rate picks up. It can't be coming from downstairs. I was just there. But it smells close. Lunging across the room, I peer through the windows that take up almost 2 entire walls. One looking over the backyard with its pool and ocean view. Water, no fire. I turn to the other set of windows, the ones facing the side yard and my neighbor, another multi-million-dollar gray-shingled beach house. My eye snags on something I definitely didn't expect to see. A woman in a fire engine red bikini, standing over a burning bush, barely 20 feet from my house on my property. Racing downstairs and out the back door, I sprint the length of the flagstone patio and into the side yard, coming to a stop just a few feet behind her. What the hell are you doing? She doesn't turn around. Hey! I outstretch my arm, the tips of my fingers just grazing the curve of her shoulder. An ear-curdling scream pierces the air as she spins, and I have only the quickest impression of doe eyes widened in fear, an upturned nose, and an open pink pout of a mouth before she begins stumbling backward, directly in the path of the inflamed tree. Instinct takes over as I grab her by the wrist and haul her toward me. I have at least 100 pounds and half a foot on her, and she flies forward, landing against my chest with a shocked oof that at least puts an end to her scream. And for a moment, the sizzle of the fire, the hum of the air conditioning unit, the squawk of the birds circling overhead, the crash of the nearby waves, it all fades into nothing. There is only the sound of my breath, the thrum of my heartbeat, and the lush curves and smooth skin of a stranger. I come to my senses just as she jerks away from me, stepping to the side this time. Away from the fire. Away from me. Those fierce green eyes that were open so widely just a second ago narrow, glinting at me with a mixture of anger and aggravation. She pulls a pair of earbuds from her ears. "What's wrong with you?" Her voice is a throaty rasp, nothing at all like her high-pitched scream. My dick gives an unwarranted and completely inappropriate pulse of appreciation that I ignore. Me? Are you crazy? What are you doing? Her brows draw together, and she glances behind her. Not that it's any of your business, but that shrub has a fungus. The only way to ensure it doesn't spread is to destroy the entire thing. Better one dead plant than a dozen. I blink, unconvinced. You don't exactly look like a landscaper, I shoot back, gesturing at her barely clad body. Her cheeks, already flushed, turn a deeper shade of pink. And you definitely aren't someone I need to explain myself to. A few seconds pass, the air between us crackling more loudly than the flaming branches. She breaks our stare first, bending down to retrieve the coiled water hose I hadn't noticed and aiming it at the now blackened husk of vegetation. The flames disappear almost immediately, though she continues to soak the ground and every plant and blade of grass within a 10-foot radius. But my attention isn't on the landscape. The girl's hair is lifted off her shoulders in a messy knot, exposing the bow at her neck. One pull and... Shit, this chick is a goddamn arsonist. I don't want her naked, I want her gone. After several minutes, she turns back to me. You're still here? I'm not going anywhere. She rolls her eyes and walks toward the house, putting one hand on the siding and bending down. Her ass is full and firm and fucking perfect, and only partially concealed by the tiny triangle of fabric I could rip off with my teeth. The hiss of water stops and she stands up again, coiling the now dry hose around her arm before looping it over a metal hook extending from the house. Who are you? I finally ask. You first. Unfucking believable. This is my house. She frowns. Seth didn't mention anyone new coming this week. Seth. The real estate agent that offered to keep an eye on my house while I was living in California. I'm still not entirely sure what's going on, but I'm starting to have an idea. Don't worry, Seth and I will be speaking very soon. What I really want to know is, how is this bikini-clad beauty involved? She strides past me. Well, you can't stay here unless I hear from him. Who are you? I ask again. She stops at the open door and spins. Apparently the first person to suggest you learn to shut the door. She shakes her head, escaped tendrils of hair framing her face like red corn silk. Don't you see the sign? There's no need to air condition the yard. With a huff, she steps inside, closing the door firmly behind her. I wrench it open. We're not through talking. She lifts a glass of water from the kitchen table and takes a sip. We are if you don't close the door. Who the hell is this woman treating my house like it's her own? Do you live here? Her hand flutters to her neck in feigned surprise. What gave me away? Look, I don't know what kind of scam you and Seth are running. Scam? She practically spits the word. Listen, if you think you're going to threaten me into letting you move in here without paying your share, my share? Seth handles the money. I just take care of the house. The fuck? Since when? Since Memorial Day weekend. Everything finally comes together. This is a share house? Yes. She puts her glass down on the table and rests a hand on her hip. And Seth hasn't mentioned anyone new, especially not someone planning to stay during the week. An unexpected burst of laughter escapes my mouth. Change of plans, sweetheart. You're fired. This is my house, and I don't intend to share it with anyone. I'm not your sweetheart. The redhead isn't backing down an inch. And thanks, but I'll wait to hear from Seth. I've never been faced with this particular dilemma, kicking a gorgeous woman out of my house. Do I need to call the police? She doesn't blink. Do I? We're engaged in a standoff when a chiming sound comes from further inside the house. You know what? Do whatever you want, but I have work to do. She walks away from me, and it's impossible not to admire again the ass that fills out her bikini. An ass with the perfect amount of jiggle, just enough that I can imagine exactly how it would look when I... Fuck, get it together, Lance. Again, I find myself chasing after her. We're not through. The wood floor feels sticky beneath my feet, making a squelching noise with each step. And what the fuck is wrong with the floor? I find her in the laundry room, moving a load of sheets from washer to dryer. Beer, probably. She blows a hair out of her face and spins the dial on the machine, turning it on. There was a beer pong tournament that lasted most of Sunday. A beer pong tournament? Look, it's the day after a 3-day weekend, okay? I've spent all morning cleaning the pool, picking up whatever didn't make it into the garbage and recycling bins, stripping the beds and washing the sheets. If you showed up later, I would have already mopped the floors, but I haven't gotten to them yet. So let me get this straight. Every weekend, this house gets destroyed by whoever bought shares from Seth. Then they leave, and you spend all day getting the house back in order for them to destroy it again the following weekend? Well, things are a little worse today than after a typical weekend, but there are 7 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms. Sometimes it takes more than just one day to get everything back in order. And what exactly does Seth do? He collects the share fees and checks in with me once or twice a week. If there are problems I can't handle. What kind of problems? Electrical issues, plumbing problems beyond a clogged toilet. He doesn't pay you? No, I take care of the house in exchange for free rent. Until when? Labor Day. What happens after that? She shrugs. I guess I'll be homeless again. Homeless? Somehow I can't imagine this curvy redhead sleeping on park benches. It's a long story. She picks up the laundry bin and edges around me. If you want to hear it, you'll have to help me make the beds. I'm halfway up the stairs when my phone vibrates inside my pocket. You soaking up the Hamptons sunshine yet? Trip chirps. He bought a place less than a mile away after his second child was born. Yeah, just got here, I reply, heading back down the stairs and returning to the patio. I sit down in one of the chairs flanking the pool, noting that the duck's tail is dragging in the water rather than pointing toward the sky. It won't be long before it's just a piece of plastic to be fished out and thrown away before it obstructs the gutters. How's the house? Do you need someone to help make it livable? I bite back an exasperated groan. During the trial, even from 3,000 miles away, Tristan had hovered over me. Now that I'm practically in his backyard, he's going to drive me nuts. No worries, it's all taken care of. Good. Hey, why don't you come over? Jolie's friend Eva is out for the week. You should really meet her. For fuck's sake, Trip. Enough. What? He asks innocently. That monster is in jail where he belongs, never to taste freedom or hurt anyone else ever again. It's time you started living again. I'm alive, and I don't need you playing matchmaker. I do just fine on my own, I assure you. Come on, there's no need to spend your first night in the Hamptons alone. Christ, he's not going to let it go. In the past few years, most of my friends have coupled up. It feels like an infectious disease the way they're all dropping like goddamn flies. But the worst part of it is that they're always trying to set me up, especially lately. It's been a while since I've had a serious girlfriend. Okay, a long while, but I'm hardly a monk, and while I appreciate their concern, it's unnecessary. I'm fine. Who said I'm alone? Trip pauses, then gives a low whistle. Shit, my bad. When can we meet her? I run a hand through my hair, tugging at it in frustration. I should have known my little ploy would barely slow him down. I peer around the side of the house at the blackened branches. She's kind of a firecracker. Probably won't last long. At least I know it's not Missy. I ran into her the other day, actually. Here in the Hamptons? Yeah, but don't worry, she's already sunk her claws into someone else. Give him my condolences. My ex is a real piece of work, though at least she taught me an important lesson. Beware of money-hungry women. I'll never be more than a walking, talking, fucking dollar sign.
Chapter 3. Vivian. By the time I get to the top of the stairs, he's back at the bottom. Good. I have a job to do, and I don't need the distraction. And this one is definitely a distraction. A Viking god dressed in dark jeans and a crisp cotton button-down shirt, the sleeves rolled up to reveal tanned, muscular forearms. He'd towered over me, and at nearly 5'8", I'm no shrinking violet. His shoulders alone had nearly blocked out the sun, turning the thick, dirty blonde hair on his head into a burnished crown. And his face isn't any less arresting, unfortunately. Broad, high forehead, elegant eyebrows curving over warm brown eyes the color of unhusked almonds. The blunt lines of his nose and cheekbones tapering to a full, unsmiling mouth. Too attractive for his own good. Or mine. Not that I'm interested. And the Viking certainly isn't interested in me. Not with the air of annoyance he'd worn like an iron breastplate. Maybe that's why I'm not nervous to be alone with this stranger. His physical appearance is intimidating, but he's not using his size to bully me. He's too busy acting offended by my mere presence. Well, two can play at that game. I'm scrubbing down one of the bathrooms when the energy in the small space shifts, the way a barometer drops before a storm. Glancing behind me, I find his bulk taking up the entire doorway. "You're still here?" The breathless tone in my voice is not from scrubbing the shower tiles, and I hope he doesn't notice.
I am.
I meet his stubborn stare with one of my own. If you need something to do, feel free to make yourself useful. This place doesn't clean itself. Those deep umber eyes drop to my ass, currently on display since I'm on my hands and knees, my chest hovering over the edge of the tub.
I see that.
Feeling the heat rising in my cheeks, the curse of being a redhead, I turn around. There's another bathroom just down the hall. Cleaning supplies are under the sink. I hear him sigh.
You really don't have anyone helping you?
Nope. His receding footsteps are proof that this current state of affairs is unlikely to change anytime soon. Which is fine. Cleaning bathrooms is hardly glamorous, but I don't mind. For a few hours of elbow grease on Monday, I get to enjoy a sparkling beachfront mansion all to myself for the rest of the week. What little free time I have, anyway. Once the house is restored to order, my weekdays are spent running from job to job, whatever. I'm distracted from my thoughts when I hear water running in the hall bathroom, a cabinet door opening and closing. And then, the unmistakable wheeze of a Windex bottle, followed by the squeak of a paper towel wiping on glass. Is the Viking really cleaning bathrooms in a share house? After finishing with the tub, I make another trip downstairs to swap a load of laundry into the dryer, start another load, and carry a still-warm set of sheets back upstairs. The Viking, I wonder if I'll actually learn his name, has moved on to another bathroom. I glance at my Fitbit. Richard bought it for me, and although I considered tossing it, I've become slightly obsessed with tracking my steps. Maybe because it helps combat the feeling that I'm stuck in a rut, going nowhere. 15,436 steps so far today. I need to leave for work soon, but I'm not quite sure what to do about him. I send a text to Seth explaining the situation. Then I finish making up the 2 double beds before leaving the room and heading toward the sound of running water. I come to a stop outside the now sparkling master bathroom. I have to admit, the Viking's bathroom cleaning skills are damn impressive. Almost as impressive as his body. He's bent over a soaking tub that overlooks the ocean, his powerful thighs clearly outlined in dark denim. He's taken off his button-down shirt, and his biceps bulge from the short sleeves of a basic white tee. A wave of heat rises up my chest. Jesus, is the air conditioning working?
Might as well grab a toilet brush and make yourself useful.
My heartbeat stumbles, mortification flooding through me as he repeats the suggestion I gave to him just a few minutes ago. I grab for the can of scrubbing bubbles under the sink and lift the lid of the toilet. Not a smart move. I immediately drop it and flush, waiting until the water stops running to open it again. Can I ask you something?
Whatever was in there wasn't from me.
He deadpans. I aim the spray at the bowl. When guys are taught to pee standing up, what exactly are your instructions? Are you taught to aim into the water? Or is it more like, son, there's plenty of liquid in the bowl. Your job is to get everything else wet? When he doesn't answer, I look over my shoulder. He's watching me with an amused, almost sardonic smirk on his face. I'm serious, because otherwise I have to believe there is some magnetic force field that keeps male urine out of the bowl. Like a missile shield system, but for pee. He bites his lip, and I turn back to the toilet, attacking it with the brush. I mean, it's pretty obvious your missiles make it in there just fine. You leave plenty of evidence behind.
Me?
Your set gender. I stop myself from saying the 3-letter word it's impossible not to think about when it comes to this buff stranger. The last thing I need to do is say it out loud.
Well, I haven't unzipped anything in this house yet, and I'd rather not answer for half the human race.
I snort. That's a first. He turns on the water and begins spraying down the tub.
What is?
The first time I've asked a guy for his opinion, and he's declined to give it. I finish cleaning the toilet about the same time as he finishes with the tub.
Anyone ever tell you that you have a habit of generalizing?
Nope, another first, I answer blithely, ignoring the twanging of the nerve he's just hit. Anyway, I need to get ready for work.
I thought this was your work.
Taking care of the house gives me a place to live, but it doesn't pay my bills. Speaking of which, if you know of anyone needing summer help, I'm available for hire. I throw out that last bit out of habit. It's amazing how many jobs I've picked up through word of mouth rather than official postings. Occasionally, I get hired for things tailored to my skill set, like house staging and retail merchandising. But I'm not picky. I walk dogs, run errands, babysit, waitress. Desperate times call for desperate measures. His jaw clenches as he crosses his arms.
Exactly what kind of services are you offering?
There's an edge of contempt to his tone, and I realize what he thinks I'm implying. Not that desperate. The kind of services I do with my clothes on, I snap. His stare drags up and down my body, one eyebrow lifting in a silent reminder that my current outfit is a barely there bikini. I lift my chin defiantly. Don't you have to be going now?
Nope.
I'm not leaving you in the house alone. He ignores me.
Hey, are there any towels?
Why?
To dry off after my shower.
I blink. Now? Here? He looks around.
I did just clean it, so...
So... I mimic him. I don't even know you.
Knowing me wasn't a factor when you asked me to scrub toilets.
He has a point. I sigh. Tell me the truth. Have you paid Seth or not? His answer is unhesitating.
Yes.
Fine. It wouldn't be the first time Seth forgot to tell me about a new share before they showed up with a weekender bag and a handle of Tito's. I walk past him into the master bedroom where the towels I folded earlier in the day are arranged in stacks, waiting to be stored in the linen closet. I grab a bath sheet, hand towel, and washcloth and return to the bathroom, setting them beside the sink, and regarding the Viking through the mirror. You can shower. But if I haven't heard from Seth by the time I have to leave for work, you're leaving too. Before he can reply, I head down to the bedroom I claimed at the start of the summer. Tucked between the kitchen and garage, it's probably intended as a maid or au pair's room. It barely fits a twin bed and single dresser. But I don't mind. It's cozy and has a gorgeous view of the beach. A view I don't even glance at because a more vivid image is taking shape in my mind. That beautiful brute of a man is probably naked right now. Water droplets clinging to his broad frame and packed muscles, his Knock it off! But the thread of desire continues unspooling inside my belly. Unwanted desire. Although the fact that it's there at all is something of a relief. Not a single man I've met this entire summer has elicited even a twinge of interest. Lately, I've started to wonder if Richard permanently killed my sex drive. Nope. Definitely still alive and well.
Chapter 4. Lance. With most of my brain cells occupied thinking about the redhead, every inch of her, I forget to retrieve my suitcase from the trunk of my car before I get in the shower. But because my house has somehow become a weekend party palace, there are plenty of toiletries to choose from in the shower. I help myself to soap and shampoo, wrap a towel around my hips, and head back downstairs. I'm walking toward the front door, key in hand, when the sound of shattering glass draws my attention to the kitchen. My real estate agent is standing in the middle of the room, looking at me as if he's seen a ghost. "Mr. Wells," he breathes, his voice a horrified whisper. I want to wring his skinny neck. "Ah, Seth, welcome to my home. Or should I say, your share house." He gulps at air. "This is all just a misunderstanding. I'll take care of—" I look around for any sign of Red. "Where is she?" "Who?" "The girl you hired." "Oh, right, I think she's in her room." Without taking his eyes off me, he inclines his head to the right, and I notice a closed door. Her room? Does she know that she's basically a squatter? That you've sold shares to a house you have no claim on? Seth's face pales beneath his tan, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat as he swallows. You're a little fucking shit is what you are. I'm sorry. I'll take care of everything, I promise. I don't want your promises. I want you to get in touch with every fucking share you conned. You will refund their money and find them alternative housing for the summer. They will not set foot inside my home again. Do you hear me? Of course. Seth's eyes bulge as he nods his head. We'll leave. I make a snap decision as Seth struggles for words. The redhead might be a squatter, but she spent the entire day cleaning my house. Yelled at me for leaving the door open with the air conditioning on, burned a fucking bush in my yard. Maybe she was exaggerating when she said she'd be homeless if she wasn't living here, but I'm not going to kick her out just because Seth is a douchebag. She stays. Tell her you fucked up. You double-booked, renting this house to a client for the remainder of the summer. She can stay on and continue taking care of things through Labor Day. You're the client? I glare at the shit-for-brains quivering in my kitchen. Yeah, I'm the client. And if you don't want everyone from Manhattan to Montauk hearing about the scam you're running, you'd better get the fuck out of here. He gives another shaky nod and takes a step toward the door. Glass crunches beneath his loafers, bare ankles peeking at me from beneath rolled khaki cuffs. Should I? He looks down and then back up at me. I should make Seth clean up his own goddamn mess, but if he stays in my house any longer, I'm liable to hurt him. Clenching my fists at my side, I jerk my chin at the door. Just get the fuck out of here. I force myself to remain still until Seth is safely out of reach. I'm sweeping broken glass into a dustpan I found beneath the sink when I hear, "What are you doing?" I broke a glass. And you decided to clean it up naked? I glance down, realizing that my towel has slipped off my waist. I've never been uncomfortable with my body, so I merely shrug and continue surveying the floor. A few mist shards glint at me from the tile, and I step to the side, intending to sweep them up before covering myself with the towel for the sake of modesty. Her modesty, anyway. Unfortunately, I don't notice the piece of glass that landed just a little farther from the rest until it slides deep into my heel. I curse, more irritated than pained, before sweeping the remaining visible glass into the dustpan, dumping it into the garbage and setting the pan on the counter. Mind if I borrow a pair of tweezers?
Chapter 5. Vivienne. My eyes rove over the stunning array of muscles that bunch and flex beneath the Viking's tanned skin with each movement. Broad shoulders taper to slim hips, the muscular curves of his ass sitting just above strong thighs that are slightly lighter than the skin everywhere else. From where I'm standing, I can't see between them, but if his dick is in proportion to the rest of him, I have no doubt it's massive. Naked, he could easily pass for a Greek god carved by a Renaissance sculptor. Except for the tattoos. A line of numbers cut across his ribcage and around his left side. A lattice pattern wraps around his right biceps. An intricate design of something stretches across his back, from the base of his neck to just below his shoulder blades. I'd have to move closer for a better look. And I'm pretty sure that's a bad idea. Whoever this Viking is, I should definitely keep my distance. He turns, reaching for the garbage. My eyes drop of their own accord. And I'm not prepared at all. Michelangelo never sculpted anything like what is between this man's legs. By the time his eyes meet mine, my mouth is dry, my lungs are empty, and my face is probably as red as my hair. It's only when I realize he's looking at me expectantly that I manage to say, "Huh?" "Nice, Vivian. Very eloquent." He glances down at the floor, and I do too, with only a brief detour. Seriously, I can't help it. And notice that his left foot is hovering just above the tile, a small red puddle forming below his heel.
I asked if I could borrow a pair of tweezers,
he repeats. Oh! The pieces of the puzzle in front of me come together with an almost audible click in my mind. Kitchen, dustpan, glass, foot, blood. Of course! I spin around and jog to my bathroom, grabbing my tweezers from a shelf in the medicine cabinet. When I return to the kitchen, his towel is wrapped around his hips and he's sitting on the countertop.
Careful, I'm not sure I got it all.
I gesture at the flip-flops I'm now wearing. Unlike you, I know better than to walk barefoot around broken glass. He lifts an eyebrow.
Thanks for the tip.
You're welcome. And here's another. I'm pretty sure I'm better with my tweezers than you are, so let me see. He looks me over.
You know, if you were wearing a sexy nurse costume, this would be much more enjoyable.
I roll my eyes, even as a kaleidoscope of butterflies take flight inside my stomach, swooping and whirling, making me tingle from the inside out. Is the Viking flirting with me? Sorry, it's at the dry cleaners, along with my sexy maid costume. You know, those services are extremely popular. His deep, throaty chuckle reverberates inside my ears, a seductive thrum that sends ripples of desire through my body. I catch his ankle with my left hand, holding the tweezers with my right. A thick piece of glass protrudes from the center of his heel. Bending over his foot, I'm not immune to the awkwardness and intimacy of this moment. I don't even know his name yet. Hold still, I warn. He doesn't move or even grunt. The jagged shard is longer than I expect it to be, and blood spills from the cut as soon as I remove it. I think you might need stitches.
I'll be fine.
I swipe at the paper towels. Put pressure on this for a second. When he does, I take out the first aid kit I stashed in a cabinet after Memorial Day weekend. The Viking isn't the first guy to bleed in this kitchen from stepping on a broken beer bottle, although he is the first to do it sober. At least, I think he's sober. I rip open a square gauze bandage and dab ointment in the middle of it. Have you been drinking? I ask, moving his hand aside to apply the bandage to his foot.
Excuse me?
I take the bloody towel from him and toss it in the garbage, then kneel down to do another sweep with the dustpan. Or just hi. Either would explain why he's in the kitchen wearing just a towel. If I've learned anything this summer, it's that even the most conservative men have a strange inclination to take off their clothes when they're hammered. It's why I spend most of my weekends cooped up in my little room off the kitchen. Not that Savannah hasn't tried to get me to go along with her and everyone else to bars and clubs. She's said, the best way to get over someone is to get under someone else. So many times I want to scream. But Savannah doesn't understand. I don't need to get over Richard. I already am. It's just that I finally feel like myself again, and I don't want to mess it up by falling for some guy. The Hamptons is hookup central, filled with good-looking men looking for a good time. Wall Streeters blowing off steam from their stressful city jobs. Townies interested in a fling. Tourists from all over the world wanting a story to take home. I've turned down offers from all of the above, plus some. My sole focus this summer is to save enough money to afford a security deposit and a few months' rent on an apartment in Manhattan. In another month or so, I'll start sending out my resume, lining up interviews for after Labor Day. Although, lately, I've been seriously considering starting my own business. I'm good at what I do, and maybe it's time for me to work directly with my own clients instead of signing on with another big-name firm. But it's risky. Most jobs are won based on reputation or word of mouth. Walking into a gorgeous space and saying, "Wow, who designed this? I need to hire them." Despite the hours I've spent drawing up floor plans and imagining all the different ways I could furnish this house, beach chic, mid-century modern, luxurious bachelor pad, cozy family getaway, artsy bohemian, it will be years before I build up a portfolio to attract a client with a house like this. But when I look up into the Vikings' open, almost offended gaze, I feel something that makes me forget about being broke and at a confusing crossroads in my career. Lust. The hot, hard-charging current sweeps me into its grip from the place I've been clinging to, my comfort zone. The flat lines of his mouth pull outward, smoothing away the grooved frown creasing his forehead.
Sober as a judge.
Maybe it's me. I'm not drunk or high, but I'm definitely intoxicated from my body's potent reaction, from the surge of desire that's coming on too hard, too fast. I don't know what to do with it all. I have to go to work. Through the fuzziness in my brain, I realize that I can't exactly kick him out. Not now. If he won't get his foot looked at by a doctor, then he should definitely keep off of it for at least the next few hours. I'll text Seth. If he's okay with you staying here while I'm gone, it's fine with me. Now his mouth fully extends into a smile, his lips parting to show a line of perfectly even, almost offensively white teeth.
Check your phone.
Chapter 6. Lance. You're renting the house for the rest of the summer? The redhead's eyes are wide, her voice several octaves higher than it was before. Earlier, when she asked if I paid Seth, I answered honestly. He earned a 6-figure commission on my purchase of this house. Yes. Now the same answer is a lie, but it comes out just as smoothly. There's no reason it shouldn't. After all, I lie for a living, just as I've lied all my life. To the teachers who looked at my greasy hair, dirty nails, and emaciated frame, and asked if anyone was taking care of me when I wasn't in school. To the rich kids who asked why I built computers from the discarded parts of their cast-offs rather than buying the latest model at a store. To my clients, who ask if I can protect them from whatever cyber threat comes their way. So far, I've done just that. Not alone, of course. Tripp is the best partner I could ask for, and we've built an incredible team to support us. My entire life has been a high-stakes confidence game, more or less. And you want me to stay here? With you? Yes. I repeat the same word a third time. It could easily be another lie, but it's not, I realize. I'm not exactly sure why, but some instinct makes me want to keep Vivienne here with me. She might turn out to be just another gold digger like my ex-girlfriend Missy, but there's something about her, a haughty kind of scrappiness, maybe, that I find undeniably appealing. Not many women can look regal holding a toilet brush in one hand and a can of scrubbing bubbles in the other. Plus, maybe she'll be useful, either as a housekeeper or something else. Maybe keeping her around will get Trip off my back. I can't do that. Why not? I don't even know your name. I extend my right hand. Lance Wells. She looks from my face to my hand, a long moment passing before she reluctantly takes it. Vivian Radcliffe. There, it's settled. No, I still can't stay here with you. Something occurs to me that I should have thought of before. I lean to the side, glancing at her left hand. I don't see a ring. Being single has nothing to do with it, she huffs. My grin returns. Single. Good. I thought taking care of the house was your job, that you live here free of charge in exchange for looking after things for whoever rents the place. Yes, but that was when there was a whole bunch of people staying here, not just... She pauses, scowling as she waves a hand at me. You. You'd rather clean up after 10 people than just one? I drop my voice conspiratorially. I assure you, not only was I taught to aim in the bowl, I don't expect you to clean it. Rather than looking relieved, her scowl deepens. I have no problem scrubbing toilets. It's honest work. She tilts her head to the side, glaring at me. But while we're on the subject, what would you expect? I roll my shoulders and ease off the counter, my bandaged foot light on the floor. A few hours ago, I'd been looking forward to a fairly quiet summer. Long runs on the beach, catching up with old friends, expanding the charitable foundation Trip and I started 2 years ago and taking it nationwide. But now, something new and thoroughly unexpected has piqued my interest, and her name is Vivian Radcliffe. Even better, she might just be the perfect excuse to ward off my friend's well-meaning but completely unwarranted attempts to set me up with every available female in their contacts list. Actually, I'm living with someone, has a nice ring to it. The same thing you've been doing for the past 4 weeks, but for me, not the same. Well then, what do you do besides house-sitting and looking after a pack of 20-something slobs? Her lips give a reluctant twitch upward. I worked for an interior design firm in the city. Worked? As in past tense? Yes, I was an assistant to one of the owners. I have my degree, but it's almost impossible to get hired for any job of consequence without apprenticing with a bigger name first. I'm not with them anymore, though. She chews on her lower lip for a moment. I'm considering starting my own firm. I mean, not really a firm. It would just be me. But I'd like to start working for myself. That's why I'm taking whatever comes my way. If I can build up a little nest egg, I'll actually be able to give it a shot. So, maybe not like Missy at all. Would a Hamptons beach house be considered a job of consequence? She grabs a dish towel and starts wiping at the counters. Absolutely, but a job like that isn't easy to come by, and it's certainly not going to land in my lap. I'll have to work my way up one client at a time. Consider today your lucky day. You're hired. Take this place from a sloppy sharehouse to... I pause, glancing at the cheap furniture and impersonal fixtures. The slam of a cabinet door brings my attention back to Vivian. Her smile is gone. Don't even. I might not be able to afford to rent this place, but I'm not an idiot. I watch as she cleans the kitchen, angrily tossing half-empty bags of chips and wadded-up paper towels into the trash bin. What are you talking about? There's no sense investing in a place you're just going to walk away from at the end of summer. I hate feeling backed into a corner. Maybe not, but I don't intend to spend the next 2 months living in a place with beanbags and folding chairs. You know, you fired me an hour ago. I flash my teeth in a mischievous smile. Good thing you didn't listen to me. Yeah, well, I'm not listening to you now either. She disappears into the laundry room, moving another set of sheets from the washer to the dryer. She comes out holding a basket of towels, folding them on the kitchen island as she takes in our surroundings with fresh eyes. After several minutes, she looks back at me. You rented this place furnished, right? I nod again, not entirely sure what the correct answer is. I'm not agreeing to live with you for the rest of the summer, but if you have Seth send the rental company here to pick up all this furniture, I'll help you choose pieces that will make this place feel more like a home than a glorified frat house. Done. I lean forward. How is it that you ended up managing a share house for the summer? She releases an embarrassed laugh. That is a very long story. I shrug. I have time. Hesitance flickers in her emerald eyes. I don't. I have to go to work. I walk into the living room, ignoring the burn as I step on my heel, then slouch into the couch cushions. Didn't I just give you a job? Vivienne grabs one of the beanbag chairs and pushes it in front of me. You really should keep your foot elevated. She waits until I do and then adds, You offered a job that justifies the free rent. You're not paying me on top of that. I sigh. Where do you work? Tonight I'm waitressing at a place in town. Tonight? Where else do you work? You ask a lot of questions. That's because I'm damn curious. Vivienne's obviously struggling to make ends meet, and yet getting her to accept help is like pushing a boulder uphill. I have another one. Need a ride? She rolls her eyes. You aren't going anywhere. It's not far. I either ride my bike or take an Uber. That explains the bike I noticed on the front porch. What time do you get off? Usually around 1 or 2. You shouldn't be riding a bike in the middle of the night. If the weather's clear, it's fine. When it's not, there's always Uber, Lyft, or Hamptons taxi. I frown. You get into a car, alone, with some guy you don't know at 1 or 2 in the morning? Yes, that's the idea. A damn stupid idea. The psychopath who killed my stepsister had masqueraded as a cab driver. True, he wasn't an actual cab driver, just a guy who pulled to the curb in front of a bar and drove off with Krista in the back seat. Her body, what was left of it, wasn't found for a week. Take my car. It's out front. Keys are on the kitchen counter. It's a pointless act of contrition, more for my own peace of mind than anything else. I could give away cars like Oprah and it wouldn't bring Krista back. No. Either take it, or I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot. I haven't told you where I work. Believe me, I'll figure it out. When you own a cybersecurity company and are widely considered to be one of the best hackers in the world, with a slew of national and international security clearances, there isn't much I can't learn in a matter of minutes. Vivienne's mouth tightens with suspicion. What will you expect in return? Not a damn thing. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Good thing I didn't whip out the peanut butter and jelly then. Like I said, keys are on the counter. She spins on her heel, her skirt flaring up briefly and exposing another few inches of smooth, toned thighs. Nothing I didn't see when she was in a bikini, but somehow the skirt makes... Vivienne storms back inside. Your car is a Maserati. And I know how much they cost. I'm not driving it. Why not? She glares at me as if she's trying to decide whether I'm on the special end of the IQ scale or I'm pulling a prank. Because it's a Maserati. That's a brand, not a reason. What if I get into an accident, or clip the curb, or someone keys your door in the parking lot? It's a car, Vivienne, not an heirloom or a priceless work of art. Though I wouldn't care if it were. When you see the world through my eyes, you realize how little money actually means. It can't buy parents that actually give a shit. It can't turn back time or bring back the dead. People matter. Things don't. The expression on Vivienne's face eases into one of astonishment. You really trust me with your car? Apparently, I've been trusting her with my house for the past month without knowing it. My car is worth a fraction as much. If she wrecks it tonight, I'll buy a new one tomorrow. But there's no store to go to for a new human being. Just drive safe. Come back in one piece.
Chapter 7. Vivienne. Come back. There was something about the way Lance said those 2 words in particular that was different than all the others. An undercurrent I can't quite put my finger on. Worry, concern, protectiveness. Don't be ridiculous, V. He barely knows you. Stop seeing what isn't there, projecting emotions onto people that don't exist. I start the engine, the soft purr vibrating through me. God, this car is nice. After adjusting the mirrors, I clear my mind. I'm overthinking things. Lance is loaded. That's all. Hunching forward, I wrap my fingers around the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turn white. Not that I notice until after I carefully navigate into the parking lot, into the most well-lit section, making sure to park perfectly centered in the narrow spot. Tim looks up from the bar when I walk inside, flexing my aching hands.
Hey, Vivian.
I manage a quick smile and stash my purse behind the bar. Quiet night so far?
So far. But you never know, it could pick up any minute.
Tim's optimism feels like a wake-up call. What the hell is wrong with me? Lance is offering me a job, an incredible opportunity, and I'm looking for hidden motivations. Do good things ever happen for no reason at all? Of course they do. So why am I so suspicious when they happen to me? And if Lance is really serious about letting me transform the beach house into a more sophisticated retreat, my mind is blazing with ideas for every room. So many possibilities. It would also be a chance to add to my portfolio, a virtual lookbook shared with potential design clients. So far, my portfolio contains the work I've done for Anne Abbott. Lately, I've also documented my house staging for several local interior designers and the merchandising I've done for a few small shop owners, revamping window displays and store layouts to better showcase their products. But an entire house, a waterfront Southampton beach house with high ceilings, huge windows, and limitless potential, could be huge for me. It would prove that I have both the creative vision and the organization skills to take on large-scale projects. I busy myself by wiping down the tops of all the tables, checking the silverware, napkins, and salt and pepper shakers. But in my mind, I'm drawing floor plans, sketching out ideas, writing lists. After a while, I feel Tim's hand close gently over my shoulder in a quick squeeze before pulling back.
The way you've been floating around here tonight, I'm starting to wonder if I need to hang on to you in case you just drift up to the sky.
I blink, reminding myself not to get my hopes up too high. It wouldn't be the first time a man has made promises he didn't intend to keep just to get in my pants. Today's been a bit of an odd day. Must have breathed in too much Windex, or maybe it's my allergies acting up. I let my voice trail off, not knowing how to explain my mood. Tim's kind eyes meet mine.
It's good to see you smile, kiddo. Whatever you've been doing, keep it up.
It turns out to be a quiet night after all. Not surprising after the 3-day 4th of July weekend. Bad for my bank account. Good for jotting down ideas for the beach house in my notebook. Tim shoos me out to the parking lot before midnight, and I'm relieved to see Lance's car made it through the night unscathed. And even more relieved when I finally ease into the driveway and kill the engine. I'm back, safe and sound. Setting Lance's keys on the kitchen counter, I stack the takeout boxes Tim sent me home with in the refrigerator. It's one of the perks of the job. I usually don't have to buy any of my meals until at least Wednesday, sometimes even Thursday. I'm debating whether to have a midnight snack when I hear low voices coming from the living room. Did Lance invite people over? Not that it would be any of my business if he did. It's his house. For the next 2 months, anyway. I slip my shoes off and tiptoe out of the kitchen. If he has friends over, I'll just head back to my room and leave him to it. I rarely mix with the shares. Except for Savannah, of course. But curiosity draws me toward the living room rather than away from it. An uncomfortable churning in my stomach, growing stronger with each step. I really don't want to walk in on Lance making out with some girl. My breath stills in my throat as I peek slowly around a wall. It's the TV. An embarrassingly strong surge of relief turns the cartilage in my knees to jelly. Lance is alone. And naked. Again. He's lying on the couch, flat on his back, an open pizza box on the floor containing half the pie. The white towel that was wrapped around his hips earlier is now undone, one corner hanging off the cushion. Without intending to, I find myself moving closer and closer, all the while telling myself I'm just going to check his foot, that's all. And I do, peering first at the bandage I affixed to his heel earlier. There is a dark splotch in the center of it, blood, but not enough that I feel compelled to change it immediately. Okay, Vivian, that's enough. Go. But my eyes are two kids in a candy store, and my legs are glued to the floor. Fine. Just a quick look. Exhaling a sigh, I follow the curve of Lance's ankles to his defined calves and wide, muscular thighs. His legs are covered in short, wiry hairs that blend in with the color of his skin. My hands itch with the need to feel their texture against my palm. But it's what's between his thighs that makes the saliva in my mouth turn to dust. I've never been on the receiving end of a dick pic, and I've never really taken the time to look too closely at a guy's junk. But the thick organ resting quietly on Lance's inner thigh, curved around his balls, is definitely not junk. I swallow heavily, wondering what it would feel like inside me. Very, very good, I imagine. Giving a silent shake of my head, I continue my perusal. It's obvious the Viking works out. But I wouldn't be surprised if, rather than hitting the gym, he engaged in sword fighting and hunting with his bare hands. His lower abdomen is a topographical anatomy map. Transverse muscles lead to the sharp slices of his obliques. Abs stacked neatly in 2 rows, 4 deep. An 8-pack. Impressive pectoral muscles interrupted only by the tight discs of his nipples. The column of Lance's neck leads to a chiseled jaw dusted with golden scruff. The kind that would give me a major case of goosebumps if he, say, dragged his chin along my inner thigh. Stop it, Vivian. I don't realize I've whispered the rebuke aloud until the full lips above said chin twitch, one corner pulling outward to reveal a dimple that only accents the sharp slash of his cheekbones. Dread pools deep in my stomach, an embarrassed brew that sends a shiver down my spine. Because when I drag my gaze an inch north, where I should have seen the thick fringe of Lance's lashes fanning out over the crest of his cheekbones, they are instead curling toward his brows. Because the Viking is awake.
There's no need for you to stop, Vivian. Not when you're clearly enjoying your tour.
I want the floor to open up and pull me into the fiery pits of hell. My cheeks are so inflamed, the rest of me might as well burn up too. I thought you were...
Asleep?
I take another step back, managing a nod.
I was, but I'm awake now.
His husky growl sends a bolt of warmth between my thighs, prompting me to look between his. Lance's cock is awake now, too. Very, very good is probably a very, very vast understatement.
Chapter 8. Lance. 61 days until Labor Day. For the love of God, can you please find some sort of clothing? I jerk awake to find Vivienne glaring at me, her red hair sleep-mussed and cascading down her back in heavy waves, wearing a tank top and short shorts. And no bra. Fuck me. I'm about to explain that I left my suitcase in the car I'd loaned her and didn't feel much like retrieving it in the middle of the night after she returned. Instead, I hear trumpets blare. Trumpets? She heads off to the front door, and I realize it's the doorbell. Securing the towel around my waist, I stand up and pad toward the foyer. A college kid wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, holding a clipboard, leers at Vivienne like she's what's on the menu for breakfast. I clear my throat with a distinctive rumble. Translation: eyes on me, motherfucker. He immediately straightens, his gaze meeting mine over her shoulder. I'm here from Ricky's Rentals. We're picking up the furniture. She spins around, looking quizzically at me. You messaged Seth already? Last night. I told him to get his cheap shit out of my house before I had it delivered directly to his office. I motion the guy inside. Take everything. While every mattress and piece of furniture is carted through the front door and into the waiting truck, I retrieve my suitcase and change into appropriate Hamptons attire, a polo shirt and golf shorts. Afterward, Vivienne insists on taking a look at my heel. I don't argue. I can't remember the last time anyone fussed over me, but it's nice. Within an hour, the house is empty except for Vivienne and me. And the damn beanbag chairs. Apparently they were purchased from a Walmart. Vivienne notices me looking at them with disdain. Garbage comes tomorrow. I'll toss them out with the trash. I grin. I can take care of it. She crosses her arms over her chest. If you want me to stay, you'll let me do my job. You have a job. I turn in a slow circle, my arms outstretched. This place is a blank slate. So, her voice is hesitant. You really meant it? You want me to furnish the entire house? Of course. I told you that last night. I notice Vivienne's sheepish expression, her hunched shoulders. What? You thought I was just blowing smoke? Maybe, or you could have changed your mind. I wouldn't have held you to it. Well, I have no intention of sleeping on the floor for the rest of summer. I frown at a few scuff marks on the walls. This place needs a fresh coat of paint, too. Give me 10 minutes. We'll stop at a hardware store first. Then we'll focus on furniture. We? I figured I'd just give you my credit card. Vivienne's face falls. Oh, sure, I guess we could do that. But, Lance, I don't know the first thing about what you like. Normally I create inspiration boards and spend time with my clients, getting to know their style before actually making a single purchase. We haven't even discussed your budget. I knew my capitulation was imminent from the second she said my name. Lance. It was like a sigh. Okay, fine. I'll come with you. I hate shopping. Not to say I don't like buying things. I do. Companies, cars, televisions, this house. But buying is different than shopping. It's pleasure that comes from ownership. Shopping, especially in stores or, God forbid, a mall, is like the third ring of hell. I watch the bounce of Vivienne's breasts as she pads toward her room. Maybe it won't be so bad. I've always liked the heat.
Chapter 9. Vivienne. I appreciate that this is only going to be your home for the next 2 months, but I'd really like a little input from you. After spending the past 20 minutes asking Lance whether he prefers this sofa or that one, this tone of wood or another, and receiving only the most basic feedback, I've finally led him toward an alcove out of the way of other shoppers.
I gave you input. I told you I didn't like anything at that last place.
Lance gestures at the showroom of my favorite furniture store on Long Island.
This place will do.
That last place was a warehouse with the highest-end rental furniture available. And, to be honest, I share his opinion. We're nearly 6 weeks into the summer season, and all the good stuff has been taken. What's left is either garish and dated, or, on the other side of the spectrum, the rejects from impersonal corporate housing developments. Okay, but now we have the opposite problem. The options here are practically limitless. A little feedback from you will go a long way. I'm not exaggerating. Located on the Tony North Shore of Long Island, Classic Galleries is about an hour from the Hamptons. With over 100 room settings spread across 4 floors, I'm confident we'll find enough floor samples to adequately furnish the beach house. Plus, it's family-owned, and I prefer shopping at places where I don't have to arrange deliveries and track down missing or damaged items with an international call center where I'll be disconnected at least twice before my issue is resolved. Lance blinks at me.
What do you mean?
I mean, technically, you're my client. It would help to have a sense of what you like. We don't really have time to order anything, and you can get the best deals on floor samples anyway. But if nothing here floats your boat, you might as well just rent furniture for the rest of the summer. The house is absolutely gorgeous. It won't look like a... He levels me with a wolfish stare.
If money was no object, could we get everything here?
I look around, feeling a pang of longing at all the incredible pieces displayed under this one roof. Absolutely.
Good. Then money's no object. Just pick stuff out and let's get it done.
A part of me bristles at his cavalier attitude. What are you going to do with this stuff after the summer?
Let me worry about that.
I'm not picking out furniture that's going to wind up in a dumpster in 2 months. He sighs.
Look, the owner of the house is a friend of mine. If you make it look good, he'll be able to increase the rent. Think of it like an investment.
A friend. It feels almost too convenient. But the truth is, I don't know Lance. I certainly don't know his friends. And he does make sense. The Hamptons is the kind of place where people buy houses they might never live in, renting them out for exorbitant amounts. I push my doubts and questions to the back of my mind. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, Vivian. You've been hired to decorate a Southampton beach house. Stop whining and start working. Tell your friend that his place is too nice to be a share house. Lance meanders over to a large leather chair, slightly favoring his injured foot, and sinks into it.
I will. In the meantime, you have carte blanche. Turn the house into something that can be rented to a Wall Street guy with more money than he knows what to do with.
A bachelor pad? In my opinion, the house would be perfect for a family, or at least a couple intending to have a family. Does this guy have a girlfriend? A fiancé? But Lance only takes out his phone, repeating,
Carte blanche,
before taking a call and tuning me out entirely. The interior designer in me is rubbing her hands together in glee. Carte blanche. They're magic words. And yet, intimidating, too. At Abbott, I was part of a team. I didn't make decisions in a vacuum. And so I don't have the confidence that comes with experience. I don't move right away. Instead, I observe Lance quietly for a moment. There is a solid steadiness to him that calms at least some of my nerves. Like he has a tattoo somewhere that says, "Don't sweat the small stuff." It wasn't among the 3 I noticed earlier, but maybe I'll have to look again. Realizing that I'm staring, I spin around and hunt down a salesperson I've worked with before. Together, we spend the next 2 hours filling the house. Once we're through, she writes up the order and takes it to Lance for his approval. I fight back a wave of nausea when I catch sight of the total, but he barely glances at it before handing over his credit card. A black Amex, of course. I steel myself to defend my purchases in the car on the way back, but Lance spends the entire drive fielding work calls. It's easy to tune out the alphabet soup of acronyms. CTI, BAS, DAST, IP, APT. It's like he's speaking another language. When we get back to the house, there's another truck parked in the driveway. No, not a truck, a white van. I read the logo stenciled on the side. Lance ends his call and I ask, "How did you get the painters here so quickly?"
Easy. I told the guys at the hardware store what I'd be willing to pay if they found a competent team to do the work today.
Lance's entitled arrogance reminds me unpleasantly of Richard. Of course, throw money at the problem and... I snap my fingers. Problem solved. He turns off the ignition.
If you believe that money solves every problem, Either you're incredibly naive or you've lived one hell of a charmed life.
I bite the inside of my cheek. The brief flare of resentment I felt completely extinguished. Lance is right on both counts. Maybe I'm the one with the chip on my shoulder. Inside, the painters have already started taping and priming. There are drop cloths everywhere. And I walk around the house, making sure the paint colors we selected correspond to the cans in each room. It doesn't take long. All of the main rooms are painted the same color, white with just a hint of gray. The bathrooms are various shades of sand or pale blue. The only exception to the neutral palette is the office, which will be painted an inky, not quite navy. It's going to be stunning. An unexpected feeling of sadness washes over me. Once summer ends, I might never set foot in this house again. I'll probably never get to meet the owner, see their reaction to my work. So much time, money, and effort to put into a place that doesn't belong to me. A few months from now, or even a few years from now, some stranger might wake up in the bed I picked out, eat their breakfast at the table I stripped and restained, curl up with their family on the sofa I chose, and never even know I exist.
You're leaving?
Lance asks sternly, his shadow falling over me as I stuff clothes in my suitcase. No. I'm not sure how long I'll stay. I can't imagine spending the next 2 months living here with Lance. But I can't afford to live anywhere else in the Hamptons, and my parents live 45 minutes away, longer with traffic. Commuting back and forth to my nighttime waitressing shifts will be almost impossible without a car of my own. And so will accepting any last-minute jobs that could come up. I'm just putting my stuff away before the painters need to get in here. Lance frowns as he looks around the room. Somehow it feels even smaller now without a bed and dresser.
This is where you've been staying?
Yes.
Did you order a bed for it?
Nerves flutter inside my stomach. Giving this place a more luxurious feel means not having to shove a bed into every available room. No. There's no basement and very little storage on this floor. I think the house will show better if we treat this space as an extension of the mudroom. I could have a closet company come out and install built-ins. That is, if you think your friend would go for it.
Good idea.
He nods thoughtfully.
Once the furniture is delivered, you'll take one of the bedrooms upstairs.
The impact of converting my cozy downstairs nook into storage space hits me harder now than when I was at the furniture store. Tonight, Lance and I will be sleeping just a few feet away from each other. As long as you don't mind. The electric current running between us shifts to a higher voltage. There's an odd expression on Lance's face as he looks down at me. I'm on my knees, he's standing. And if anyone were to walk by, at first glance, they might assume his dick was in my mouth. Or would be any minute. I run my tongue over my lips, my body heating. Just thinking about the taste of him in my mouth, the blunt head of his cock sliding down my throat.
Of course not.
Lance's voice emerges as a strangled-sounding husk of itself, and I can't help the brief flare of victory that overtakes me, knowing the sexual tension sparking and heaving between us isn't one-sided. Beautiful women in the Hamptons are a common commodity. I've been hit on plenty of times this summer. But there's something about the way Lance is looking at me. There's attraction there. Lots of it. But his look is not a predatory leer. It's not the kind of interest that lights up at every pair of breasts in his vicinity. I didn't see Lance look twice at any of the women at the furniture store today. Even the attractive blonde, who made a show of checking the price tag of the chair he was sitting in, leaning down at just the right angle that her cleavage was practically in his face. Lance is interested in me. I'm sure of it. Not as a roommate or an employee, but as a woman. Lance takes a step back, And for a moment, I think he's going to close the door. I'm anticipating rug burn on my knees as I kneel at his feet, the feel of his supple leather belt in my hands as I unbuckle it, the low whine of his zipper as I tug it down. Maybe even the scrape of his scruff on my skin. He leans against the molding, crossing his feet at the ankles.
Do you work tonight?
His question is a sharp pin, popping the shiny bubble of my fantasy, which is all it should be. I can't repeat the mistake I made with Richard, torpedoing a job I loved just because my romance went south. No. I was supposed to help set up a new pop-up shop in town, but it was pushed back until tomorrow.
Let's get out of here while they work. No need to smell paint fumes all day. What's there to do?
I look away, needing a break in eye contact to fortify my ruffled composure. Well, we are in the Hamptons, and it's a gorgeous day. Let's hit the beach.
Chapter 10. Lance. Get back to me with an update as soon as you have it. I hunch over my phone, shielding it from the sun's glare as I scan through the messages I received while on a call with my team back in San Jose. What would happen if you didn't answer that thing every 2 minutes? Since carrying blankets and towels and a cooler filled with beer and snacks from the house a couple of hours ago, Vivian and I have been sprawled on the sand just a few yards from the water's edge. Lance, what exactly do you do? I rarely discuss my work with anyone who isn't my partner, client, or employee. I'm in the cybersecurity business. Why? Because you're on a gorgeous beach on a perfect summer afternoon, and you haven't stopped working since we got here. She shifts on her blanket. Clearly you're very successful if you can afford to rent this house, but you don't seem to be enjoying it much. Vivian is wearing a black bikini held in place by a few discreet strings barely thicker than dental floss and a straw sun hat. The first time my phone buzzed in my pocket after we got out here, I didn't even notice because my dick was fucking vibrating too. I'm enjoying it. If you say so, she says with a shake of her head, the shadow cast by that damn hat sliding back and forth across her skin. But why come out to the Hamptons if all you're going to do is work? I tried that once, getting out of the country, leaving work behind. Let me guess, you didn't like it much? No. Which probably had a lot to do with the reasons I forced myself to go halfway around the world to one of the most remote regions of the globe. Except that there was no outrunning my grief over Krista's death. No escaping the fact that selling a part of my business felt like chopping off one of my limbs. I brought it all with me, and then had plenty of time to wallow in it. Either way, you're hardly one to talk. What do you mean? I glance at the notebook beside her. It's closed right now, but she's been flipping it open every few minutes to jot a note or make a quick sketch. And I saw that calendar in your room. It looked pretty full to me. And was it color-coded? Vivian's cheeks turn pink, and she looks away from me. I like to keep organized. And, of course, I work. I have to. They say that if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Then I guess we're both really lucky. How's that? Well, how many people actually find the thing they love to do and actually get to make a living at it? My lips quirk. You're generalizing again. You disagree? Yeah, I don't believe in luck. I believe in working hard to make the best of whatever situation you're born into, making smart choices based on careful analysis. When things happen, bad or good, you can always look back and pinpoint every decision along the way. That's why hindsight is 20/20, because luck doesn't exist. Or rather, luck is made, not given. She's silent for a moment, her chin resting on her hand. A businessman and a philosopher. Good to know. There's a trace of amusement in her tone. I'm just saying, you might want to look up from your phone every once in a while, maybe appreciate where all your hard work has gotten you. I know exactly where I am, I reply defensively, and where I've been. 3,000 miles from San Jose and 3 miles from Hampton Bays. It's where I'm going. That's the mystery. After the summer, my plan is to return to California. I have a house out there, too, although it's not like there's anyone waiting for me to come back. The feeling I've had for the past few years since Krista's death sits like a ball of lead in my gut. I have houses rather than homes, but at least I have Risk-Taker. I help clients all over the world keep their assets and their data safe, and our initiative to help kids is growing too. My work is my anchor. And besides, it's Tuesday, a work day. One eyebrow lifts. So you take weekends off? I haven't taken a day off I can't remember. Probably since I got back from Tanzania. Sometimes I lie. Do you realize that you end every call with an order to call you back? I frown. That's ridiculous. I do not. She rolls her eyes and flips onto her stomach. The people you work with, are they competent? I only hire the best. Of course. What would happen if they didn't update you with every little thing? I bristle at the insinuation. I prefer to stay involved. My phone buzzes with another incoming call. Enjoy your day at the beach, then. For the next few minutes, I listen to the adjustment being made to correct a glitch that occurred during testing. This time, I end the conversation with, "Call me if it's urgent. Otherwise, I'm sure you'll handle it." I toss the phone on the blanket as Vivienne turns her head and smiles. Will you do something for me? What? Tell me what you see. A fucking gorgeous woman sprawled out on a blanket, with long legs, tempting curves, a tiny bathing suit, and a stunning smile. You. She laughs. No, look out at the water, the sky, the sand. What do you see? Water, sky, and sand. You're very bad at this game. We're playing games now? She sighs. I see water the color of old-fashioned glass soda bottles, not quite green, but not exactly blue. The clouds overhead look like fresh cotton balls straight out of the bag, but the ones at the horizon over there look like they're smudged with ink. And the seaweed washed up along the shore, baking from the heat of the sun, could be discarded cuttings of lace. Now you play. What do you see? I glance at my phone. For once, it's completely silent and still. I see sand. I pause, feeling Vivienne's eyes on me. It's darker by the waterline, more firmly packed, like a baseball mound. And the sand further up near us is loose and textured. Rippled, I guess, kind of like the surface of the sea. Beneath her sunglasses, Vivienne's grin is absolutely blinding. Now you're really here, really present. Welcome to the Hamptons. She rolls back onto her stomach and unties her bikini top. The flawless landscape of her skin is a temptation I have no intention of resisting. Actually, I think my observational skills are needed in another area. It looks like you could use some assistance. Your back is looking a little warm. She snorts a laugh. Let me guess, you're just the man to keep me from getting burned? I glance around pointedly at the sparsely populated beach. This stretch of shoreline is private, access limited to the residents who can afford to rent or own here. Looks that way to me. Well, if you insist. She nestles her head against her crossed arms. But don't get any ideas. I have a rule against getting involved with anyone in the share house. It's not a share house anymore. We're sharing the house. Let's not make things awkward. My hands slide over Vivienne's warm skin, thumbs digging into the muscles lining the column of her spine, fingers kneading at the rise of her shoulders. I'm surprised by your rule, given the rather thorough examination of your new roommate last night. I was checking on your foot. Despite the massage, her muscles turn rigid. And I thought you were sleeping. A low chuckle escapes my mouth. Don't worry. I have a few rules of my own, but sex... Well, I don't believe in arbitrary limitations on who, how, or how often I fuck. Vivienne is silent and tense. She clears her throat. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. I bend low so that my breath ruffles her hair. You do that. My hands are covered in sunscreen when my phone rings again. Vivienne looks over her shoulder at me, a curious expression on her face. You gonna get that? I bite down on a groan. Nope. You sure? Because it looks like you really want to. She's right. Ignoring a ringing phone goes against every instinct I have. I'm fine. What if it's important? She whispers, like a completely catastrophic cybersecurity problem, and you're the only one who can fix it. I know she's mocking me, but those are the exact thoughts running through my brain. I quickly wipe my hands on the towel and grab my phone. Hello?
Chapter 11. Vivian. I don't believe in arbitrary limitations on who, how, or how often I fuck. Well, I'm glad Lance cleared that up. Which is why I prodded him into answering his phone when it seemed like he wasn't going to. Despite my reservations about Lance, his money, our unexpected meeting just 24 hours ago, the fact that we are now some strange combination of living and working together, he is, hands down, the sexiest man I've ever known. Just hearing the gritty, growly way he says fuck, I needed to get Lance's hands off me before I begged him to put them in places that don't require sunscreen. As he jabbers more acronym alphabet soup on the phone, I can't help but wonder what it would actually be like to fuck him. Not make love, not make out, not hook up. Apparently, Vikings don't do that. They fuck. I bite down on the inside of my cheek until the coppery taste of blood coats my tongue. But the pain doesn't bring any relief to the heat pulsing between my thighs or the memory of his hands on my skin. Wide palms, long fingers, and I already know what's beneath his swim trunks. I've seen every inch of Lance Wells naked. Which makes his words hit harder. Because while I'm far from a virgin, I've never had sex without intimacy. Never given my body to a man without first giving him my heart. And since Richard broke that vulnerable organ a month and a half ago, I haven't even entertained the notion of having sex. Not because it would be a betrayal of him, but because it would be a betrayal of myself. Turning something that should be meaningful into something that means nothing at all. But what if I'm looking for meaning in all the wrong places? What if pleasure is the point? Lance sets my body on fire with just a glance, and I bet he'd approach sex in the same intense, smoldering way he looks at me. Am I holding back because of some outdated sense of morality? No, I tell myself. It's not morality at all. It's simply common sense. Don't sleep with your... What exactly is Lance? My roommate? Coworker? Boss? Whatever he is, he'll be gone at the end of the summer. Why bother when the only sure thing is goodbye? Lance ends his 287th call with a sigh, and a moment later asks, "Want to go check on the house?" Sure. I quickly retie the straps of my bikini and stand up. Together, we pack up the cooler, towels, and blanket and head back to the house. It doesn't take long to realize that the painters are going to be working for most of the night. After ordering a dozen pizzas for them, Lance turns to me.
"Can I take you out to dinner?"
I immediately demur. You don't have to. He puts a finger over my lips, putting an end to my words and sending a ripple of shock through my nerve endings.
"I want to."
Well, alrighty then. Lance ushers me through the restaurant with his hand on my lower back, which is probably why it feels like my entire spinal cord is vibrating with anticipation. I sink into the chair he pulls out for me. I'd kill for a margarita right now. It's true. I rarely allowed myself to have any alcohol at all when the house was full of drunk 20-somethings who forgot to flush toilets, turn off faucets, and close doors. Every weekend felt like a 48-hour game of whack-a-mole to make sure that the house was still standing and no one wound up in the hospital. Mondays were reserved for cleaning up the mess and working. By Tuesday night, I either celebrated with a cocktail or a carton of Haagen-Dazs, and since I don't like to drink alone, my reward is generally consumed with a spoon. With the long weekend, now it's Wednesday. Lance grins and relays my order to the waitress, adding an IPA for himself.
You can curb any latent homicidal tendencies until after Labor Day.
I sigh dramatically. I guess I can try. Our drinks arrive, and he taps the edge of his beer bottle against the salted rim of my margarita glass. I close my eyes and take the first sip, and oh my God, tequila and lime juice over ice with a sprig of cilantro. This is so good. I don't notice Lance is looking at me funny until after my second sip. What? His warm, whiskey-colored eyes have darkened to a decadent chocolate, and he reaches out a hand, curving his palm over my jaw and swiping his thumb over my lips.
Salt.
For a moment, his hand just hovers there, holding my face like it's the most natural thing in the world. But if it were natural, it wouldn't feel like my body was imploding. And when he pulls away, the feeling barely dissipates. In an attempt to hide my agitation, I take another sip of my drink. More than a sip. A gulp. I set the glass down to find Lance staring at me with his lips quirked in an amused smile, like he knows exactly what I'm feeling. I clear my throat awkwardly. So... He lifts his beer again.
Tell me about yourself, Vivian Radcliffe.
Me? I'm boring. Lance's features pull together in an irritated expression I'm beginning to get used to.
To whom?
I raise a hand. I just am, objectively. Only child. My parents are still together. My father is a high school teacher. My mother is a local event planner. I grew up less than an hour away from here. Went to school in New York City. Had a few boyfriends. Nothing dramatic. I thought my last one would turn out to be something more, but that didn't work out. I've never left the country. Never...
Why didn't it work out?
He interrupts gently. This time, the ice rattles in my drink when I set it down on the table. We just weren't a match. It's...
Boring?
Lance prods. To everyone but me, yeah. I worked for Richard's family, and lines got crossed.
I see your problem.
My brows edge upward. My problem?
You were dating a dick. You should be glad it didn't work out.
It's such an awful joke that I can't help but laugh. That is truly terrible, I managed to wheeze, thinking that Savannah would love his sense of humor.
It is, isn't it? But don't blame me, you chose to be with him.
Somehow the laughter dries up in my throat. I did. I really did. My voice has turned into a froggy whisper. Lance's expression becomes concerned.
Shit, I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
No. I shake my head, feeling like an idiot. It's fine. I'm fine, really. I wrap my hands around my drink, focusing on the cold glass against my palms. Until Lance's palms are pressed against the top of my hands, his long fingers reaching past my wrists.
Has he tried to get you back?
No. I haven't heard from him at all.
Then Dick doesn't deserve you.
Suddenly, 2 tequila shots arrive on the table, and Lance lets go of my hands to push one of them in my direction.
Come on. Nothing makes you forget about an ex faster than Patron.
I take a shuddering breath and lift the shot glass, clinking rims with Lance, before tossing it down my throat. It sears a path down my esophagus and sends me into a coughing fit. But when I finally get control of myself, I look at my Viking with clear eyes. How did you learn that?
That tequila is a heartbreak cure?
He snorts, catching the eye of our waitress and signaling for another round.
My sister. Well, technically my stepsister, but we were close. After every breakup, she'd insist that I take her out for shots. Said that by the time her hangover was gone, so was her bad mood.
That's actually pretty smart. When our shots appear, I lift mine and say, "To your sister." A flash of something crosses Lance's face. Something that runs deeper than this casual conversation is meant to excavate.
To Krista.
And I realize everything he said about her was in the past tense. We both down them, relieved at the distraction. This time the liquor stings a little less. Well, her cure is working. I feel better already. I can see the effort it takes for Lance to pull on a lopsided smile, his full lips protesting with a quiver. But then, like the sun throwing off the shadow of a storm cloud, it shines bright, reaching his eyes and revealing the dimple carved into his cheek. Jesus, slay me now.
Because of the tequila? Or because of me?
Chapter 12. Lance. I don't get an answer to my questions. Our food arrives, along with a fresh margarita for Vivienne and another beer for me. I make sure she eats enough to soak up some of the alcohol and drinks most of her water. I wasn't lying about tequila being my remedy of choice when it comes to forlorn females, except that Vivienne isn't my sister, and I'm not in the habit of taking advantage of drunk women. However, she might be more of a lightweight than I anticipated. "Are you a Viking?" she asks, leaning forward and pointing her fork at me. "Am I a what?" "A Viking," she repeats matter-of-factly. "I'm sure you've looked in the mirror. You're all big and buff and blonde. Very Viking-esque." I take a bite of my steak, chewing slowly. I can honestly say I've never been asked that question before. And no, I don't believe there's any Viking in my blood. "That you know of. You should take one of those DNA kits, because you know what they might find?" "Viking?" "Viking." Vivienne is gorgeous, but drunk Vivienne is adorable. There's an easiness to her expression, a playfulness to her otherwise elegant features. "Have you ever cried over an ex-girlfriend, Lance?" It's not a question I need to consider for long. That would be a hard no. Missy and I grew up together, two Hampton Bays kids surrounded by the kind of wealth we could only dream of. But then after my father's death, I was uprooted to Manhattan and a posh city prep school where I never felt like I belonged. Missy would take the train to Penn Station every chance she got, over 2 hours each way, a welcoming slice of home in unfamiliar territory. I thought we were in love. I thought we would be together forever. Then came the MC Partners scandal, followed shortly by my move to California, and 3,000 miles is not nearly as manageable as 80. Missy and I lost touch, and I heard she started dating someone. Forever wasn't very long at all. I focused on my schoolwork, buried my frustration into building a business. Risk Taker took off, my bank account growing fatter with every new client. I was interviewed by the Wall Street Journal. I bought watches, cars, a house. I dated. But the best thing about having money of my own was that I could fly my stepsister out to California, give her everything she lost when her father went bankrupt. We weren't related by blood, but she taught me the meaning of family. And then she was murdered. Missy showed up at Krista's funeral back in New York. She was a rope to grab onto when it felt like I was drowning in a sea of guilt and grief and endless, relentless rage. She came back to California with me, and I gave her everything she wanted. In return, she sucked like a Hoover and fucked like a whore, whenever and wherever I wanted. Quite frankly, the relationship Missy and I had wasn't unusual. Not on Wall Street or Silicon Valley or Hollywood. Girlfriends and mistresses, even most wives, are paid in jewelry and designer wardrobes, black American Express cards, and luxury penthouses. It's a service economy that serves both parties extremely well. But either fate sucks balls or I'm an outlier, because the thing about access to an unlimited supply of something you think you want, it doesn't take very long to realize you don't. I fell in love with Missy as a teenager, But 10 years later, it was obvious she was more in love with my bank account than with me. Somewhere along the way, we stopped having fun, stopped enjoying each other's company. Though I can't ever remember a time when she would turn her face up to the sun, breathe in the salty air, and listen to the sound of the waves with a smile stretched across her lips. Not like Vivienne, who right now is waggling her auburn brows and dissolving into a fit of giggles after she asks, "How hard?" Drunk Vivienne has no filter, and she thinks her own jokes are hilarious. I can't wait to introduce her to Trip and Jolie. The thought comes suddenly, unexpectedly, but it's the truth, and it has nothing to do with fending off their matchmaking efforts. I move her margarita aside, not that it matters. It's practically empty. "You're cut off," I say, lightly chiding. She really is adorable.
"I am," she nods. "Definitely cut off from margaritas and cut off from men. No more for me."
Well, that wasn't what I was aiming for. Are you sure about that? Because you were eye-fucking me something fierce the other night.
"Sorry, not sorry," she says, popping a chip in her mouth. "You have a better dick than Dick."
I grab my napkin and cough into it, banging my closed fist against my sternum.
"Better everything, actually."
Jesus.
"Can I ask you another question, Viking?"
I motion for her to go ahead, not trusting my capacity for intelligible speech.
"Do you ask your girlfriends to wax for you? And I don't mean just the sides. I'm talking full-on Brazilian."
I'm waiting for the punchline, but Vivienne stabs a piece of shrimp from her plate and puts it in her mouth. "Are you asking because Dick did?" Her eyes widen as if she's surprised by my guess.
"Yes, can you believe it? I mean, I didn't think much of it at the time, but it's not normal for a guy to schedule his girlfriend's waxing appointments, is it?"
I rub my forehead. "No, definitely no."
"And it's not like he ever inspected their work. Not up close, anyway. Richard didn't go downtown."
I signal to the waitress for the check, but I can't resist. "Ever?"
"Nope. But you'd better believe he expected me to get up close and personal with his..."
She waves her hands.
"You know."
"Dick," I supply.
"Exactly."
"And yet you didn't ask him to return the favor." She looks horrified.
"Of course not. How do you ask someone for that? They either want to and do, or they don't, and it's not worth asking."
I have absolutely no idea how we got onto this topic. It's too personal for how little Vivienne and I know each other. And yet it's also perfect. Krista would have loved her. Let me get this straight. There's something you wanted from your boyfriend, but because he didn't offer and you didn't ask, you settled for not getting it at all. Vivienne shrugs.
"I guess so."
The waitress appears with a leather folder, and I thrust my credit card in her direction, not taking my eyes off Vivienne. "Did he get you off in other ways?" Her head tilts to the side, her eyes narrowing.
"What do you mean?"
"Orgasms, Vivienne. Did you have them with Dick?"
Sometimes, and sometimes after."
After
he fell asleep."
"Christ. After he fell asleep, you would get yourself off?" She gives a reluctant nod.
"You make it sound bad."
"It is bad. It's fucking awful. How long were you with this guy?"
2 years.
2 years? Please tell me you're joking." She balls up her napkin and sets it on top of her plate.
"If I start to cry, can we do another tequila shot?"
"For fuck's sake, please don't shed a single tear over that asshole."
"I won't, but I could definitely go for another shot."
I raise a skeptical brow. I thought you were done with men and margaritas.
"I am, but a tiny little bit of tequila is not the same at all."
I sign my name on the check and slip my credit card back into my wallet. Standing up, I extend my hand to Vivienne. "Maybe so, but you're still not having any." She slips her small hand in mine and leans into my grip, locking eyes with me and rising smoothly from her seat.
"What if I want to see what it's like?"
"What?"
"Sex with a Viking."
I'd say that's the tequila talking.
Maybe, but what if the tequila is just making me ask for what I really want?
My gut twists. If Vivienne were sober right now, I'd fuck her in the front seat of my car. I'd go down on her outside by the pool, and then I'd fuck her again, slow and leisurely in my bed. If I had a bed. Then you should have drunk more tequila when you were with Dick. Vivienne slides her tongue across her mouth, sinking her top teeth into her bottom lip.
Touché, Viking. Touché.
Chapter 13. Vivian. I'm in that weird place, caught somewhere between drunk and buzzed, somewhere between saying everything that comes to mind and knowing I should shut my mouth, between wanting to sleep and wanting to fuck a Viking. It's been so long since I've let myself lose control. Tequila is a lubricant, making all my rules slippery and hard to hold on to. Right now, I just want to hold on to Lance. Hold more than just his hand. Common sense says I shouldn't give in to my feelings. No sex until I've completed my work on the house and have the photos to prove it. But when will that be? What if these next 2 months are all we'll have? I lean into him as we walk out of the restaurant, sighing as we step outside. The summer breeze carries the salty tang of the nearby sea as it caresses the bare skin of my shoulders, my hair swaying against my back. I love the Hamptons, especially when all the weekend warriors are back in the city. Lance glances around the quiet street.
It's not like any place else, that's for sure.
What made you decide to spend the summer here?
A lot of very boring reasons.
Oh, so now you're boring too.
Maybe we're more alike than we seem.
I doubt that. But seriously, why the Hamptons? Why now?
My business partner has a summer place here. We have something we're working on, and it made sense for me to come out.
So 2 months and then you go back home? Where is that anyway?
California,
he says, smiling as he looks down at me.
That's the plan.
The breath stills in my throat as his eyes lock onto mine. Not just because of the way Lance affects me. It's because he has something I don't. A plan. I don't have one of those anymore. I did, before I quit my job and left Manhattan behind. The next 10 years all mapped out with goals and milestones and a vision board. Now I just have a to-do list. 1, save money. 2, get an apartment. 3A, find a job. Or 3B, start my own business. 3A and 3B are 2 entirely different tracks. A job comes with a sense of security, benefits, a paycheck. If I decide to go it alone, I'll be relying on just one person. Me. And I don't know if I trust myself with that much responsibility. Case in point, what am I doing right now? Lusting after a sinfully sexy Viking who is not a task to be checked off my list. Yet that's exactly what's happening. And no, it's not the tequila talking. Lance's fingers graze my elbow as he opens his car door for me, sending a rush of goosebumps careening down my forearms. He starts the car, pressing a button that allows the roof to break away from the windshield and fold itself into a neat package behind us. Topless. Nice choice. Lance's lips twitch as he pulls out of his parking spot.
What are the odds that the house is all painted?
How many coats are they doing?
Just one, except for the office. The walls were in fairly good shape, only a few scuff marks here and there.
And
the molding only needed touching up.
I turn my head to him. Still, it's a big house. I'm guessing the odds are slim to none.
A pessimist, huh?
Just a realist. I stretch my legs out in front of me and kick off my wedge sandals, tipping my head back against the headrest. What's your prediction?
Oh, I'm guessing they'll be done.
You gave them an incentive, didn't you?
Of course. There are some problems money can solve. And when that's the case, I take full advantage.
I rouse myself as the Maserati's wheels crunch over the layer of white gravel lining the driveway. Did I win?
The van's gone, so I'm guessing that's a no.
We get out of the car at the same time, and I lean against the hood, my sandals dangling from one hand. Maybe the driver went out for coffee. Lance plants his feet on either side of mine. I have to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. The action makes me arch my back, my breasts rising from the neckline of my dress. He lifts his arm, tracing the line of my collarbone with his fingers.
I think we're all alone, Vivian. And I think I dug my own grave by pouring tequila down your throat tonight, because I can't do a damn thing about it.
I bite back a groan as a drop of sweat gathers between my shoulder blades and slides down my spine, my pulse tripping all over itself, trying to send blood cells to every part of my body. I press the palm of my free hand flat against his chest. It's like solid rock, but so warm. What do you want to do?
Everything,
he says with a chuckle. Me too. Thankfully, Lance has enough self-control for both of us. He inclines his head toward the door to the house.
Come on, let's go check out the paint job.
Fumes hit me like a wall as he opens the door. Christ! Who needs tequila? We can get high just by staying in here for a few minutes. I follow him inside, and we wander through the main floor quickly.
Let's open some windows, air the place out.
We can't. The humidity will slow down the drying time. Let's go outside. I pull at the sliding glass doors, a laugh climbing up my throat as I survey the empty patio. Oops! I forgot they took all the furniture out here, too. Lance pulls what's left of the pool float out of the water.
Do you think it's worth trying to blow this guy back up?
I shake my head. That ducky's been on his last legs all summer. I'll toss him out with the beanbags. I take a few steps forward and dip my toe into the pool. It feels so good. Want to go for a swim? He raises an eyebrow.
Now?
Why not? His hands begin working the buttons of his shirt.
I'm not going back inside for my bathing suit.
For a moment, I can only watch as Lance's long fingers manipulate the small buttons, his movements precise and efficient. I want to feel them on me. The ends of his shirt slide open, and the twanging below my pelvis grows stronger, more insistent. Pectorals, abs, biceps. Lance's perfectly honed muscles make my mouth water. I give myself a little shake when his shirt drops to the ground, his hands immediately working on his belt buckle. Sliding my hair over one shoulder, I spin around to present my back to Lance. Would you mind? Earlier tonight, it took me several minutes to manage the zipper, and I broke a nail on the tiny hook and eye closure.
Oh, sure.
Lance steps closer, the leather of his open belt dragging against the fabric of my dress, his breath a warm caress against the nape of my neck. I swallow heavily as the tips of his fingers brush my skin, lingering for just a moment after the clasp gives way, before pulling the zipper down. The sharp hiss is barely audible over the pounding pulse vibrating inside my ears and the ever-present hum of the pool filter and HVAC unit. The night air is warm, but it's the heat of Lance's bare chest I feel as the edges of my dress split apart. Thank you. The words are a choked rasp. Lance takes a step away from me.
Of course.
My strapless bra and panties are no more revealing than the bikini I wore earlier today, but I still keep my back to him as I wriggle out of my dress, not turning around until I hear a splash. Before he surfaces from his dive, I sit down at the edge and bring my hair forward, over my bra, my calves dangling in the water. After breaking up with Richard, I considered chopping it all off on a whim, but chickened out at the last minute. Now I'm glad I didn't cut it. Lance breaks through the surface in the shallow end, shaking his head like a shaggy retriever. Rivulets of water glisten beneath the light of the moon, streaking down his neck and chest. A Viking Adonis. I press my legs together as he swims back to me, using steady, even strokes with his long arms. "Were you a swimmer?" I ask, when one of his hands grabs the edge of the pool by my thigh.
Yeah. Swimming, sailing, water polo, crew. Anything in the water, really.
I smile. Very Viking-esque. He belts out a laugh, his full mouth parting to reveal those Colgate commercial teeth.
No longboats, I'm afraid.
Shh, a girl can dream.
Rowing is a dream-worthy activity?
In my mind, I have a sudden vision of Lance's calloused hands gripping a heavy oar, his thick thighs bracing his weight, his chest glistening with beads of sweat beneath a bright sun, powerful muscles rippling with each stroke. I have a very vivid imagination.
Are you going to get in the pool, or will you just imagine that, too?
I'm working on it. It's a process. He lets go of the edge and pushes off the side, floating into the center. The interior lights are on, and I can see his legs kicking beneath the surface. Are you naked? He shrugs.
You didn't seem to mind last night.
I press the heels of my hands to my eyes. Had I known Lance was awake, I would have gone straight to my room. You're not going to let me forget that, are you? Another grin.
Nope.
I sigh and pull my hands away from my face, bracing myself against the edge and lowering my hips into the water inch by inch, finally letting go and dipping my head back to get my hair wet. I breathe out a deep sigh before pushing off the sidewall, scissor kicking until I'm in the middle of the pool, a few feet away from Lance. There's still a buzz running through my veins, but my mind is clearing. I'm sure I'll regret some, or most, of what I said at the restaurant. Or maybe even getting undressed and swimming with Lance. But tomorrow feels as far away as the stars twinkling high above us. Want to swim a few laps?
Thought you'd never ask,
he quips, then surges toward the shallow end, his wake splashing me in the face. Hey! I race after him, but the cheater has a head start and longer limbs. After a few laps, Lance pulls level with me, slowing his pace so we're moving at the same speed. I wasn't a competitive swimmer in college, but I did swim on my high school team, so I can competently execute a flip turn at each end, not breaking through the surface until I'm halfway to the other side. I don't know how much time passes, and I lose count of the number of laps after 20. But it isn't long until my muscles are buzzing from exertion rather than alcohol. Until my thundering heartbeat and the struggle to keep my breath steady is because of my pace rather than my proximity to Lance. I finally stop, clinging to the ledge at the deep end and panting. Tonight's been fun, and it's been ages since I've just relaxed and let go like this. Regrets or no regrets, I'm having a great time right now. I'll worry about reality and common sense tomorrow.
Hey, Vivian, you lose something?
It takes me a few seconds to turn around, and when I do, I see Lance standing in the middle of the pool holding my bra. Shit! I should have known a strapless bra would never survive those damn flip turns. Throw it to me, I call out. Now that I realize I'm not wearing it, sensation floods my breasts, my nipples furling into tight peaks that savor every ripple of the water.
If you agree to do something for me.
I narrow my gaze at him. I thought you said I drank too much for that. He chuckles.
This isn't for me. It's for you.
Is it embarrassing?
No,
Am I going to regret doing it tomorrow?
I don't think so.
Does it involve getting out of the pool?
No.
There's such a look of anticipation on Lance's face that I decide to go for it. Okay, I'm in. What am I doing? A minute later, I realize that the reason I won't regret it tomorrow is because I already regret it tonight.
Chapter 14. Lance. Absolutely not. You agreed. That was before I knew what I was agreeing to. Have you done it before? Of course not. Vivienne is so absorbed in her own outrage that she doesn't realize her breasts are rising above the surface of the pool with each choked inhale. In the moonlight, her skin is as radiant as alabaster, pale pink nipples capping the lush mounds of her breasts. Come on, never? I'm incredulous. No, until this summer, I've never had a pool all to myself, and I haven't exactly been in the mood. I study her face for signs of deception, but don't see any. All the more reason why you should. And you've decided tonight's the night. Yes, because, quite frankly, I don't know that I've ever met a woman more deserving of an orgasm than you. She makes a strange hiccuping sound in the back of her throat. Sounds like you're admitting you're not capable of giving me one yourself. I bark out a laugh. Oh, I'm more than capable. But you've had too much to drink, and if I touched you tonight, I'd be the one regretting it in the morning. I swam to the side of the pool and put a hand against the water jet. The pressure is perfect. You're really serious, aren't you? 100%. Vivienne lets go of the ledge and begins treading water halfway between me and the edge of the pool. What if I say I don't want to? I look at her seriously. Is that what you're saying? I would never force her or any woman to do anything against their will. Vivienne's movements bring her closer to me, and it's impossible to forget that there's only one tiny scrap of clothing between us. No, I'm sure it would feel amazing, Her fingers close over my shoulder, and it takes all my willpower not to pull Vivienne against my chest. Don't you think you deserve all the orgasms? Her nervous laugh is carried away by the breeze. Well, when you put it like that... She covers her face with her hand, groaning into it. Okay, fine. I'll do it. That's my girl. The possessive endearment slips out of my mouth before I think about what I'm saying. But what really surprises me is that I don't immediately want to take it back. Not realizing how out of character it is for me, Vivienne only says, What should I do? I toss her bra on the pool deck. Take off your panties. Her eyes widen slightly, but then her hands disappear beneath the surface of the water, emerging with a black ball of fabric in her left hand. She throws it beside her bra. Done. I'm going to put my hands on either side of your waist and bring you in front of me, okay? She nods. Okay. Moving slowly, I find the curve of Vivienne's waist with my hands, positioning her so that her back is to me and she's facing the pool wall. We're at a depth where I can stand, but Vivienne can't. I'm going to push you toward the jet. Tell me when you feel it against your lower belly. A moment later, I feel the muscles of her stomach tense. I feel it. Good. Now hold on to the ledge and let your knees drift up and part. A tremble shakes her body just as she whispers, Okay. I'm going to bring you up a bit, and you're going to feel the water pressure making a line straight down. Her gasp tells me when I've hit exactly the right spot. Lance, she squeals. Shh. I drop a light kiss on her shoulder. Just relax. Give yourself over to it. She makes a raspy sound low in her throat. Wanton and needy, it's somewhere between a moan and a groan. I regret taking off my boxer briefs now, because my dick is a steel fucking rod, throbbing feverishly every time it brushes up against Vivienne's wet, satiny skin. Torture. Sweet, sweet torture.
Lance, Lance, Lance. She chants my name, her body going rigid just before she jerks in my grasp, her entire body trembling from the force of her orgasm. I gradually pull her away from the jet so that the water pressure lessens bit by bit. After a moment, I whisper, "Ready for round 2 yet?" She groans, shaking her head. Floating on the surface of the water, her hair sways against my collarbone like strands of silk. "No, I can't. It's too strong. Too much." It's fucking killing me not to slide a hand between her thighs and touch her myself. Feel the slick slide of her pussy, her puffy, swollen folds welcoming me. "You can, and you will," I grit out. I need to hear her chant my name again. Need to hear those mindless moans and gasps and groans. I swirl her boneless body around in the water, making a figure 8 in the shallow end before walking back toward the water jet I chose earlier. This time you're going to roll from 2 into 3. 3? Are you trying to kill me? I promise it'll be worth it. She doesn't say anything, but her thighs part, knees edging upward. "Good girl," I say soothingly, positioning her pussy just a few inches in front of the jet. Her response is immediate. She goes stiff, letting out a sharp cry as the water pressure pummels her clit. This time it's barely a minute before she shrieks my name and jerks within my hold. Instead of moving her, I throw one arm around her waist and cover the water jet with my free hand. She immediately goes limp in my hold. Catch your breath. You're almost there. No, I can't. Her words are practically a sob, and I almost relent. Almost. "Will you try, Vivian? For me?" She doesn't say anything, and I think she's going to refuse me. But finally she jerks her head in a nod and whispers, "For you." Pride slams into me like a mallet hitting bone, the force of it vibrating through my entire body. I drop a kiss on the top of her head. By now her clit must be so swollen and sensitive, even a strong gust of air would make her tremble. I take my hand off the jet and grab one of her knees, pulling it toward her chest so that the water hits at a slightly different angle. Her response is immediate, a sharp, piercing scream as her body writhes in my arms. I only hold her there for a few seconds. That's all she needs. The second I relax my grip, Vivienne surprises me by twisting herself around and wrapping her arms and legs around me, clinging to me like a sexually sated monkey. She tucks her face between my shoulder and chin, her fast breaths little puffs of humid air against my collarbone, her eyelashes fluttering against the skin of my neck. I groan out a curse, my heart pounding unsteadily inside my chest. I want this girl so damn bad, but I can't have her. Not yet. I meander around the pool, locking my arms around Vivienne's waist and counting backward from 1,000 in an effort to distract myself from the fact that my cock is only a few inches from the place it so desperately wants to be. Vivienne's pussy. I'm in the hundreds when she whispers, "You were right. That was amazing." A jolt of pleasure washes through me at her comment, though I would have preferred if she'd said, "You were amazing" instead. Well, now you have something to do when you're here alone. It wouldn't be the same without you holding me. She grows silent for a moment. Is it possible? She's still breathless, and I can't help but wonder if the same dirty thoughts spinning inside my brain are lodged inside hers. I decide to throw caution to the wind. Fuck you from behind while the jet hits you from the front? Vivienne's small hands bunch into fists at my shoulders. Yes. Christ, my cock can't catch a break. Yeah, it's entirely possible. I manage to grit out through clenched teeth. I think I'd like that, she says, her soft laugh cut off by a yawn. Tired? I ask. Exhausted. I'm about to carry her out of the pool when I stop at the bottom of the stairs. Vivienne pulls her head off my shoulders and blinks up at me. What's wrong? Towels. We didn't bring any outside.
She points at a weatherproof trunk set against the house near the sliding glass doors.
I just restocked it with clean ones yesterday.
I grin and climb up the stairs, not setting her down until I reach the trunk. Lifting the lid, I pull out a thick towel and wrap it around Vivian, then take one for myself. We've barely set foot inside the door when we realize it's still uninhabitable. Not only are the paint fumes undiminished, but there isn't a single mattress or piece of furniture in the entire house. We step back outside. I would have been perfectly content to spend the night on a deck chair, but those were returned to the rental company too. We'll go to a hotel.
Now?
I didn't bring a tent and sleeping bags with me. She nudges me in the ribs with her elbow, then points toward 2 trees in a corner of the property.
We don't need them. We can sleep in the hammock.
I follow the trajectory of her finger, noticing the dark smudge between the trees, before looking back at her dubiously. A hammock big enough for me. She digs inside the trunk, throwing a few more towels at me before pulling out 2 tiki torches and a lighter.
It's perfect. We'll set these up on either side to keep away the mosquitoes, not that there are many this close to the water, and we can use our towels as blankets.
Vivienne closes the trunk, grinning.
And yes, the hammock is definitely big enough for a Viking and his conquest.
I lift a brow. Conquest? She flashes an impish smile.
Okay, maybe that's a bit of wishful thinking on my part.
Chapter 15. Vivian. I don't even know how I'm standing right now. My muscles are quivering. My legs are about as steady as half-set gelatin. I've never had 3 orgasms in a row. Heck, I've never had 3 orgasms in 3 days. My head is spinning, my heart is racing, and every inch of me is tingling. Not from alcohol, though. Whatever buzz I had is definitely gone. Absorbed by a full dinner, hour-long swim, and 3 orgasms. And time. It's been at least 2 hours since I drained my second margarita. Not that I'm sober. I am completely drunk on lust and pheromones. And Lance Wells. Once the tiki torches are lit, Lance sits down on the hammock and lies back, lifting his arms and motioning me forward. A few minutes ago, I was tired, but now I'm about to get into a hammock with a Viking. I'm naked. He's naked. Above us, a canopy of constellations. I hesitate for only a second before easing into the sling. My towel comes undone as I stretch out against him, my skin like fire wherever it connects with Lance, which is most of my body. My head is resting on his chest, the steady, sonorous thrum of his heart beating against my cheek. Lance's arm is curved beneath my neck, his fingers wrapped around my shoulders. And the hammock has my entire body pressed against him, from my head to my toes and just about everything in between. We spend a minute or two adjusting the towels to form a multi-layered blanket, and then neither of us says anything. For a long, long time. Finally, I whisper, "Are you sleeping?"
No, I thought you were.
No, I'm wide awake. I shift slightly, my knee edging up, my thigh sliding over his. Lance groans.
Jesus, Vivian, I really, really need you to go to sleep.
I angle my head back so I can look at him. Why?
Why?
He repeats, chuckling.
Because I won't lay hands on an unconscious woman.
You want to lay your hands on me? I keep my voice light, teasing. But the truth is, I absolutely want his hands on me. I want his mouth on mine. And there's another part of him I want inside of me, too. Fuck common sense. I'd rather live out a fantasy.
For a start?
I squirm, trying to alleviate the heat pulsing between my thighs. Lance doesn't groan again, but his jaw clenches and he lets out a deep sigh. I trace the numbers curving over his ribcage with my fingertip, then move to the lattice pattern forming a band around his biceps. Close up, I can see it's not a pattern of interwoven lines, but linked letters and numbers. Tell me about your tattoos.
What do you want to know?
My palm stills on his arm, my thumb idly stroking his inked skin. What do they mean?
That one's the first code I ever wrote.
And this one? I shift my hand to his ribcage.
Location coordinates.
For where?
A cemetery.
I swallow. I'm pretty sure I can guess who is buried there. And the one on your back? Instead of answering me, Lance asks,
Are you always this curious?
I think about all the people I've met this summer, the names I haven't bothered to learn, the conversations I've shut down before they could start. No. I jump back to where we were before I got sidetracked by his tattoos. Why can't we? Start, I mean. His eyes lock onto mine.
You know why.
Lance, I drank 2 tequila shots and 2 margaritas. I had a little buzz at dinner that made me say a few things I probably wouldn't have otherwise, but I'm certainly not drunk now. And I want you to touch me. He blinks, that jaw clenching and unclenching as he considers what I've said, what I'm asking for. And I think it's worked, that he'll relent. But then he frowns and looks away, back up at the sky.
If you still feel the same tomorrow, then I'm all yours.
Disappointment slaps me in the face, the sting so harsh that tears spring to my eyes. In the restaurant, Lance wondered why I didn't just ask Richard for what I wanted. Now, after screwing up my courage to do just that with him, he turns me down flat. I'm tempted to get out of the hammock right now. Grab a blanket from the house and sleep on the pool deck or in the front seat of Lance's car. Maybe I should just pack my things and leave. But where would I go? I don't know anyone in the Hamptons that sticks around during the week, besides Seth, and I'm not about to tell him that I'm lusting after his client. And I don't want to leave. Not this house or this man. But I'm not quite ready to give up on what I want either. In the pool, you asked me to do something for you, and I did.
Technically, it was for you.
That wasn't the premise. Do something for me, is what you said. Meaning you.
What's your point?
I'd like you to do something for me.
Now?
Yes. He shifts to face me again.
What are you asking for?
Are you saying yes?
Maybe.
Lance, come on. I did what you wanted in the pool.
Do you regret it?
His straightforward question is softened by the concern swirling inside his gaze. Not even a little bit. The tightness of his features eases.
Fine. Then yes, I'll do it within reason.
I don't bother protesting the qualifier he's added, because what I'm about to ask for is perfectly reasonable. I want a goodnight kiss.
No.
Yes. He exhales a sigh and presses his lips to my forehead for a moment before pulling back.
There. Good night.
That was a kiss you'd give a 4-year-old. It doesn't count.
Vivian, you are playing with fire here.
Good, I shoot back. I want fire. I want excitement. And if you've been listening to anything I told you tonight, you'd understand why. A flicker of something crosses his face. Empathy, maybe. But then he angles himself further, shifting so that the front of his body is flush with mine. My breasts are pillowed against his pectoral muscles, my knees edging between his legs, the hard length of him like a hot poker against my belly. Proof of his desire. I asked for this, but it's obvious he wants me too. One hand weaves into my damp hair, fingers cupping the curve of my scalp. Lance's other hand brushes the line of my cheekbone, his thumb sweeping over my lips. Our faces are so close that my exhale becomes his breath. His exhale becomes mine.
This is what you want, Vivian.
His voice is a throaty rumble, a gritted husk of sound that makes me shiver. I manage the slimmest of nods, my whispered, yes, barely more than a sigh. Lance inclines his head, his forehead resting against mine exactly where he kissed me a minute ago, the tips of our noses touching. I close my eyes as another tremor blows through me like hot wind across the beach, bits of sand and salt water trapped in the air abrading my skin, amplifying every sensation.
I've wanted to kiss you since I pulled you against me half a second before you almost fell into that fire you started.
I open my mouth to protest. It was Lance's fault I lost my balance, after all. But he shakes his head, our noses brushing against each other. Eskimo kisses.
And maybe we were both standing a little too close to the fire because, I swear, when my hand closed over your wrist, when your body touched mine, I heard a sizzle.
I can barely swallow past the heavy knot wedged deep within my throat, a tangle of want and awe. And there's an ache in my chest and between my legs. I need Lance to kiss me, to touch me, to soothe me. I've known this man for less than 48 hours, and I want him more than my next breath. How is that possible? But it is. It is. Because I do. Lance has awakened a part of me I didn't know existed. A wild, wanton, reckless part of me that wants what she wants now, not in 2 months. Not with a geographically convenient, socially acceptable guy whose history I know as well as my own. I want Lance. And I want him now. To hell with my list. To hell with my rules. Where have they gotten me, after all? Here, in a hammock, with Lance. So maybe I'm right where I'm supposed to be, with exactly the right person.
Look at me, Vivian.
My eyelids flutter open and I'm falling, maybe even drowning, in twin pools of melted butterscotch.
I'm going to give you your kiss. A goodnight kiss. And then you're going to fall asleep. No more talking, no more asking. Because I swear to God, my willpower is hanging by a thread. And the first time I explore your body will not be in a fucking hammock that was probably installed by a drunk kid after a keg stand. Do you understand?
Desire pelts me like rain, each drop absorbed into my bloodstream until my body is swollen with it, full to bursting. Yes. One corner of Lance's mouth quirks up, and I see the slice of his dimple for a split second before he angles his head to the side and presses his lips to mine. That sizzle he mentioned, I feel it too. An energy so intense it burns. Every nerve in my body erupts in a riot of stimulation, an onslaught of lust. Lance is kissing me, and my body is celebrating. New Year's Eve and 4th of July fireworks blaze against my closed eyelids, every cell and synapse exploding with color and light. His tongue glides against the seam of my mouth, seeking entrance. I moan again as his tongue tangles with mine. He tastes so good. So good. Lance's hand fists in my hair, tugging with just the perfect amount of pressure. I relax into his hold as our breaths collide, air that we've created together. Our kiss deepens, mouths opening wider, tongues rhythmically exploring. Lance makes a sound deep in his throat. Not a groan, exactly. More like a satisfied growl. It's possessive and visceral. Sexy as hell. His free hand rides the ladder of my spine until his fingers are curved over my ass, squeezing and manipulating my flesh as I'm brought even harder against him. My hips buck instinctively, desperate to ride the pulsing thickness pressing into my belly. There is a hollow space between my legs that needs to be filled, to be claimed, conquered by this Viking. But it's not to be. Not tonight. Lance ends our kiss abruptly, wrenching his mouth from mine. I gasp at the suddenness of it, unable to hold back a whimper of disappointment. His breaths are heavy, chest heaving, and when I dare to look at his face, it's pained. Lance, I begin, not knowing what I should say after his name. I have no idea how I'm going to live with him after this. What we just did, the way my body reacted to what we just did, feels like a blaze I'm not sure I can control. Just because something is unplanned, unexpected, and more than a little unconventional, doesn't mean it can't work out for the best, right? Sure, if I examine all the little pieces of him, of us, they're like a cloud of little red flags. Before tonight, I was merely attracted to him. I mean, who wouldn't be? But now I actually like him. And it feels like he likes me, too. If he didn't, wouldn't he be pushing me to have sex right now? Taking what he wants from a willing, very willing woman? So maybe, just maybe, Lance likes me, too.
Good night, Vivian.
Lance's words ring with finality, but his stare? It's a little uncertain, too.
Chapter 16. Lance. 60 days until Labor Day. Milky morning light is just beginning to seep through the trees overhead when I wake up. Vivian is cocooned against me, her hair cascading over my shoulder and pooling against my neck. The breeze has strands swaying over my skin. If we were in a bed, I would roll over and stare at her, study the expression on her face, the geography of her sprawled limbs, the pattern of sun and shadow on her skin that shifts with the wind. But there is no way to extricate myself without waking Vivian up too, and I'm not enough of a masochist to deprive myself of the pleasure of her naked body draped over mine. I already deprived myself of enough last night. That kiss. That motherfucking kiss. The simple four-letter word isn't enough to describe what that was. One kiss shouldn't make me feel like I'm being pulled through a vortex, spinning and spinning with only the woman in my arms to cling to. One kiss shouldn't make me want to savor and devour and consume the woman in my arms. But Vivian makes kissing, something I've done thousands of times with plenty of women, feel new, different, deeper. What am I going to do with you, Vivian? I whisper the words softly, not intending them to actually be heard. But I feel her smile grow against my chest, and she shifts her head back to look up at me, blinking sleepily. For starters, you can kiss me again. For starters. I like that. Open-ended. Plenty of room for improvisation. I slide my arm further beneath her, shifting her so that she's lying on top of me, the ends of the hammock jutting up on either side of us. Vivian's lips are sweet and ripe, her tongue playful. Her red hair falls over me in a silken curtain, swaying against my face. I know this can only go so far. I don't have a condom, but Vivian's legs are straddling mine, her naked pussy just inches from my painfully swollen cock. I wanted her last night, and I want her even more now, which makes it next to impossible not to shift my hips up and slide her body down. My hands rove over her smooth skin, from her shoulders down her spine, along the curve of her waist and the rounded globes of her ass. Kissing Vivian is like exploring a new world. New sights and tastes and textures, a new language to decipher. All those sighs and moans and groans. The little hitches of her breath, the myriad ways she says just one word. My name. I don't want to admit it, don't even want to think it, but this is a girl I could fall for. She might have reminded me of Missy at first, but I was entirely wrong about that. Vivienne isn't looking for a sugar daddy to take care of her. She's working her ass off, and what a fine ass it is to take care of herself. Most of my closest friends have found someone who makes their lives better, happier, more complete. Tripp has Jolie, Tristan has Raina, and Nash has Nixie. But Bryce is still screwing every puck bunny that lands in his lap, and Holt is bouncing around all over the world, hooking up with whoever he meets while they're vacationing at one of his family's hotels. They both say they're living the dream. I'm still not sure which path is meant for me, but right now the woman in front of me just feels right. I place my hands on either side of Vivienne's face and end our kiss. Her clover-colored eyes are dreamy and unfocused as she blinks at me, confusion in the pout of her lips and the furrow between her brows. You said if I still wanted you in the morning, I could have you. I chuckle at her plainly spoken words, confident there's no ulterior motive behind them. Do you? Yes, Lance. Are you going to make me beg? She punctuates the question with a roll of her hips, her pussy grazing the crown of my cock. I bite down on a groan and fist a hand in her hair, tugging just enough to watch her eyes darken with desire. I just might. Well then, please, Mr. Wells, pretty please will you finish what you started last night? She nibbles on her lower lip, her tone husky and teasing. Of course, if you promised something you can't deliver, maybe... A growl creeps up my throat. Oh, I'll deliver all right. I pull her face back down to mine, invading her mouth with a searing kiss as I run my fingers between the crack of her ass, then lower, my fingers slipping easily inside her damp folds. She gives a sigh of pleasure, arching her back to allow me better access. I pull my hand away, slapping her ass twice on each cheek for her impertinence. And from the way she grinds her hips against me, she likes it. Yeah, I could definitely fall for this girl. And then, I do. There is no warning, no groan of trees or snap of a metal clasp. 1 minute we're firmly cocooned inside the hammock, the next we're airborne, weightless, and the next we're slammed to the ground. Thankfully, Vivienne lands on top of me, so I bear the brunt of it. Are you okay? I ask, feeling her body for any sign of injury. Me? I'm fine. What about you? She rolls off me, peering beneath my head. Did you hit anything? A rock or something? Satisfied that she isn't hurt, I sit up. We were only a few feet off the ground, and the rich soil is covered by a thick carpet of grass. I'm fine, too. Vivienne grabs one of the towels we used to cover ourselves last night and wraps it around her shoulders. Are you always so injury-prone? First the broken glass, now the hammock. This house isn't exactly rolling out the welcome mat for you. I shrug. That's one way to look at it. What's another? It kept us from doing something we shouldn't. At the flash of hurt that streaks across Vivienne's face, I reach for her hand and pull her to standing. Condoms, Red. I don't have any on me. Her frown quickly transitions into a shy smile. Oh, okay. Come on, let's go check out the house. The painter said we could open the windows and air it out this morning. In a few hours, I'll have my choice of beds to fuck Vivienne on. Not to mention all the other things that will be arriving today. Tables and chairs and couches, plus the freshly painted walls I wouldn't mind backing her up against. That enormous tub I cleaned myself, and so many options. My house looks nothing like it did 2 days ago. Everything is neutral, with clean lines and a modern feel. In the kitchen, the cheap plastic table has been replaced with a one-of-a-kind piece of carved walnut. Instead of a lumpy sectional in the living room, now I have a deep, tufted sofa studded with pewter nailheads, an armless bench, and a pair of leather chairs. My office is fully functional, with an enormous executive desk, several bookcases, and an inviting seating arrangement. Upstairs, the master bedroom is a retreat I can't wait to explore. Unfortunately, Vivian and I won't be testing out the king-sized mattress right away. After I finish signing paperwork and tipping the delivery guys, I find her in one of the smaller bedrooms down the hall. Hair done, makeup on, dressed like she's going somewhere. And she is. You can't call out? Maybe an injury sustained during an unfortunate fall from a hammock? Her laugh is like wind chimes, gently tinkling through the house. They're counting on me. I can't just flake at the last minute. Oh, come on, there's got to be someone at the restaurant who can cover for you. Christ, am I begging? I'm not working at the restaurant. There's a pop-up shop opening this weekend, and they've hired me to coordinate the setup. A pop-up shop? I have no idea what she's talking about. A temporary store. Basically, if a designer or retailer notices a vacant storefront, they ask the landlord to lease the space for a short time. A week, a month, maybe a season. The landlord gets cash, the designer can test out new products or a location they're not sure about, and consumers get a taste of something new. Her eyes slide away from mine to frown at the bed. Walking across the room, she begins rearranging the pillows. It's a win-win. Coming up behind her, I slide my hands around her waist and pull her toward me. Sounds like a lose-lose for me. Well, they're great for me. The pay is decent, and I can photograph them for my portfolio. I have another one booked for next week. She turns inside my arms, her wide smile making my pulse pound. That reminds me, I'd like to take a few pictures of the house once it's all accessorized and everything. Accessorized? She's speaking an unfamiliar language, and it's hard to focus on her words when all I want to do is kiss the gloss right off her lips. Artwork, vases, rugs, kind of like ornaments on a tree, you know? There's no such thing as a naked Christmas tree. Still no idea, although there's nothing wrong with naked in my opinion. But when Vivian's smile starts to falter, I nod like I do. Absolutely. Accessorize, photograph. Go for it. Vivian rolls her eyes. I should really ask your friend first. It's his house, after all. Would you mind giving me his contact information so I can reach out to him directly? He's pretty laid back. I'll run it by him while you're working, and if he has any concerns, I'll give you his number. She makes a little squeak of happiness and wraps her arms around me. Our kiss starts playfully, but quickly turns into something else altogether. Vivian is soft and warm and yielding. Her hands climb up my back, fingers plowing into my hair until it feels like she's cradling my skull in a precious grip. Like it might break, like there's something fragile about our kiss, about us. There's not a fragile bone in my body, but I know exactly what she's doing and why, and I wish I knew how to make all this uncertainty go away. But I can't, because I feel it too. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. I've been burned before, and I'm not sure I want to stand so close to the flames again. I end the kiss gradually, with a very disgruntled growl, but I take solace in the blissed-out look on Vivian's face. Her eyes are all soft and unfocused, her lips pouty and swollen. Come on, I'll drive you to the pop store. She laughs. Pop-up? Whatever, as long as I can pick you up when you're done, I don't give a fuck what it's called.
Chapter 17. Vivian. Hey there, sorry I'm late, I say, feeling almost giddy as I slide into Lance's car. He's been on my mind all night. I've been dying to talk to Savannah about Lance, but she's still away, and this isn't the kind of conversation I want to have over text or while she's distracted with work. When she's in the research phase of a book, she's totally consumed. And I barely know the women I worked with today. The shop was sort of an upscale pet store, and we made idle chit-chat as we unwrapped doggy beds and kitty houses, organic treats, and handmade sweaters. It didn't seem appropriate to say, apropos of nothing, so there's this hottie I'm crushing on, and I don't know what to do about him. I had no idea what to expect when I got into his car tonight. Would Lance slide me onto his lap so we could make out in the front seat? Would he talk dirty to me all the way home and tear my clothes off in the driveway? Would we go skinny dipping in the moonlight again? Anything is possible in the Hamptons. Including, apparently, nothing. When I glance over at Lance, I realize why. He's sleeping. For a moment, I just look at him. The overhead light is still on, illuminating the ruggedness of his features. The sharp jut of his cheekbones, the wiry blonde hairs of his brows, the full slash of his mouth over a cleft chin. In sleep, he's relaxed, almost boyish. There is no insolent smirk, no brazen stare. My Viking looks so peaceful. The interior light dims, though the streetlights still provide a waxy, yellowing glow. After only a minute, he stretches, all those muscles rippling and flexing. Yum.
Why didn't you wake me up?
I was perfectly content admiring the view. It's okay. I'm not in any rush. Lance's hand snakes around my neck, pulling me close, and I melt. This is what I've wanted all night. Our mouths meet, and for a second, we both inhale at the same time. I angle my head to the side, feeling his tongue sweep along my mouth, tasting me. And then his phone ruins it. God, I hate his phone. Do you need to get that? I whisper. Lance's response is to work his fingers into my hair, tightening his grip on me and deepening our kiss. But his phone keeps chirping. Lance releases me, starting the car, and I ease back into my seat.
To be continued.
He pulls onto the street, making it 2 whole blocks before the phone starts chirping again. The screen on the console flashes with a name. Nash. Take it, I say, feeling Lance's anxiety rising. I don't mind. He taps a button on his steering wheel, and a voice comes through the Bluetooth speakers like a crack of thunder on a dry day.
Network tech just got hit with a ransomware demand. We're days away from... Slow down, I'm in the car.
Lance glances over at me.
And I'm not alone.
Nash, or whoever is on the other end of the call, barely pauses.
I need you and your best team in Nebraska ASAP. I have a plane gassed up and waiting for you at the private airfield in West Hampton and another sitting on the tarmac in San Jose.
Have you heard? Savannah's question is a screech, the words all blending together as I unlock the front door. It's nearly midnight. I'm alone, and Lance is on his way to Nebraska. So much for our night together. Heard what? I've been dying to talk to her about everything, but now I'm instantly on alert. We grew up on the same street. Our parents are friends. Savannah could be talking about the engagement announcement of a former frenemy she saw on Instagram, or my father having a heart attack on the front lawn. The house! Seth just sent a group message saying there's been a scheduling issue and our house is no longer available. He's moving us to Quag! He's refunding our money, but that's not what's important. Quag, Vivian! That's not the Hamptons. So have you heard? I didn't see your name in the message. I pause for a second, waiting to see if she'll interrupt again. I sigh. Yeah, I heard. I've been so wrapped up in Lance that I've barely given any thought to how the share house situation would impact Savannah. Crap, I'm such a shitty friend. I'm sorry, it happened really fast. You knew? Did Seth tell you? Yeah, kind of. I hear the pop of a bottle being opened. Probably one of those horrid kombucha drinks she lugs out here every weekend and then keeps in the back of the fridge, writing her name on the bag in enormous block letters, as if anyone would want them. Spill it, Viv! I don't even know where to begin. But I do, starting with Lance surprising me in the yard and ending with Seth's text, and leaving out Lance's tendency to lose track of his towels. Apparently, Seth rented the house to him, too. Wait, setting aside that this guy showed up out of nowhere and proceeded to help you scrub toilets, I don't understand what the problem is. If there's not enough beds, we'll just squeeze an air mattress somewhere. I can't help but laugh at the image of Lance blowing up his own bed and sleeping next to a ping-pong table. No, he didn't buy a share in the house. He rented the entire place for the rest of the summer. The whole house? Just for himself? Jeez. I can hear her mentally calculating how much that must have cost. Fine, he's rich, but why does his agreement with Seth trump ours? That's not fair at all. I run a hand through my hair. Life isn't fair. What's it like? What's what like? The new house. You're there now, right? It sucks that we're in Quag, but Seth didn't shove us in some dump, did he? My pulse kicks up. I don't know, actually. Oh my God, did you quit? Did Seth fire you? Are you back at your parents'? This conversation would be so much easier if we were having it in person. None of the above. I'm still in Southampton. Savannah draws a sharp breath. Wait a minute. Are you staying there? With the guy who stole our house? His name is Lance, and he didn't steal the house. Seth screwed up. It's not Lance's fault. Whatever. She brushes me off. I just don't understand. What are you doing there? Exactly what I did before. Taking care of the house. And no. You're living with a guy you just met for the summer. I've been living with strangers for the past month. That's different, and you know it. She pauses and takes a gulp of whatever noxious concoction she's drinking this week. Tell me about him, this house thief. Lance. I hesitate. He's nice. And I was trying to tell you he hired me to fix up the house. What's there to fix? You've been there all summer. The place is gorgeous. The house itself is gorgeous, but it looks like what it is, a share house for a bunch of drunk adults trying to relive their college days. And Lance wants you to make it look like something out of a magazine? I'm grinning. Yes, and I'll be able to take pictures of it for my portfolio. Savannah, this is huge for me. On my own, I would never get a job like this. You were absolutely made for a job like this. It's going to be gorgeous. And Lance and his boyfriend had better tell all of their friends about their new genius interior designer. A laugh breaks free from the tightness in my chest. What boyfriend? Come on. Lance has to be gay, right? Wanting a place he's renting for 2 months done to the nines? Asking you to stay with him and not hitting on you? Well, technically, it's not for Lance. The owner... Viv! Oh my God! I've been so thrown by this whole house thing, I didn't notice the way you say his name. Lance? Yes, it's like those 5 letters make you smile. I touch my lips, feeling them curve beneath my fingertips. Well, what? Does he make you smile? As I hear Savannah's laptop chime with a series of notifications, I think, yeah, he does. I'm about to tell her everything, but Savannah says, Shoot, I have to go, but you are not off the hook. I want to hear all the details. In the meantime, just tell me his last name. You are not cyber-stalking him. Vivian, Google is your friend, and so am I. This is what friends do, she admonishes. Don't you want to know if you're living with a criminal or a billionaire? Are those the only 2 options? You wouldn't need options if you Googled him. You would know. Savannah, this summer is about me, not a guy. Me. She sighs. Fine. Will I see you this weekend, or will you be busy dusting Lance's shelves? Very funny. Drop your stuff at the new place in Quag and then come over. You can help me Windex the mirrors. Chapter 18. Vivian. 58 days until Labor Day. Holy shitballs, Batgirl! Savannah throws herself onto the living room couch and gazes up at the enormous fan made of reclaimed wood I had installed yesterday. I can't believe what you've done with the place. I feel a little thrill of pride run through me, even though I'm not even close to finished. Truthfully, it isn't hard to make this house shine. I've kept things fairly neutral and tailored, and now I'm just adding texture by upgrading the lighting and fixtures. Over the next few weeks, I'll layer in the finishing touches, artwork and accessories. Thanks, Savvy. So, what did you say Lance's last name was? Very funny, I didn't, and you know it. She sticks her tongue out at me. You know, I tried getting it out of Seth, and he acted like he was guarding a state secret. Just tell me, is he a celebrity, a professional athlete, a politician? She sucks in a breath. Is he married? No, none of the above. He owns a cybersecure... Savannah cuts me off. Say no more. He's a suit, isn't he? I think of the clothes I've seen Lance wear. Dark jeans, crisp button-downs, khaki shorts, polo shirts. I bet he'd wear the hell out of a suit. Yep. Damn! I was really starting to get invested in this one. A laugh leaves my lungs as I set 2 glasses of iced tea down on the shagreen cocktail table, using coasters, of course. Yeah, that's my problem, too. I sink into the chair opposite Savannah and cover my face in my hands. Ugh, what is it with me falling for guys I really shouldn't? You tell me, Savannah asks wisely, and I shoot her an annoyed look. Don't use your interview voice with me. I'm not one of your research subjects. I'll have you know that this interview voice is responsible for some pretty incredible breakthroughs. Like, last week, I was talking to a woman who witnessed her own father murder her mother when she was a little... Now it's my turn to cut her off. Stop right there. True crime is not my jam. Remember that podcast you made me listen to a few years ago? I still have nightmares about it. Okay. I won't tell you about my work, but I do want to hear more about what's going on with you and Lance. She looks around. Where is he, by the way? Nebraska. Will he be mad I'm here? The possibility hadn't occurred to me when I invited Savannah over. I don't think so. She takes a slow sip of her iced tea. Good. Now, tell me more about him. About you and him. There's not much to tell. Not yet, anyway. We only spent 1 night together. Well, 1 night and 2 days. But I tell Savannah about it all, even the parts I either skated over or didn't get to when we spoke the other night. Nearly setting me on fire, cleaning the bathrooms, walking in on him naked, our dinner, my tequila-fueled oversharing, what happened in the pool, what didn't happen in the hammock. It broke? Just like that? I nod glumly. Just like that. So then what happened? We aired out the house, the furniture trucks arrived, and then I had to go to work. After that, she says impatiently. You saw him after you got back, right? Only for a few minutes. He picked me up. He picked you up? Like, from work? Yeah. He's funny about me getting back here at night. Funny how? Protective or possessive? There's a big difference. It's not creepy. I don't know. He has a thing against taking cabs for some reason. Savannah makes a soft grunt. Honestly, I can't blame him. Remember that case I told you about? The killer cabbie? I don't even like getting into taxis by myself anymore, and that guy is locked up for life. Maybe Lance heard about it, too. Oh, it was horrible. He killed at least 6... I slap my palms against my ears. Hey! I wait until I see Savannah's mouth stop moving before letting my hands drop. Anyway, he picked me up, but then he got a work call and he had to go. To Nebraska. Yep. So, explain to me why you think this guy should be off limits. He sounds fan-freaking-tastic to me. I'm just worried I'm repeating the same mistakes with Lance as I did with Richard. He got me this job, and now we're living together. If things go south, I'll be out on my ass with nothing again. In the hammock, I pushed all that aside and decided to go for it. But since then, I'm not so sure. Is Lance like Richard? No. I mean, there are a few things that are similar, but like what? Just the way they carry themselves, like they're totally comfortable in their own skin. She barks out a laugh. Richard! No way! He is one of the least confident men I've ever met. He puts on a good front, though. I was just in Texas, and they have the perfect expression for it. All hat and no cattle. Savannah has a thing for quirky idioms she picks up from her travels. Really? A frown of confusion burrows between my eyes. Yes, and I'll bet that's why he treated you like the hired help. You're smart and creative, and everything you've achieved, you've done all on your own. Meanwhile, Richard is a glorified pencil pusher who only has a job because Mommy and Daddy own the company. That's not true, I disagree. Richard might not have inherited the design talent of his parents, but he's incredibly organized and efficient. He never missed a single detail, and Abbott Interiors was only able to grow at the pace it did because Richard made sure the bills were paid on time. Vendors and contractors were held accountable for their budgets and timelines, and clients were kept informed of every aspect of their projects. He's the glue that holds that company together. Oh, honey, Savannah shakes her head. No one remembers the glue, only the stars. For a moment, I feel a ripple of sympathy for Richard. Savannah's right. Richard will never be featured in Architectural Digest or the style section of the New York Times, like his parents often are. And maybe that's what he craves. Recognition. And the financial rewards that come with it. Abbott Interiors is successful, and Richard is compensated well. But there were times when I could see his cool smile falter, and something like envy twist his lips instead. He might be able to rent a house in the Hamptons, but definitely not an oceanfront property like this, and not for 2 whole months. Look. Savannah draws my attention back to her. Don't throw up a wall with Lance because of your douche of an ex. And besides, Lance isn't actually paying you. You're doing him and his friend a huge favor by making this house into a knockout. The way I see it, you two are even. And if this guy's as amazing in bed as he was in the pool, it would be a tragedy not to spend the rest of the summer enjoying every minute.
Chapter 19. Lance. 59 days until Labor Day. Most of my work with Risk Taker can be handled remotely, but not all of it. Some situations require a more personal touch. And with Tripp juggling a wife, an almost teenaged daughter, and a new baby, that person is me. The situation in Nebraska took 2 days to resolve, but the ransomware attack was foiled, and network tech systems are running smoothly once again. I arrive back in the Hamptons, where Tripp and Jolie are waiting for me. "I'm dying to hear all about your new girlfriend," Jolie says as I get into the back seat of their Range Rover, which isn't nearly as roomy as it should be, especially with the car seat buckled behind Tripp. Ken Kendrick, one of the richest men in the country, is hosting a barbecue at his estate in East Hampton today, and he's our first choice to join the newly established board of the Risk Taker Foundation, the charitable initiative Tripp and I launched a little over a year ago, which so far has only 3 members, Tripp, Jolie, and me. To expand our pilot program nationwide, we need a team of wealthy and well-connected philanthropists to join us. There's not much to tell. And Vivian's hardly my girlfriend, though after implying to Tripp that she was more than just an expected arsonist inhabiting my house, I've definitely warmed to the idea. "Where's she from? How'd you two meet? What's she like? Come on, I've barely left the house all week, and my most interesting conversation today was the hour I spent on the phone with my lactation consultant talking about Joey's nipple confusion. Help a girl out, would you?" "For fuck's sake, Jolie, you know I adore you, but I want to hear about your nipples about as much as you want to hear about my balls." She laughs.
I'll trade you no more nipples for a rundown on your new girlfriend. What's her name?
Vivienne.
Vivienne. I like the sound of her already. Keep going.
How much longer until we get to the Kendricks? I ask Tripp pleadingly. You have about 6 minutes before you're free.
Jolie adds, quit stalling.
Do I even know enough about Vivienne to fill 6 minutes? We met through my real estate agent. She's helping me with the house.
Helping you how?
She picked the paint colors, furniture. She's making it look nice.
Your girlfriend is an interior designer?
I think so. Exactly.
You hit the jackpot, Lance. When can we meet her?
Hey, Tripp cuts in. Is she staying with you? We could swing by to pick her up. It's no problem. No, she already had plans, I say quickly. Even if Vivienne is free tonight, it will be obvious I'm stretching the truth. Cough. Outright lying. Cough. Before we pull out of my driveway.
Oh.
Jolie makes a disappointed sound as we stop at the gated entrance of the Kendrick estate, the engine idling while a security guard in a white polo, khaki pants, and a side-holstered Glock checks our IDs. Once we're waved through, I count half a dozen similarly attired men patrolling the perimeter of the hulking, Nantucket-style behemoth where Ken Kendrick and his wife spend most of their summer weekends. I'm sure there are more guards inside and at the rear of the house as well. Besides the combined wealth of their invited guests, the Kendricks' art collection is worth billions. 2 servers stand sentry inside the front door, one holding a tray of champagne flutes, the other copper mugs. Jolie goes for the champagne, while Tripp and I each accept a Moscow Mule, then continue into the heart of the house, where double sets of French doors have been flung open to a vast stone patio and manicured garden. There are plenty of people inside, but most are congregated outside, taking full advantage of the afternoon sun and priceless ocean view. Kendrick is holding court on the patio, but he breaks off when the 3 of us walk up. Jolie and Tripp, so good to see you.
His eyes, dark and wide-set on his broad face, flick to me.
And is this the Wunderkind from the West Coast I've heard so much about?
I extend my hand.
Wunderkind's a mouthful.
My friends call me Lance. We make small talk for a few minutes before Jolie gets stolen away by one of her friends.
Ken says, word on the street is that Risk Taker is getting to be more than just a powerhouse on the cyber scene. I've been hearing that you're doing some pretty incredible things in the city. Ever think about expanding your reach?
Tripp and I share a glance. Actually, that's exactly what we're hoping to do. He gestures toward a nearby seating area.
I'd like to hear about it.
Not so fast. A beautiful blonde squeezes Ken's shoulder, a diamond the size of a golf ball nearly blinding me. You promised no business talk today. Remember what the doctor said. Less stress, more relaxation.
We're talking philanthropy, not business.
Even worse. You'll give yourself another heart attack competing with Gates and Buffett for most charitable billionaire.
He makes a grating chuckle. I'm not that bad.
You are, and you know it. The blonde turns to me and introduces herself as Ken's wife. Not that I had any doubt. She's clearly the 2.0 version and is at least half his age. Did I hear you say you're new to the Hamptons?
I decide not to share that I spent the first 16 years of my life a few miles and a world away from here. My very first weekend, actually.
Her expression brightens. Babe, I need to steal him from you. I have to introduce him to all my girlfriends.
Ken frowns. So you get to play matchmaker, but I can't talk business?
I thought you were talking philanthropy,
she says with a toss of her head as she slips her arm through the crook of my elbow. I let her drag me a few feet before schooling my face into a rueful expression. Actually, I'm seeing someone. But it doesn't have the intended effect. Undaunted, Kitty barely blinks.
Is she here?
No, she couldn't.
Her loss, then.
She tugs at me, breasts that could double as flotation devices rubbing my biceps. 2 hours later, I'm back in the Rover with Tripp and Jolie. That fucking sucked, I mutter as he shifts into drive. Kitty Kendrick made me her personal pet project, introducing me to every single female and several very interested wives at the party. I barely had the chance to speak with Ken or any of the other Wall Street legends he'd invited for longer than a few minutes at a time, and never without a woman hanging off my arm. Tripp chuckles. I probably should have warned you. It's never a good idea to come alone to these things. I didn't. I came with you two. Like a third wheel. Jolie yawns. And next time you'll bring Vivienne. I'm swallowing my frustration with a beer when I hear the front door open, the slap of flip-flops on tile. Vivienne rounds the corner, coming into the kitchen wearing a tiny tank top and white shorts, the hair escaping from one of her messy buns held back by a pair of sunglasses perched on her head. Welcome home, I say, realizing the truth. She's made this house feel like a home to me already. But Vivienne clearly isn't expecting me. She jumps half a foot, dropping one of the grocery bags she's carrying as her hand flies to her chest. Jesus, you scared me. Tomatoes scatter across the kitchen floor like balls across a pool table. Sorry, I offer, collecting the fruit back into the bag, though I know the grin on my face doesn't match the apology. Vivienne looks damn good, scared or not. Definitely better than any of the women I met today. All fake tans and fake smiles. She sets the other bag on the countertop and eyes my distinctly Hamptons attire. Did you just get back? A few hours ago. I was at a barbecue. There hadn't been a burger or bowl of potato salad in sight, although a Michelin-rated chef had grilled racks of lamb and Kobe beef sliders. Look at you diving right into the Hamptons social scene. Vivienne turns her back on me and begins unloading groceries. And you? Any more pop-up shops? She laughs. No, just a couple of staging jobs. Staging? I try to imagine Vivienne as some kind of roadie. She stacks a few plastic containers and puts them in the refrigerator. You know, making a house look pretty. Oh, like you've done here. Kind of. Staging is mostly moving around furniture, decluttering, and accessorizing. But don't worry. She shakes a baguette at me. I've been working on this house, too. Wouldn't dream of it. She stows the bread on the counter and starts rinsing peaches, arranging them inside a bowl she slides in front of me. Have one. I picked them up from my favorite farmer's market. They're amazing. I fight a smile as I take one and bite into it. It's nice to be looked after. Completely foreign, but nice. Vivienne hands me a napkin with a smile on her face. What? Just... She takes the napkin back and dabs at the nectar dribbling down my chin. You're making a mess. I plant my feet wide and pull her closer, holding the peach to her mouth. Bite. The fire within her bright green eyes kindles to life. Sweet. Her kiss is sweeter. Miss me? I whisper against Vivienne's lips. You were only gone for 2 nights. I managed. She takes a breath, pushing lightly against my chest. I let her go, watching her putter around the kitchen from beneath heavy lids as I finish the rest of the peach. I met up with a friend yesterday. Savannah, the one who got me this job, actually. She opens the refrigerator door and puts away the last of the groceries. Apparently, Seth found everyone who had been staying here a new place. Savannah said the house is a shack in comparison and there's no pool, and it's in Quag. Quag. I cough. What an asshole. They got their money back, though, right? Yes, but they're all furious anyway. I almost feel bad for Seth. I scoff, looking away from Vivienne to wipe at the ring of condensation my beer left on the countertop. Don't. I feel her gaze on me for another moment, then she folds up the paper bags and stows them in a cabinet. I also went to an outdoor furniture showroom. We haven't talked much about the exterior space, but I have a few ideas if you'd like. Yes. Yes to what? Yes, I'd like to make use of the exterior space, and yes, I'd like to hear your ideas. A smile curves her lips. Really? Of course. I gesture at the rooms behind me. Look at what you've done. Vivienne digs into her purse and pulls out several brochures and a notebook, but before she shows them to me, she hugs them to her chest. Do you want to check with your friend first, to see if it's okay? Confusion pulls at my brows. What friend? The owner. I hope he wasn't too upset by how much everything's cost him already. Oh, right. My friend. The fake owner of my house. He has more money than he knows what to do with, I say. Show me what you've got. Vivienne's concern evaporates as she pushes the bar stool out of her way and stands by my side, fanning the brochures across the stone surface and flipping her notebook open. On a piece of graph paper, she's drawn a scaled plan of the patio and yard. So I was thinking 5 angled lounges here. She unfolds one of the pamphlets and taps on a chair circled in red pen. And then over there... For the next 10 minutes, she takes me through her plans for the pool deck, plus a dining area, gazebo, and fire pit surrounded by chairs. I'm paying attention, but I'm mostly breathing in Vivienne's scent, savoring her husky voice, and sneaking glances at her mouth. Color has risen on her cheeks, and she's speaking with both passion and authority. So, she finishes, what do you think? It's a lot, I know, and I don't expect you to agree with everything. I can definitely scale it down. Take out the... Don't take out a thing, I say, covering her hand with mine. It's perfect. Well, almost perfect. She looks from my face to the graph paper, scrutinizing her plan with a frown for several minutes before looking back up at me. There's no hammock. Confusion gives way to amusement. I didn't think you'd want a hammock after nearly breaking your back. I pluck the sunglasses from Vivienne's head and slide my hands around her waist, interlocking my fingers at the base of her spine. Oh, I want a hammock, but this time I'll install the damn thing myself. She stiffens, uncertainty dimming the brightness of her expression as hesitation flickers in her eyes. But her internal struggle is resolved before I can ask about it, and Vivienne relaxes into my arms. Please tell me you have a tool belt around somewhere, and that you're not opposed to working shirtless. I will if you tell me you've reconsidered that rule about not sleeping with anyone in the house. I have, she grins. It was a stupid rule. A growl crawls up my throat, and I capture Vivienne's lips in a fierce kiss. Looks like a trip to Home Depot is in my future.
Chapter 20. Vivienne. The desire thrumming through my veins is greedy and impatient as Lance climbs the stairs, taking them 2 at a time with me in his arms. Pressed up against his torso, every pulse of his heart taps against my breast like a primal drumbeat. Savannah was spot on. I was still making choices based on my relationship with Richard, still giving him power over me that he never earned and certainly doesn't deserve. This is the summer of me. And if I want to see where things with Lance lead, then that's what I'll do. Lance is like a gift that shows up out of the blue, completely unexpected and utterly irresistible. I want this. I want him. My instinct in the hammock was right. I should just go for it. When we get to the master bedroom, he kicks the door behind him and leans back against it, capturing my mouth in a heated kiss. He tastes like the peach he ate in the kitchen, sweet and tart and delicious. Everything about him is strong and hard and solid. But this kiss, there's a ferocity to the way Lance's mouth explores mine, the way he nips at my lips and sucks on my tongue. My hands slip into his hair, gripping and pulling at the strands I gather inside my fists. And there's a low growl that vibrates inside his chest as it climbs up his throat. I swallow every husky, hungry decibel like a glutton, pulling Lance's audible lust deep into my lungs. It fills me, soothing and stimulating in equal measure. Slowly, his hands lower to palm my ass, kneading the flesh as he allows me to slide down the hard plane of his body. Once the soles of my feet touch the ground, Lance pulls my shirt over my head, then his own, walking me backward until my calves hit the mattress. He drags in a deep breath, his hands settling on my shoulders as his eyes scan my face like searchlights.
Are we good?
Good doesn't even begin to describe how I'm feeling right now. I want Lance. I need his mouth and hands and, dear God, finally, his cock. Yeah, I managed to rasp. We're good. The scrutiny of his gaze fades, replaced by a swirling mix of desire and tenderness. I dissolve in the face of it, my body turning liquid. I fall onto the bed, pulled downward by the gravity of my desire, and brace myself with my palms as I stare up at the hulk of a man before me. The lines of Lance's body are boldly drawn, every ridge and muscle brought to life on a grand scale by an artisan with swagger in every stroke. A moan escapes my throat as Lance pushes a knee between my thighs into the mattress. Because the bed frame is low to the ground and Lance is definitely not, the bulge inside his trousers is directly at eye level. I reach for his waistband, working the button and zipper with clumsy, frantic fingers. They fall to the floor, followed by his boxer briefs. I've seen Lance's dick before, several times, and I've felt the hard bulge of it against me, also several times. But right now I am desperate for a taste of it, of him. Reverently, I cup his balls in my hands, my mouth already open as I bend down to him. There's already a drop of pre-cum at the center of his thick, swollen crown. I lick that first, a salty, viscous pearl that tastes like 3 decades of distilled testosterone, the essence of Lance himself. And then I lick every inch of his shaft, from root to tip, my lips stretched over him, my tongue swirling over all that smooth, hot, sensitive skin. A low groan rumbles from deep inside Lance's chest, his fingers pushing through my hair, loosening the rubber band holding it captive, and grasping mounds of it within his fists. Just as I begin to take him deep inside my mouth, Lance jerks away from my touch and pulls me up. In no time at all, he's stretched out on the bed, flat on his back, and I am lifted, turned, and positioned over him. Literally. My thighs are spread wide on either side of Lance's head, my pussy directly over his mouth. His cock is pointed at my lips, an arrow of lust I'm only too happy to devour. I swear my eyes roll back in their sockets, overcome by the double whammy of Lance's tongues parting my folds, exploring the part of me that's been weeping for him, and his thick crown hitting the back of my throat, then delving deeper. I've never done this, never had a man go down on me while I'm doing the same to him. Pure sensual pleasure spikes through my nerve endings, acting as a shut-off switch inside my brain. There is no thinking in this position. Everything I'm doing is pure instinct. Stroking his cock while pulling his balls into my mouth, sucking each one individually until I manage to accommodate both, releasing them to feast on Lance's cock again, taking it so deep that I can't breathe, I can't see. I'm drowning in pleasure, my pussy convulsing, my throat muscles spasming. My hips grind into Lance's face, his tongue, his teeth, his fingers searching out the most sensitive parts of my body. As his dick begins to jerk inside my mouth, sending streams of liquid heat sliding down the back of my tongue and into my throat, I feel something pressing against my ass. Firmly, insistently. I cleave open for him, my ass clutching at Lance's thick finger. First one, then two. I explode. It's too much. There is no orifice in my body that Lance hasn't breached, no inch of skin he hasn't licked or sucked or bitten. Just when I think I want to curl beside him and sleep for the next decade, he lifts me up, as easily and securely as he did before, like I am a small pet to be played with, to be picked up and stroked and adored. I taste myself on Lance's mouth as he kisses me, a muskiness that's not at all unpleasant, mixed with the lingering sweetness of peach. His mouth is surprisingly tender, almost as if he noticed my brief hesitation in the kitchen and is searching out any lingering resistance, any hidden reluctance. But there is none. My body is exhausted, but not sated, not even close. I still want more. So much more. There is a pulsing between my thighs at my very core that will not be satisfied until Lance is buried deep inside me, I want to be stretched wide by his thickness. I want his crown to kiss my womb. I want to watch his face as he succumbs to the grip of my pussy, the heat of the fire blazing inside of me. I want to melt into him, and him into me.
Chapter 21. Lance. I made a volcano for a school project once. A hard cone with a latent liquid center. It remained dormant until I added the very last ingredient, the reactant. Then everything inside surged to the top, pouring over the sides in a smoky, bubbling mess. Vivienne Radcliffe is my reactant. The additive that makes everything inside me expand until the hard shell of my body can no longer contain it all, literally and figuratively. My dick is already hard again. For her. Because of her. The press of her breasts against my chest, the scrape of her fingernails over the back of my neck, and that low moan of hers that pools inside my ears like liquid honey. Every inch of Vivienne is sweet. I cover her face with kisses, her forehead and nose, the high swell of her cheekbones and the concave hollows beneath. The line of her jaw, the shell of her ear, the subtle jut of her chin. She releases a quiet sigh as I continue downward, along the pulsing vein that leads to her collarbone, and then the sensitive, fluttering valley between. Her breasts are two perfect mounds capped by pale pink nipples, the color at the edge of her areolas barely darker than the skin surrounding it. Groaning, I suck one into my mouth, cupping her other breast in my hand. Vivienne's hips buck against me as I play with her swollen flesh, touching and pinching, biting and licking. Her back arches, her pelvis grinds, her feet kick helplessly against the smooth sheets. I could feast on Vivienne's body until the end of time and never get enough. But there is something we both want. Vivienne is begging me for it with every gasp and whimper, an insistent demand in every breathless "Lance." Finally, I pull away from her long enough to grab a condom from my nightstand drawer. I tear the wrapper with my teeth, sheathing myself in latex as I take a moment to appreciate the woman spread out before me. A riot of red is strewn across the pillow, surrounding Vivienne's head like a fiery crown. Her gorgeous face, molten eyes and swollen pout of a mouth, creamy shoulders, tiny waist, generous breasts rising and falling with each shallow, wanton breath. Vivienne's thighs are spread open, knees falling apart in invitation. Her pussy is bare except for the faintest hint of a landing strip, short, silky curls as red as the hair on her head, and her swollen clit peeks out from between glistening pink folds like a secret waiting to be discovered. Fisting my cock, I drag the tip through her slit, watching Vivienne's face as she feels me against her for the very first time. Fuck, Vivienne, But I stop, because I don't know what to say. I can say she's beautiful, but any mirror would do that. I can ask if she still wants this, but the answer is written all over her face. I can tell her I'm feeling things for her that I've never felt before with anyone, but that would bring the past into this bed. She blinks up at me, a puzzled grin slowly curving her lips. I know, she says. Now shut up and fuck me senseless. Shut up and fuck me senseless. That I can do. The surprised gasp of pleasure Vivienne makes as I push the fat head of my cock into her entrance slams into the base of my spine, radiating tingles to every extremity. Slowly, so slowly, I sink into the sweet clutch of her pussy. Tight and hot and so very wet, it's a heavenly embrace. There is something solemn in the rounding of her lips into an odd O, something spiritual in the way our bodies are finding pleasure in each other. It's intense, exquisite, unexpected. I'm halfway inside her when Vivienne gives a restless roll of her hips. Patience, Red, I say, pressing my hand over the flat slope of her belly to keep her still, the base of my palm just above her clit, my fingers nearly at her belly button. She sinks her teeth into her plump lower lip, drawing it into her mouth, emerald eyes blazing with the same kind of heat that's clutching my cock. Finally, I bottom out inside her. Vivienne moans as her ankles lock behind me. So tight, so perfect. The words are just an audible rasp as I pull out all the way to the tip. Let the senseless fucking begin. With a snap of my hips, I slam back into Vivienne, her flushed face and bouncing breasts a sight I want to see every night for... I stop myself before I think too far into the future. I want to fuck Vivienne in every way, in every room, in every position for the rest of the summer. I move my hand lower until I'm pressing against her clit, the friction of each thrust making her thrash beneath me like a leaf trapped in a windstorm. Thrust by thrust by thrust, I torment her. Because I'm the storm. Vivienne is held captive by me. But there's a storm that originated inside Vivienne herself. A storm that has her quivering and clenching, has her fists clutching at me, at the sheets, at whatever is within reach. She finally gives in to the sheer force of it, succumbing with a sharp cry and then a sweeter sigh. Her toes curl, her back bows off the bed, her thighs clamp down on my still pistoning hips. But it's the expression of satisfaction that comes over Vivienne's face that sends me over the edge, my guttural shout filling the air as I spurt and jerk inside her. The primal urges racing through my veins, ancient instincts to rut and conquer and breed, finally subside as the last of my seed leaves my body. I pull out of her slowly, get rid of the condom, and come back to bed, drawing Vivienne against me, her skin dewy from exertion.
Chapter 22. Vivienne. 53 days until Labor Day. It feels like Lance and I are playing house, living in a magical make-believe life. Since Sunday, I've spent every night in his bed. I fall asleep in his arms, with the hypnotic sound of waves crashing just beyond the windows and a swirling fan overhead. In the morning, or sometimes in the middle of the night, Lance wakes me up with teasing kisses at my neck and a possessive caress at the curve of my hip. Sometimes it's from his scruff dragging over the tender skin of my inner thighs before his mouth latches onto my already weeping sex. Twice, he was already rocking into me from behind before my eyes opened, the rhythm of his thick shaft between my legs mimicking the push and pull of the tide. But always, always, his gruff, still raspy voice is in my ears, whispering deliciously, devilishly dirty things as he unravels me. I cling, I cry, and I come apart. All before sunrise. I've found heaven, and it's right here in the Hamptons. During the day, while Lance is mostly shut in his office, eyes glued to a computer screen, his phone on speaker, I putter around the house and the yard, occasionally taking his car to work, run errands, or check out local shops and artists. We eat dinner together every night, usually outside. And we have sex. Lots and lots of sex. And it is, chef's kiss, amazing. But now it's Thursday, and after spending the afternoon weeding in the garden, I drop a bath bomb in the tub of the master bathroom and fill it with steaming hot water. I settle in, feeling completely content. Then Lance ups the pleasure quotient by deciding to join me. Now my back is pressed to his chest, his legs surround mine, and there are suds up to my collarbone. I am drowning in bliss.
So,
Lance says, as he runs a loofah down the inside of my arm, sending tiny goosebumps rising up along my skin like the wake from a boat.
there's a party Saturday night I'd like to bring you to.
I look over my shoulder to meet his eyes. Really?
Yeah. It's kind of a networking thing for me, but it shouldn't be too bad. A couple hours max.
You're really giving it the hard sell, huh? He shrugs.
Honestly, I'd rather be working or hanging out here with you. But I have a lot of things lined up this summer. Social things. Keep your weekends free for me.
That warm, fluttery feeling in my stomach recedes. I can't do that. I just told the restaurant to put me on weekend shifts. I can join you this Saturday, but starting next weekend, I'll be working Friday, Saturday, and every other Sunday. A frown works its way between Lance's brows.
Tell them you changed your mind.
I pull away from him, warm water rushing to fill the space that's opened up between us. Lance, I'm sorry, but I need the work.
Why now?
What do you mean?
You've been here a month and a half. Why are you only asking for weekend shifts now?
I didn't feel like I could. Once I saw what a typical weekend was like, I knew I needed to stay on site.
What happened on a typical weekend?
The usual for a share house, I guess. Everyone inviting their friends over and friends of friends. Parties with 100 people. Drunken backdives into the shallow end of the pool. Accidentally leaving a shower running or a curling iron on. I didn't want to see anyone get hurt or this gorgeous house ruined. Lance's lips press into a firm line, brackets of irritation forming at the edges of his mouth.
You kept your schedule clear to babysit grown adults acting like idiots, but you won't for me.
I hate the disappointment filling his eyes. But I'm not willing to admit that this house was the first place that felt like home in years. That I'd been entrusted with a job, and my ego was so battered by my failed relationship that I clung to my new responsibilities like a lifeline. I convinced myself that if no one broke their neck or died of alcohol poisoning on my watch, and if this house was still standing at the end of the summer, then I would land on my feet too. Instead, I give him the simplest explanation, shallow and easy to accept. Unlike you, I don't have a black card and deep pockets. On a Saturday, I'll make 5 times what I can make on a Tuesday, and I need the money. It's also true. The clock is ticking for me. I have less than 2 months to earn enough to afford my own place and maybe, hopefully, build a little cushion to make working for myself a possibility. I need to take advantage of every opportunity to make money. I'm having a great time with Lance, but if I don't put myself first, no one else will. And I don't understand why he's making such a big deal out of this. We're living together, for God's sake. I'll still be in his bed every single night.
So what you're saying is you're choosing to be unavailable.
My jaw sags a little as I study Lance's face for signs that he's kidding. Can he really be this obtuse? This isn't exactly a choice for me. If I don't take on more shifts, I'm going to be screwed when Labor Day rolls around, and I don't have a place to live anymore.
Fine, I'll pay you. Call the restaurant and tell them you took a different job.
Pay me? The annoyed look on Lance's face fades, and I can see him warming up to the idea.
Yes. The most valuable asset we all have is time. That's what I'm asking you for, and you're saying you can't afford to give it away for free. So I'll pay you for your time. Problem solved.
My body goes still, my muscles recoiling at his suggestion. What? No, absolutely not, and I can't believe you would even... But I can. He said it himself.
There are some problems money can solve, and when that's the case, I take full advantage.
Lance's hand slides up my arm to curve around my shoulder, his grip possessive and uncomfortable. I shrug him off, water sloshing over the edge of the tub. He sighs like I'm a child having a temper tantrum.
Look, I don't really give a fuck about filling up my social calendar. I'm here for the summer to increase the visibility of a project that means a lot to me. If it didn't, I wouldn't be here.
What does that have to do with me?
Because this place is a meat market. Every time I turn around, someone is trying to set me up. My friends, the wives of colleagues, it's a distraction. A negative variable I'd like to cancel out.
I look at him doubtfully. And showing up to parties with me will do that? He makes a sound that's somewhere between a grunt and a laugh.
It will if you're my girlfriend.
I give a slow blink. Girlfriend. Lance clarifies.
I'll pay you to be my girlfriend.
Whoa. I stand up, water and suds going everywhere as I grab a towel and wrap it tightly around me. Okay, I think we're done here. I'm not...
It's an ideal solution to both our problems.
Too bad. I have a problem with your solution.
You're being unreasonable, Vivian. You want cash. I want you. Agree and we both get what we want.
And what we just did, what we've been doing all week, will that be part of my job? Lance gets to his feet, too, though he makes no move to reach for a towel, simply stands toe-to-toe with me in the tub. Cocky bastard.
What? No, of course not.
Are you sure? Isn't sex part of the whole girlfriend experience?
Look, a few days ago you said you were done with men.
After margaritas and tequila shots? Another sigh.
I didn't plan for this, for you, but somehow we happened, and I'm glad.
Lance's stare is gentle and searching. I find myself saying, so am I.
Then let's make this work.
He tucks a wet piece of my hair behind my ear, the tenderness of the gesture making me sway toward him.
Pretend to be my adoring girlfriend, and I'll pretend to be your very committed boyfriend. And after Labor Day, you'll have a fat bank account, and your time will be your own again.
Wham. Until now, we've avoided talking about what will happen with us after the summer is over. Sure, I know Lance won't have this house anymore, that he lives in California. But lately, I've been hoping we'd figure out a way to continue seeing each other, even if it's only every once in a while. But Lance is just another guy already planning to throw me away once I'm no longer useful. Another guy who thinks I'm not good enough for him. Another guy slotting me into a convenient place. Employee. How much? I whisper, my voice a choked rasp. How much is all this pretending worth to you?
$50,000.
I squeeze my eyes closed. That money would be life-changing for me. No. I force the word past the tightness in my throat. I cannot be bought. I get out of the tub and walk into the bedroom, to the window that looks out over the side yard where Lance found me. The lawn is a little patchy in places from the fire, but I put grass seed down yesterday. By next week it will be perfect and lush again. Lance comes up behind me.
Smart girl. Never accept the first offer.
I spin around, staring at him incredulously. I won't accept your second either. And, just so you know, girlfriend isn't enough to take you off the market. You should find a fake fiancé somewhere. Lance's amused smile grows wider.
Already asking for a promotion. Ballsy. $100,000 to be my girlfriend for the next 2 months. If we need to level up, I'll throw in a 3-carat ring.
You're crazy. Lance steps closer, still smelling like sand and sea despite the bath bomb. I draw a deep breath, trapping his scent inside my lungs.
$100,000, 2 months, and maybe a diamond ring that you can keep once this is all over. Say yes.
It's impossible to think with Lance's musky, masculine scent infusing every breath of oxygen I gulp down. I take a step back, trying to clear my head, but I only slam my heel into the wall at my back. The tip of Lance's pointer finger slides up my neck, lifting my chin until I can't help but meet his eyes. I want to blink, to look away, to avoid the temptation swirling within them. Because I want to be his girlfriend. Of course I do. But not this way. Not if it isn't real.
Say yes,
he whispers again, the throaty rumble of his voice an audible caress that travels straight down my spine. Under one condition. I want to push against his chest, to put space between us, distance. But I'm afraid if I lay a hand on him, I won't let go. We can't do this. His brows pull together, creating a vertical slash of confusion, like an exclamation point above his nose.
Can't do what?
I finally sidestep Lance's bulk, sliding my back along the wall until I can take a deep breath without my breasts brushing his chest. This! I gesture at my body, wrapped in only a towel, and his body wrapped in nothing but tanned skin, solid muscle, and a few lingering bubbles. I won't accept a paycheck from you if we're fucking. My throat closes completely before I can get out the word Lance had practically growled in my ear our first day on the beach. There will be no fucking. No sexy times in the pool or the tub or anywhere else. If Lance wants to make this a business relationship, so be it. It's the only way I'll know I haven't sold my soul along with my integrity.
So, you want to be my girlfriend for free?
A chill that has nothing to do with the air conditioning blowing through the vents sweeps through me, along with a fresh wave of fury at Lance for putting us, in this situation, for ruining something that was real and raw and honest. I snicker. Your fake girlfriend, you mean? No, I'll take your money and I'll earn every penny. But sex will not be one of my services. He turns away from me, walking to the south-facing set of windows and roughing his hands through his hair as he stares out at the churning sea. The last rays of daylight stream into the room, kissing his broad shoulders and tattooed back, and highlighting the firm curves of his ass.
You're giving me an ultimatum, is that right?
He looks at me over his shoulder, pinning me with a stare.
I can either have you on my arm or in my bed.
Chapter 23. Lance. Vivienne nibbles at her lower lip for a moment before responding. Every muscle in my body is tense, waiting for her to scream, "Gotcha, just kidding." Except her expression is not at all amused. There's no teasing lilt to her voice, no grin she's trying to hold back. This is not a joke. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I've never paid a woman for sex, and I'm not about to start now. That's not what we would be doing. Maybe not, but that's how it would feel to me. She looks away for a moment before returning her unwavering gaze to mine, her grip tightening on the towel she's clutching like a goddamn lifeline. This is a non-negotiable point, Lance. Take it or leave it. Everything's negotiable. Not this. Why? She shakes her head slowly, a wounded look creeping into her expression. If you don't understand, there's no point explaining it to you. That makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, well, your proposal makes no sense to me. My hand tightens into a fist, and I have to fight the urge to slam it through the window. I need her time. She needs my money. Why can't Vivienne just accept it and enjoy the next 2 months? Networking with the Hamptons set isn't exactly exciting, but it has to be a hell of a lot better than waitressing. Seconds pass, maybe minutes. Vivienne and I are locked in a staring contest, enemy combatants unwilling to back down. It's ironic that we're just a few feet away from the bed we've been fucking in every night for nearly a week. If I agree to Vivienne's condition, those nights will only be a memory. Have it your way. I manage to choke out through gritted teeth, feeling like I'm destroying something great for a temporary triumph. You've got a deal. Fine. Her voice sounds disappointed, but I don't bother turning around to see if her expression matches her response. If Vivienne wanted me the way I want her, she wouldn't have forced this decision on me. Her footsteps land softly as she walks out of the room, but they echo inside my mind like gunshots. Meet me downstairs in half an hour, I call over my shoulder. Since you want this to feel like a job, let's go over my expectations and your responsibilities.
Chapter 24. Vivian. I lock myself in the small bedroom at the end of the hall and scrub at my damp skin with the towel. But the plush terry cloth does nothing to strip away the film of filth left behind by Lance's words. My expectations. Your responsibilities. They taunt me now, the collection of consonants and vowels buzzing inside my brain like a pack of angry wasps. If I could, I'd crawl under the covers and pretend like the last few minutes was just a nightmare. But I can't be late for this mockery of a job interview. He wants me to spend the next 2 months lying my ass off. And worse, I'm going to do it. How did this go from the summer of me to the summer of lies? The answer isn't rhetorical. It's obvious. Lance Wells, that's how. He arrived in my life like a seismic event, a deep underground earthquake that shook the ground beneath my feet, leaving cracks and craters in his wake. Although, that's not quite true. Yet, anyway, there is no wake, because Lance isn't gone. And now I'm forced to navigate this awful arrangement beneath his watchful eyes. One misstep and... I have no idea. I really don't. I can only cling to what I know is true. Whether I am screwing Lance or working for him, I'm disposable. But at least our lies will expire too. By Labor Day, I'll have one hell of a nest egg. Enough for rent. Enough to tide me over as I build my client list. I won't have to live with my parents. I won't have to work for another interior designer. When someone says, "Wow, who designed this? I need to hire them," the answer will be Vivian Radcliffe. In 2 months, I'll be free. But for now, I'm a fraud. I can pretend to be Lance's adoring girlfriend, easily, which is precisely why it will be so damn hard. I won't have to pretend that I love the sound of his laugh. I won't have to pretend I want to rip his clothes off every chance I get. I won't have to pretend that the sight of him sends a carbonated cocktail of happiness surging through my veins. Because all of those things are true. They have been since practically the moment we met. Well, maybe not the very first moment. I did think he was a cocky ass for a while. I don't know if I can do this. When I get downstairs, Lance is waiting for me at the kitchen table. There is a legal pad, a pen, and a bottle of water in front of him, and an identical setup directly across the table from me. I take a seat, uncap the pen, and wait for him to begin.
I have a schedule of events for the rest of the summer I expect to attend. I'll add you to my calendar once we exchange contact information, but in the meantime...
He pushes a piece of paper across the table at me.
You should review this.
A humorless smile flickers at the corners of my lips. Lance and I have exchanged bodily fluids, but we never bothered to exchange phone numbers. He frowns at me.
Is that a problem?
No. I write my phone and email address out for him, then rip off the sheet and push it across the table. There you go. He slides a check back.
Half today and the rest on Labor Day.
My bank account isn't going to know what to do with $100,000. At the very least, it will certainly raise some red flags. I'll probably get put on a terrorist watch list. How do I know you'll pay me the other half once the summer is over? He doesn't blink.
How do I know you won't take off with $50,000 today?
Because I keep my promises.
As do I.
Well, okay then. What else do we need to discuss?
If we're going to pull this off, I expect some degree of intimacy.
I uncap the water bottle and take a long sip. When we're in public. Lance's eyebrow lifts, as if reminding me of the irony of this conversation. We've been intimate all over this house.
If you insist.
I do.
Any restrictions?
I feel my cheeks heat. I didn't realize you were so concerned with PDA.
I don't anticipate bending you over a table in the middle of Le Bilboquet.
I cross my legs and squirm in the chair, trying to alleviate the throbbing in my core.
But if we're sitting together, and I curve my hand around your neck or stroke my thumb against your inner thigh, maybe lean in to kiss you.
His words land like a whip across my back, each lash a white-hot slice of pain. From now on, when Lance touches me, it will be performance rather than passion, and I hate him for it so damn much. To distract myself, I start reading through the calendar. Beachside barbecues in Sagaponack, Southampton, Sag Harbor, and Water Mill. Dinner parties in East Hampton and Bridgehampton. Cocktails at the Meadow Club. Brunch at the Maidstone Club. Wine tasting at Société du Vin. A clam bake, a fundraiser, 2 yacht cruises, a polo match. You need me at all of these? I've spent enough time around the rich clients of Abbott Interiors to know the dress code. The wardrobe I have here with me isn't going to cut it. And I'm not entirely sure what I left behind at my parents' house will either.
Yes. Do you have a conflict?
No conflict. Just thinking about what I'll need to buy.
Buy?
Clothes. What I have here... He eyes my casual outfit.
Right. Of course. If you're going to be my girlfriend, you have to look the part.
He pulls a credit card out of his wallet and tosses it my way.
Go shopping. Buy whatever you need.
You are not buying me clothes, I protest. And stop acting like a rich, entitled asshole.
You'd rather spend your own money on things you might never wear again?
I bristle at the suggestion that I'll never mingle with Hamptons socialites once I'm through with this charade. Screw it, and screw him. I pocket the card. If money is all Lance understands, I'll give him one hell of a lesson.
Chapter 25. Lance. 52 days until Labor Day. Vivienne tucks an errant lock of hair behind her ear, glaring at the mountain of shopping bags I'm trying to shove in the minuscule trunk of my car. I'd offer to help, but since it wasn't expressly outlined in my expectations, it's your responsibility. I came with her to make sure she didn't shop at the sale rack, worrying over every purchase. But I needn't have worried. Vivienne had absolutely no problem spending my money. I'm not even sure that Missy ever did as much damage in a single afternoon. I eventually managed to Tetris them all in and slam the trunk shut with a grunt of satisfaction. Duly noted. Where to next, boss? Sarcasm continues to drip from her lips as she slides into the front seat. Though I'm going to go cross-eyed if I have to look at another price tag. I start the ignition. You know what they say. If you have to look, you can't afford it. Well, they would be right. There wasn't a single thing I could afford in that store. I mean, what kind of idiot pays $400 for a t-shirt? That would be me. And if I remember right, I bought you half a dozen of them. Congratulations, you're an idiot 6 times over then. I've been called worse. Why am I not surprised? The banter between us has had an edge to it ever since I asked Vivienne to be my girlfriend. My fake girlfriend, anyway. Which is really too bad. I miss the casual, lighthearted dynamic we used to have. A lot. But I also need this tension between us, this distance. Because until yesterday, I believed that Vivienne actually wanted to be with me, that she was nothing like my ex. But I was wrong. Vivienne needed a paycheck to make room for me in her life. At least now I know exactly where I stand. At the front of the line, thanks to my money. Even if it meant giving up my place in her bed, saying goodbye not just to Vivienne's incredible body, but also to her spontaneous laugh, her teasing retorts. And, for the record, I was only looking at the tags to ensure I was spending obscene amounts of your money. They did have shirts for $350, but I knew you'd want the best for your sweetheart, right, Mr. Moneybags? I bite back a sigh. Are you hungry?
Do you want to grab a bite? I guess you want to take me out for a test drive, huh? Where were you thinking? Nick and Tony's? Or maybe Topping Rose? I grimace at the Hamptons hotspots she mentions. Truthfully, I'd been thinking of the glorified shack out near where I grew up that has the best lobster rolls I've ever eaten. How about something a little more casual? Right, I'm not in my uniform yet. Vivienne Radcliffe could wear a paper bag and she'd still look better than anyone else, although I hate the pinched expression I've put on her face. Right. I force myself to agree. So, how do you feel about lobster? I wouldn't expect anything less. We drive in silence for a while, and when we pull up to the dilapidated one-room restaurant with outdoor, self-serve seating that's been here longer than I've been alive, Vivienne looks at me in confusion. You're taking me here? You can thank me later. Best lobster in the Hamptons. Are we still in the Hamptons? Locking the car, I put my key fob in my pocket and extend my hand toward Vivienne. Barely. She hesitates for a moment before taking it reluctantly. It's a little lowbrow for you, isn't it? As a kid, this was fine dining. Not that I could afford it. I would linger near the trash bins, snatching up leftovers before they got tossed. At least until the cook chased me away. You didn't grow up with a silver spoon in your mouth and Hermes loafers on your feet? I bark out a laugh. Hardly. Once we have our lobster rolls, the way they're supposed to be, warm and dripping in garlic and butter, we find an empty picnic table to sit at. The wood is peeling and rough, the legs uneven. With every shift in balance, the table seesaws from one direction to another, sending our beers sliding up and then down. But the view is perfect. Undulating waves ruffle the turquoise surface of the Atlantic Ocean, the setting sun playing peekaboo through the clouds and painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. But it's the sparkle in Vivienne's eyes that captivates me. It's her face I want to engrave into my retinas. For a split second, I wish I never suggested this arrangement, that we were still just two people sharing the same house, because this, butter dripping down my fingers, the taste of warm lobster and cold beer lingering on my tongue, and the smart, sarcastic, sexy-as-fuck girl sitting across from me is everything I've ever wanted. Or at least it would be, if she wanted me too. Tell me about Lance Wells, she says, plucking a piece of lobster from inside her roll and popping it into her mouth. The one before he had the cash to fund ridiculous shopping sprees and rent houses in the Hamptons. I manage not to wince at the lie I could easily correct. Should correct. What's the difference if I rent the house or own it? I don't care about the agreement I made with Seth not to tell anyone about his deceit. It's my own that I want to hide. Setting the record straight now would mean admitting that I've been lying to Vivienne since the minute I met her. That I used a lie to get her to live with me. That I've been sleazy. Our alliance is tenuous right now, and I can't afford to ruin it. I grew up out here. Well, not here, but close enough. I don't like telling people about my humble roots, preferring to focus attention on the image I've created. A young, successful entrepreneur with the Midas touch. But I can't bear to feed Vivienne another untruth. The closest I ever got to a Maserati was looking at a Hot Wheels display in a drugstore. I went barefoot more often than not because the only shoes I had were from the dollar bin at the Salvation Army, which was a step up from the donation bins at the library. Vivienne puts down her lobster roll, wiping her mouth with a napkin. A pang hits south of my belt buckle. What I wouldn't give to lick her lips right now. I never would have guessed. That's the idea, I say, taking a swig from my bottle. Is your family still here? My dad died a few years ago. My mother is who the fuck knows with her latest husband, who I've never met. And your stepsister? Vivienne asks, the tone of her voice suddenly tentative. She isn't certain of Krista's death, but she obviously senses it. I couldn't rescue her from everything, unfortunately. I clear my throat. The coordinates you asked me about, they are for her gravesite. She's buried upstate in a private cemetery on land that's been in her family for generations. Her family, not mine. I knew I wouldn't be able to visit much, so...
Vivienne's forehead crumples. Oh, Lance, I'm so sorry. You must really miss her. Yeah. We didn't even meet until I was 16. She was a few years younger, but we hit it off right away. I pull my hand away, crumpling the remains of my roll in the paper plate. I'm not hungry anymore. But I don't stand up. I see her sometimes. I'll be in a hotel and think I see her across the lobby, or I'll pick up the phone to call her. My head drops heavy on my shoulders. Stupid, I know. That's not stupid at all. What kind of things do you wish you could talk to her about? Did she speak in alphabet soup too? I look back up, wondering if I've misheard. Alphabet soup? You know, all those acronyms you throw around like actual words? PDQ, XYZ, KLJ. A laugh breaks up some of the tightness in my chest. I'm pretty sure I never used any of those. And no, she and I were polar opposites. Krista was artistic, creative. Like you, actually. Always drawing or painting. She sounds great. That tightness comes rushing back, and I lift a hand to my sternum, trying to rub it away. Yeah, she really was. The tattoo on your back? I was trying to convince her to go to art school, and she kept saying she wasn't any good. So I took one of her sketches and brought it to a tattoo parlor. Thought it would prove that I believed in her. Did it work? I nod. She was in her last year at UCLA when... Vivienne looks at me as if she understands. Well, I bet she'd be proud of you, of all you've accomplished. You've come a long way. I glance around us. And yet, I'm right back where I started.
Chapter 26. Vivian. It's unsettling to think of the blonde brute in front of me as anything other than a man who has made me his co-conspirator in, if not fraud, at least a lie. But my Viking was once just a little boy. A boy who couldn't afford new shoes. A boy who was abandoned by his mother, who lost his father and a stepsister he loved like a sister. Knowing his history makes it impossible to look at Lance the same way, and yet, nothing has changed. Lance isn't a little boy anymore. He's a successful man, one intent on making a liar out of me. Standing up, I throw the rest of my lobster roll and beer into a garbage pail a few yards away. Lance does the same, and when I turn around, I practically plow into his chest. I swear he has no concept of personal space.
Want to walk along the beach before heading back?
No. Any more intimate revelations, and the last of my defenses will be in ruins at my feet. I'll beg Lance to kiss me, hold me, fuck me, maybe even love me. I don't actually answer him. My throat is too tight for that. But I keep pace with him, and we cross the street together, our hands finding each other before we reach the opposite side. My skin tingles from Lance's touch, my bare arm registering the heat coming off his body.
So now that you know everything about me, tell me more about you.
I clear my throat, resisting the urge to pull away from his grasp. I hardly think one conversation about your past qualifies as everything. As if Lance can feel the turmoil inside me, his fingers squeeze mine.
Maybe not, but I wouldn't mind knowing more.
You already know plenty. I'm boring, remember? He doesn't say anything for a minute.
What would your boyfriend know about you?
I sigh, telling myself that this is just a team-building event. And, like it or not, for the rest of the summer, Lance is my teammate. I hate the taste of milk, but I love cheese. I can spend hours painting a canvas, but I'm terrible at painting my own nails. As a kid, I would stay up hours past my bedtime reading my mom's romance novels, but I hated reading for school. I pause. Except maybe The Outsiders. S.E. Hinton made homework feel like a pleasure.
Nothing gold can stay,
he murmurs. I glance up, pleasantly surprised he remembers the book. Do you think it pisses Susan off that the most memorable line quoted from her book was from a poem written by Robert Frost?
Susan, you're on a first-name basis with S.E. Hinton now?
I shrug. I've read all her books at least 3 times. I feel like we're friends. He doesn't say anything for a moment, though I catch his grin from the corner of my eye.
Maybe,
he says, finally answering my question.
But if all she included was the quote, no one would have paid it much attention. It's because Susan made the poem relevant that people can still recall it, even years later.
Now you're on a first-name basis with her too? He turns the full blaze of his smile on me.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine.
I can't help but laugh, thinking about introducing him to Savannah. Be careful what you wish for. His grin fades, as if I've struck a chord, but he rallies.
Coffee or wine?
Wine.
French fries or chocolate?
Fries, all day, every day.
Pool or beach?
Your pool or a public pool?
For argument's sake, a private pool.
And the beach? Like Jones Beach, where you have to park a mile from the actual beach and lug all your stuff only to hang out with half of Long Island? Or one of the local beaches around here?
Let's compare apples to apples. Local beach versus private pool.
Pool in the morning, beach in the afternoon. Or vice versa. I like both. But public pools or crowded beaches, no thanks. He raises his eyebrows.
Look who's being snobby.
Nope, just a girl who used to babysit a lot. Do you want to know how much poop is left in a kid's swimmy diaper after... Lance groans.
Never mind, I don't need...
Not a lot, I finish. If you see something that looks like a Tootsie Roll floating in the water, it's definitely not candy.
Thanks. I probably could have lived my whole life without that tidbit of information.
You know what they say, the more you know. The sun is dropping toward the horizon, tired after a long day. But not so tired that she doesn't give us a show, painting the endless blue shoreline in streaks of neon pink and fiery orange, highlighting the white-capped waves dancing along the water's surface. Any more this or that questions?
No, you've ruined it for me.
When I sneak a glance at him, I feel almost guilty for the frown on his face. Plane tickets or road trip?
Plane.
TV or movie?
Movie.
Morning sex or night sex? Lance's head spins like it's on a swivel, and I look away, hiding my blush. If we're dating, we should probably know these things about each other, I mumble. A few seconds pass, just long enough that I'm beginning to wonder if he'll give me an answer.
Not that sex isn't great every time of day, but morning sex is my favorite way to wake up. How about you?
I'm more of a nighttime girl. My favorite part about sex, at least with Richard, had been the cuddling afterward. It was the most intimate part of our evenings together.
Shower sex or bed sex?
My stomach flips a little. Bed. He elbows me gently.
What was that?
What?
The answer you aimed at the sand.
It was still an answer, and I'm sure you heard me.
Wait.
His eyes widen.
Have you never had shower sex?
I don't want to play this game anymore. Mostly because now I very much want to have shower sex with Lance. As if he's reading my mind, Lance squeezes my hand.
I'd be more than happy to give you a very thorough...
No, definitely not.
If you change your mind...
I won't. I can't. I shouldn't. But not for the same reasons I gave Lance when he first suggested our arrangement. Yesterday, I told him sex was off the table because I didn't want to feel like a liar and a whore for accepting his money. But right now, I'm just as worried about protecting my heart as I am about my self-respect. Saying goodbye at the end of this summer will be so much easier if I still think of Lance as the cocky ass I first believed him to be. as the cold-hearted businessman who destroyed any chance at a genuine relationship or even a fun summer fling in favor of his bottom line. In my soul, I know nothing about this summer will be easy. Not the lying, not the truth, and definitely not goodbye.
Chapter 27. Lance. 44 days until Labor Day. Lance? I look up from my laptop to find Vivienne silhouetted in the doorway, wearing a white dress that somehow manages to be both sexy and sweet. Her red hair cascades over her shoulders in soft waves, drawing attention to her curves. And on her feet, she's wearing peep-toe stilettos that tie at the back of her ankle with a bow I immediately want to untie with my teeth. Hi, is this okay? She does a slow spin, her arms outstretched. I have to bite down on a groan. In those shoes, and with her coloring offset by the flouncy white dress, all I want to do is fall to my knees and bury my face between her thighs. Once Vivienne is standing still again, she sets her hands on her hips. You don't look pleased. I can go change. If my face reflects my feelings, what she's seeing is lust. This no-sex restriction of hers is killing me. No, you look fine. Let's go. Fine, she repeats. That's exactly the look I was going for. Thanks. I close my eyes for a moment, inhaling a breath. And when I stand up, I shove my hands in my pockets so that I don't show Vivienne exactly how fine I think she is. Sorry. I nod at my open laptop. My head was still on work. You look beautiful. Perfect. She holds my gaze, a shallow frown appearing between her brows as she scrutinizes my expression. Apparently satisfied, she spins on her heel and walks out. Following her, I pass by the glass doors that now frame the backyard oasis Vivienne created. There are lounge chairs around the pool, a gazebo shading a corner of the patio, a fire pit at the edge of the yard, a teak dining table, and plenty of seating. My sole contribution, an enormous grill, was delivered just this morning. I never did get around to buying a hammock. The way things are going, there's no need. Our lobster date was a week ago, and last weekend's event that prompted my girlfriend-for-hire scheme was canceled when the remnants of a tropical storm that battered the Caribbean rolled in, drenching the east end of Long Island for almost 36 hours and causing widespread flooding and power outages. But while sunny skies have returned, the vibe between Vivienne and I is still bleak. She's been sleeping in the bedroom at the end of the hall and spending as much time away from the house as possible. Today is our first outing as an official couple. Once we're in my car, she says, "Let's go over this one more time. We met through our real estate agent and decided..." I stop at the end of the driveway and look over at her. She's wound tighter than my Rolex Submariner. There's such a thing as over-preparing, you know. Maybe for you, but you're not the one who's acting here. I am. My entire life has been an act, just trying not to be exposed as the imposter I am. This car, this house, these clothes, this girl. Is this really my life? I've created an incredibly successful business, but in my head, I'll always be the poorest kid in a shitty town with a dad who could barely take care of himself, let alone a child, and a mom who took off. Vivienne has no idea how much acting I do just to get through the day, trying to figure out what the right thing to do is in every situation, the most profitable, the least harmful. I've seen what happens when good people make bad decisions, when they lose focus for a split second and stop paying attention at the exact moment it matters most. They lose their jobs, they leave their kids, they get into the wrong car, and their broken body becomes an exhibit in a murder trial. Look, all you need to do is smile, nod, and look pretty, she finishes. Maybe you should have hired a Barbie doll. I was going to say, have a nice afternoon. Oh. I reach over to squeeze her hand, the tips of my fingers grazing the inside of her sleek thighs. Vivienne jumps, a hissing sound emerging from her throat. I pull back immediately, my jaw clenching. And maybe don't do that when I touch you." She squirms in her seat, looking flustered and a little embarrassed.
"You took me by surprise."
"I'll be sure to give my girlfriend fair warning next time."
"We're not in public yet. I don't have my guard up."
Her rebuke lands like a fist in my gut. Vivienne has to steel herself against recoiling at my touch. Pulling off the road at the next intersection, I edge the car onto the grass and run my hands through my hair, massaging the tense muscles at the base of my neck. "You know what? I think this is a mistake. Just say the word and I'll take you back to the house right now." I'd rather feel like a perpetual third wheel among all my friends and have to deal with women like Kitty Kendrick for the entire summer than force myself on Vivienne. Her eyes widen in surprise.
"You're giving up. Just like that."
"I'll manage."
"And what about me? I gave my notice at work for you."
"Keep the cash that's already in your account. I'll wire you the rest. The clothes, too, of course. It's all yours." I wait for Vivienne's answer, expecting her to agree. I'm giving her a sweetheart deal worth a shit ton of money for nothing. No strings attached. But that's not what happens. Instead, Vivienne's eyes turn glassy.
"That's it? You won't even give me a chance? I'm that easy to throw away, huh?"
I blink at her, trying to wrap my head around this unexpected reaction. "That's not what I meant," I say slowly, cautiously. "I wasn't raised by my mother, I don't have a sister anymore, and my previous girlfriends would never allow tears to ruin their eyelash extensions."
"Oh, really?"
She unzips her purse and retrieves a mini pack of tissues, picking unsuccessfully at the plastic wrapper.
"Because that's what it seems like."
I tug the tissues from her hands, unseal the foil, and hand it back to her. "I don't want to force you into something that makes you uncomfortable." I wait for her to wipe beneath her eyes. Life's too short.
"I agreed to help you out this summer, and that's what I'm going to do. I keep my promises."
Wiping at the adorably pinkened tip of her nose, she faces forward again with a ragged exhale.
"Now drive. We have a party to get to."
Chapter 28. Lance. Frustration and relief churn inside my gut at Vivienne's refusal to accept my offer. I was trying to do the right thing, the unselfish thing. I didn't mean to insult her or devalue her usefulness to me. Frankly, I don't know what's right anymore, but I certainly can't dwell on it today. This party is being hosted by Jacob Chambers, another potential board member I'd like to speak with. I've actually met him a few times before on the West Coast. He's older and semi-retired, but from what I understand, he enjoys taking on interesting side projects. His pockets are deep, and his influence is wide. We pull up to his address, and I hand my keys to the valet before taking Vivienne's hand. "Ready?" She manages a faint smile.
"Nervous?"
"Don't be." My other hand glides to the small of her back as we walk inside. It's just a party, cocktails and small talk.
"I hate small talk."
"Now you tell me." Lowering my voice to a whisper, I incline my head to her ear. Shit, I should have hired a different girlfriend. My teasing has the intended effect. Vivienne's laugh is an amused chime.
"Sorry, you're stuck with me for the night."
"Longer than that, I hope."
"Right, until Labor Day."
Our eyes lock for a long moment, breaths stilling. The end of summer suddenly seems very close. When the front door swings open, I think we both jump a little, but for the next hour we mix and mingle. Like the Kendricks barbecue, this one also takes advantage of the outdoor space, and eventually we find ourselves on the patio. A band is playing, and illuminated spheres float on the surface of the pool. I catch Vivienne looking in that direction, and from the way color rises on her cheeks, I know exactly what she's thinking. When the breeze blows a piece of her hair across her face, I give in to the urge to tuck it behind her ear, my fingers lingering on Vivienne's smooth skin as my gut clenches from wishing we were alone right now. Just the two of us, beneath a gorgeous starry sky. No pressure to make small talk with strangers. No need to pretend to be anything we're not. "Lance Wells, right?" I turn toward the man in a pink polo shirt, swallowing my irritation at the interruption. Good to see you again. Vivienne whispers in my ear, something about going to find the powder room. It takes Herculean effort not to chase her as she slips away. My hand tightens around my glass as I make casual conversation. I just want to get a few minutes with Jacob Chambers and then go back to the house with Vivienne. Maybe I can convince her that this arrangement doesn't have to turn us into adversaries, that we can still be whatever we were before. It didn't have a label, and it was fucking great. "Excuse me." The voice at my ear lands with the weight of a sledgehammer. I spin to my left, the guy I was talking to already forgotten. "Missy, this is a surprise." "For you, maybe." There's a flicker of movement in her brow, but it doesn't actually lift. "Who do you think sent you the invitation?" I don't... My voice trails off as I notice the diamond on Missy's finger. "I guess you haven't heard. Jacob and I are engaged." It doesn't surprise me that my ex is marrying a man more than twice her age. Missy is just as driven as I ever was, in her own way. If she wanted to, she could be so much more than a rich man's trophy wife. She's smart and determined, and she was the one I turned to after Krista died, getting me through the worst stages of a grief so all-consuming I thought I would drown in it. But while Krista's death brought us back together, it was also the reason we broke up. Losing the person I loved most in the world and realizing that my millions could do absolutely nothing to bring her back was a wake-up call for me. Until then, I thought money was everything. It represented success and security, two things I grew up craving. The day Krista's casket was lowered into the ground, I realized that money is a tool, nothing more. Money buys houses and cars, food and clothing, not happiness or health or love. Nothing that truly matters can be bought. "Congratulations," I offer dryly. "So," she looks around, "it almost feels like we're back to where we began." "Almost." "But not quite." "No," I admit. "We made it, Lance. We have everything we said we wanted." It would seem so. And yet somehow, having everything isn't quite enough. The polished veneer Missy has worked so hard to create cracks a bit. "Except that we were supposed to have it together." Missy. I don't want to rehash all the reasons we didn't work, all the reasons we will never work. Missy is a valuable commodity in this crowd. Beautiful, ambitious, artfully manipulative. But her stock crashed and burned with me a long time ago. I know, I've moved on, but—" "As have I interrupt before she can finish her sentence. "And where is your lucky future husband?" Her expression regains its icy demeanor in the span of a blink. "You want to talk to Jacob about that charity you started, don't you? God, Lance, didn't you have enough of being poor when you actually were?" "I did, but I'm not anymore. If I can help someone else build a better life for themselves, for their families, that's what I want to do." "How sweet. You care so much about people you've never met, but the one who was there for you, who loved you for years, you dropped like a hot rock the second you sold your company and became a billionaire." "That's not why we broke up, and you know it." We did not break up. You broke up with me, and now, what? You just want to give all your money away to people who have no idea what to do with it." "That's the point. We're not giving them money. We're teaching them how to responsibly—"
"Save your elevator pitch for Jacob."
She drags a fingernail down my forearm.
"Maybe I can put in a good word for you. Then again, maybe I should put in a bad one."
I move just out of reach. "You do whatever you have to do, Missy."
"Are you sure about that? Because if word gets out that Jacob Morgan turned you down, well, you know the Hamptons. Gossip shuts more doors around here than wind coming off the ocean. That's for sure."
Chapter 29. Vivian. I almost high-five myself in the bathroom. Lance and I are slaying it out there. And the crazy thing is, I'm having a great time. Lance has been attentive and charming. And other than a few openly jealous glares from some of the women here, everyone has been lovely. I can do this. I can hold my own with this A-list crowd. I'm finally realizing how much I allowed Richard to get into my head, convincing me that I wasn't good enough for him, that I would never fit in with his friends, that I was only, and always would be, the hired help. I take a few extra minutes to wander around the main floor of this gorgeous house,
absorbing all the elegant details, the expensive art. It's a little formal for my taste, showy rather than welcoming, but I appreciate the dramatic color palette and high-end finishes. It's obvious that no expense was spared. Eventually, I make my way back outside, accepting a fruity cocktail from a passing waiter before looking around for Lance. I spot him immediately. How can I not? My Viking towers head and shoulders above almost everyone. When I left, he was speaking with a man in a pink polo shirt, but now he's bent low in conversation with a blonde in a cobalt blue dress. A very beautiful blonde, with a flawless figure. A prickling, entirely unwelcome sensation claws at the base of my spine. I want to grab hold of her sleek bob and send her sprawling. Hands off my man. Except that Lance isn't really mine. And acting like a jealous shrew is hardly an appropriate reaction among the Hamptons elite. Sliding my arm through Lance's elbow, I press a quick kiss along his jaw, noting the lipstick mark I leave behind with a tug of satisfaction. I can't leave you alone for a minute, can I? I murmur sweetly, then turn my eyes on the blonde. Her stare is icy when it meets mine, the flirtatious smile she'd aimed at Lance turning thin and brittle. That's probably a good idea, though I'd be more concerned about him leaving you. Lance Wells is good at just about everything, except commitment. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to find my fiancé. She reaches out a sculpted arm to squeeze Lance's shoulder, her eyes locking on mine as she plants a kiss on Lance's cheek, purposely leaving her own mark behind. I rein in my temper as I watch her walk away, then wipe at her lipstick stain with my thumb. Who was that? He grunts, a vein at his temple pulsing.
No one important.
Ah, we finally meet. You must be Vivian. Another beautiful blonde comes toward us, but her smile is genuine and very familiar. Jolie. The name emerges from my throat with a hushed kind of reverence. Jolie graced the covers of magazines for the better part of a decade before walking away from it all to start her own business, a line of jewelry I absolutely love. I slap a hand over my throat, realizing that the necklace I'm wearing is hers. Luckily, she doesn't assume I'm a stalker. Instead, she tells me she likes my necklace with a wink, as if we have an inside joke. I'm not celebrity obsessed. I never bother famous people for their autographs or a selfie. But inside, I'm having a major fangirl moment. Thanks, I managed to squeak. I would tell you where to get one, but I think that would be pretty redundant. She lets out a warm, throaty laugh that seems almost at odds with her delicate features. To be honest, that necklace has already sold out. I forgot to have my production manager set one aside for me. Oh. Now I feel awkward. Don't be silly, she rushes to reassure me. The thrill of seeing my pieces out in the world never gets old. A man I immediately recognize as Jolie's husband appears at her side, his hand easily sliding around her waist as he drops a kiss on her neck. I know their whole backstory. It was all over the news when he took out a full-page ad in the New York Times a year or so ago. But right now, all of that pales in comparison to the electric buzz of their obvious chemistry.
Trip Montgomery,
he says, extending a hand. Pleasure to meet you.
Likewise,
he says. Jolie jumps in. So, Lance has told us next to nothing about you. I'm not much of a partygoer these days. Between the business and the new baby and everything, I've been practically a hermit. But please tell me you'll drag Lance with you over to our place. My friend Eva came out with her twins, and she's watching our two right now. We were just on our way out when I spotted you. I look back and forth between Lance and the dazzling couple. He explains,
Trip is one of my oldest friends, and my business partner.
Oh. I can practically feel Savannah digging an elbow into my ribs. See, Viv, this is why you always Google. Sure. I mean, yes, of course, we'd love to. She clinks the rim of her glass against mine and takes a sip. I just stopped nursing Joey a few weeks ago. I miss it, but the coffee and cocktails are a nice consolation. How is it being a mom again after all this time? Her smile turns dreamy. Honestly, it's heaven on earth. Even with the sleepless nights and diaper blowouts and trying to be everything to an infant, a tween, a husband, and a growing company. I'm exhausted just thinking about it. You certainly have a lot on your plate. Well, there was a time when I wasn't even welcome at the table. She leans her head on her husband's shoulder, currently engaged in a quiet conversation with Lance. I'll take feast over famine any day. How about you? What brought you out east? Besides your boyfriend, of course, she adds with a grin. A flush rises to my cheeks. It feels wrong to lie to Jolie after she's been so open with me. I decide to keep things vague. What's not to love about the sun and the sand, right? She glances at my skin, which tends to burn rather than tan. I can't imagine you're spending all your time just lying on the beach. No, I've been redecorating mostly. Oh, that's right. Lance said you were an interior designer. My second passion. When I was starting to think about ideas for a company, I initially considered designing textiles. Really? That was my area of focus at FIT. I worked for one of the big fabric houses for a year, but it wasn't nearly as creative as I'd expected. She nods sympathetically. And that's when you switched to interiors? Kind of. I joined a successful design firm, but I spent the first year doing mostly grunt work, ordering fabric swatches, checking costs and measurements and inventories, fetching a lot of coffee. I made a rueful face. But eventually it was pretty great. Are you still with them? No. I left my job just before summer. I peer into my cocktail glass before finishing the last of it. I guess I'm not quite sure what the future holds right now. As if sensing my unease, Jolie inclines her head toward Lance. Well, if my roller coaster of a life is any indication, navigating the twists and turns is much better with love in your heart and a supportive man by your side. Lance's chiseled features soften as we share a glance, his casual grin turning intimate. Yes, I breathe softly, unable to look away from him. I can imagine. My heart pounds as Tripp and Jolie say their goodbyes, refusing to follow the script of the role I've agreed to play. What I'm feeling for Lance isn't fake. It's all too real. And so very wrong. Lance has made his intentions quite clear. 1 house, 2 months, countless lies. Love is not part of the equation, and forever isn't even a possibility.
Chapter 30. Lance. 38 days until Labor Day. The ball sails past me, and I chase it into the water, soaking the hem of my khakis. Not that I care. This evening has been just about perfect. I have a beer in my hand, a burger in my belly, and Vivienne is just a few feet away. Life is good. I kick the soccer ball down the beach toward Tripp's daughter, Romy, and glance up at the deck of the house where Vivienne and Jolie are sitting and watching us. Joey is on Vivienne's lap, and she waves his chubby baby hands at me. Wham! The ball comes out of nowhere and smacks my head. Romy comes running. Mr. Wells, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were looking away. Tripp jogs over, nudging me with his elbow. Not your fault. Mr. Wells here is a little distracted. With any luck, you've knocked some sense into him. A few minutes ago, I told him the truth about Vivienne. His disapproval was obvious, but he couldn't do much more than shake his head. After all, just a few years ago, he was lying to Jolie about his own name. I rub my ear, feeling a redness to my face that has nothing to do with the impact of the soccer ball. I grin at Romy. No harm, no foul. Her laugh is carried away by the ocean breeze as she looks from me to her father. Can I go over to Zoe's house? She said I could feed her bearded dragon. If it's okay with your... Trip hasn't finished answering Romy's question before she runs toward the house, shouts something at Jolie, and then takes off down the beach. I stay silent as Trip's eyes track his daughter until she meets up with another girl, a couple of houses down, and they go inside together. He releases a deep exhale. Of all the things I do every day, watching that little girl run away from me is always the hardest. I can't even imagine. Trip and I are about the same age, and yet he has a wife, an almost teenager, and an infant. Maybe you should start, or that's what you'll be doing with Vivienne next month. At my scowl, he lifts his empty beer. Want another one? Sure. I follow him across the sand and up the steps of his deck. He grabs 2 bottles from the outdoor kitchen, hands one to me, and we join his wife and Vivienne. How's your head? Jolie asks, a knowing smile perched on her lips. Exactly how it should be after taking my eye off the ball. I don't know about that. She glances at Vivienne. Seems to me you had your eyes on something more important. Vivienne's cheeks flush pink, and she looks down at Joey, tickling his belly. The baby laughs, immediately dissolving the tension that had crept in. Best sound in the world, Trip murmurs, planting a lingering kiss on Jolie's head. There is an easy affection between Trip and Jolie, but it's noticeably underscored by their deep connection. An unexpected bolt of longing stabs the back of my neck and travels the length of my spine. Envy for what these two have found in each other, desire for the life they've created together, and very little hope I'll ever have it myself. Is he always this happy? Joey is holding one of Vivienne's fingers in each of his fists, a gummy grin stretching between his cheeks. No, Jolie says emphatically, her hand squeezing Trip's thigh as she leans against him. He didn't sleep more than 2 hours at a stretch for months, and if he wasn't nursing or sleeping, he was screaming. That phase of my life is just one long blur. I bought a treadmill desk so I could strap him into a baby carrier and get some work done, Trip adds. The surprise must show on my face because he laughs. I think we may be the only dual-career parents on the Forbes 400 list who refuse to hire full-time help with their kids, but after losing so much of Romy's childhood, neither one of us is willing to sacrifice any more than we already have. We make it work. You make it look easy, Vivienne says. Jolie laughs the comment off. You haven't spent enough time with us. I'm sure I wasn't too cute at 4 a.m. this morning when Joey peed on me while I was changing his diaper. Trip throws his arm around her. I beg to differ. She rolls her eyes. Only because I had to take my top off. That didn't hurt. I finish the rest of my beer and put the glass down on the table. My brain is completely scattered right now. Vivienne is right. Trip and Jolie make their complicated lives seem easy. On that note, we should probably head out. Jolie looks disappointed. Oh no, I hope we didn't scare you off. Vivienne stands up and hands the baby back to Jolie. Don't worry, I assure you it takes more than talk of topless women to scare Lance off. Good, because you need to come back. We're planning to renovate the house over the winter, so I've been working with the design team on the plans. They were out here last week taking measurements and things. Jolie looks appealingly at Vivienne. We're still going back and forth with the architectural details, but I'd love to get your impression on the mood boards and fabric swatches they're sending this week. I still have baby brain, and I'm worried I'll wind up with a house that looks like a little boy's nursery. Are you sure? Vivienne asks. I wouldn't want to step on anyone's toes. Most designers are very touchy about the opinions of anyone other than their clients. Don't worry about that. It will be our secret. Vivienne forces an amenable smile, but I can read her thoughts. Just what we need. More secrets. Chapter 31. Lance. 37 days until Labor Day. As I slow to a walk after a punishing run along the beach, I strip off my sneakers and shorts and make use of the outdoor shower on the side of the house. After rinsing off the sweat I'd worked up, I decide to cool down with a few laps in the pool. It's impossible not to remember the night I spent with Vivienne here. There are a dozen jets of water arranged along the interior walls of the pool, but every time I swim past one in particular, I swear the pressure hits me like a fire hose. The benefit of a hard workout is a clear head, but I've had little clarity since meeting Vivienne, and absolutely no problem getting hard. 10 laps, 20 laps, 30, 50. I swim until my lungs are working overtime, my brain consumed with each stroke, each breath, each flip turn. When I finally decide I've had enough, instead of hitting the wall, my hands slide over something much softer and smoother. I open my eyes. Vivienne's calves are dangling in the water, her knees at eye level. I don't even think. I'm running on the dregs of adrenaline, and my brain is on autopilot. My hands quickly part her legs and then slide back along the sides of her thighs, my palms curving over her ass and shifting her forward. I'm fucking starving for you, Red. I have just enough self-control to dare a glance at her face. Vivienne's expression is caught somewhere between startled and very, very aroused. Please let me taste you. We shouldn't, she whispers. Nothing else, just this, just my mouth on your pussy. Tell me you don't want it as much as I do. It's not about what I want, it's... Yes, it is. Life is so fucking short, Vivienne, and I've never wanted a woman more than I want you. Each word is a spark thrown at the dry kindling of Vivienne's desire, hoping it will catch fire and build a blaze hot enough to melt the last of her resistance. I don't intend to do anything else, but I need to feel her come apart in my arms, need to hear her sweet little cries of pleasure. I need to know that I didn't completely destroy what we had before turning her into my employee, before my money landed in her account, before all our lies. I see the heat in her gaze as she gives a shallow nod of assent, then leans back on her palms, her head falling back, hair fluttering around her wrists like henna-colored ink. It takes a second to appreciate the little sundress she's wearing. It covers everywhere it's supposed to, and yet manages to have me drooling. I flick the hem toward her waist, revealing a translucent triangle of white lace. Jesus. Sexy and sweet woven together into one tiny piece of fabric. I slide my chin along the inside of Vivienne's thighs, her sharp intake of breath like a lightning rod to my balls. Her sweet scent fills my nose, expanding inside my lungs and rushing straight to my dick. I give in to the need to taste her, pressing my tongue against the lace and swiping up. I licked it, so it's mine. Fuck yes, Vivienne is mine. Pushing her thighs further apart, I curl my fingers inside the lace of her panties and slowly, so slowly rip it in two. Bear, Vivienne's pussy is a thing of beauty, a work of art, a treasure to be pillaged. Sliding my thumbs inside her folds, I part her already glistening lips, my eyes feasting on the swollen nub of her clit peeking out from beneath its hood. Each inhale is laced with Vivienne's heady sweetness, cut by the sharpness of the chlorine. I press my nose into the cleft of her cunt, my tongue eager to explore and taste. With her on the pool deck and me in the water, I don't have as much freedom as I'd like to spread her out, to bend her to my will, licking and sucking and biting more than just this small slice of heaven spread before me. But I make do, throwing her knees over my shoulders, grabbing her ass again and pulling her almost off the edge, enough so that her narrow crack, with its tightly pleated pucker, winks at me. I run my tongue over the silken seam connecting it to her pussy. A growl works its way up from deep in the pit of my stomach, exploding from my throat. I'm hungry for her, so goddamn hungry. Burrowing my face between Vivienne's thighs, I eat her until the proof of her arousal runs down my cheeks and streaks my neck, until my ears ring with her moans and pleas and desperate, desperate cries. The one place I haven't lavished with attention, her clit, is a deep, glistening pink, glinting at me like a fat, overripe grape. My lips finally close around it, sucking it between my teeth with just enough roughness that the pain intensifies the pleasure. Vivienne screams, her hands plowing into my hair and grabbing tufts of it within her fists, yanking hard. Fuck, it feels good. As good as her thighs clamped around my face, as good as her ankles locked behind my neck and pulling me close, then closer, until every sense is filled with Vivienne. Taste, touch, sight, and scent. Even sound, her screams muffled but audible. My arms are wrapped around her, my hands under her ass, squeezing her cheeks. She's grinding her pussy against my mouth, arching her back, lost to everything but me. Lost to the arbitrary restrictions she put in place 2 weeks ago. There's a feeling of victory when she shudders against me. Victory in knowing I've broken down the walls she erected between us. The thrill of possession curls around my ribs as she finally gives into my mouth, sinking into the swirling current of her body's own desires. Claiming her release with a sharp scream, and a moment later a guttural sigh. But it's when she says my name in a decidedly different way, not even a distant cousin to the soft syllable she breathed when I first pulled her against me, that I know I haven't actually broken down that wall between us. Worse, I may have reinforced it.
Chapter 32. Vivian. What just happened? I went out to ask Lance if I could borrow his car to meet up with Savannah when... Christ, that was... I don't even know what that was. I mean, I know what it was, but my mind hasn't caught up with my body. Aftershocks are still rolling through me, my bones vibrating inside my skin. I should regret it. After all, I was the one to insist we remain platonic if I were on his payroll. But the way Lance looked at me, desperation and desire burning inside his gaze, ignited something deep inside my soul. This hulk of a man wanting me, needing me, so badly he was willing to beg for a taste. I couldn't resist. I'm falling so damn hard for a man who will break my heart into pieces. But at the moment, and even now, knowing how much pain Lance will cause, I don't regret my decision. It would have hurt more to refuse. To be staring straight into Lance's too beautiful, too expressive face, and deny him anything. I'm not that strong. Instead, I spread my legs and cried his name and reveled in the pleasure he offered. So much pleasure. And now I'll never be able to look at Lance again, at his lips and teeth and tongue, without imagining how damn magical they'd been between my thighs. I am such a hypocrite, because I'm not just pretending in public. I'm pretending in private, too. Pretending I'm not falling for Lance a little more every day. And it's terrifying. I'm not ready for this. 6 weeks ago, I thought I was living the dream. Dream job, dream boyfriend, dream apartment. And, just like a dream, when I finally woke up, it was all gone. Pleasure, too, is temporary. But at least the memory of it will stay with me for a lifetime. Unlike Lance himself. Nothing we just did alters the facts of our arrangement. Lance's intentions haven't changed. When summer ends, so will we. I can live in Lance's house, drive his Maserati, and wear the clothes he bought me, but this life isn't mine. Lance isn't mine. I'm just the hired help. Again. Brushing away unwanted tears, I pull on a new pair of panties and run downstairs, grabbing Lance's car keys from the kitchen counter. I can't hide in my room all day, reliving the echo of his mouth between my thighs, his hands squeezing my ass, his tongue doing the most magical things to my body. The man makes me feel like a bundle of ill-fitting bones held together by a short-circuiting network of nerves and synapses. And even though an orgasm slammed into me just minutes ago, there's still a part of me that feels hollow and unfulfilled, completely empty. I'm just pulling into the parking lot of Budaberry, where I plan to satisfy that emptiness by devouring a vat of frozen yogurt, when my phone rings. Shit. Hey, I answer shakily. I'm sorry for taking your car without...
I don't care about that.
He cuts me off.
Are you okay?
My eyes automatically drop to my Fitbit. Almost noon, and I've walked less than 2,000 steps. But my legs are still tingling and already sore. With his head between my thighs, Lance can make me feel like I've run a marathon while sitting down. Define okay.
Do you regret what just happened?
I hesitate, not sure how to explain the way I'm feeling, without opening myself up completely, making myself entirely vulnerable to a man who doesn't feel the same way I do, want the same thing I want. Do you?
Fuck no. Nothing tastes better than you coming on my tongue.
By some miracle, I manage to snag a table, and Savannah breezes in a few minutes later. I swear, I drool all week long, just waiting to get back to this place. I nod in agreement, my mouth already full of coconut and chocolate and fresh raspberries. Me too. But all I can think about is Lance. I want to be kissing him, stroking him, showing him just how... Stop it. You? Savannah points her spoon at me accusingly. You've been out here the whole summer. Don't tell me you only come here with me. A guilty flush rises to my cheeks. I might have swung by once or twice, but only when I'm out this way, I promise. And how often is that? I would think you'd be camped out at the gorgeous house with your new man, who I'm dying to meet, by the way. He's not my man. No. Savannah flips her spoon upside down, sucking on it. Uh-oh. She has that look. I brace myself. Not even 3 weeks ago, you couldn't shut up about Lance. You were deliriously happy and having the best sex of your life. But lately, every time I ask about him, you start talking about the hydrangea bush in his garden or some painting you picked out. Stop giving me the runaround. What's going on? I busy myself hunting out the dark chocolate cacao nibs that must have worked their way to the bottom of my cup. Nothing's going on. I'm just trying to keep things professional. Focus on the work. Savannah slides her hand across the table and wraps her fingers around my forearm. Even when you were with Richard and lying to everyone else, you were honest with me. Don't lock me out. Savannah is my best friend, my oldest friend. I can't keep avoiding her questions, and I don't want to. I take a deep breath and come clean. Lance hired me to be his girlfriend. Savannah withdraws her hand and gives me a confused look. Rewind! You're charging him to be his girlfriend? I almost laugh. No, I would have been happy to do it for free. It was his idea. Her eyes widen as I recount Lance's hissy fit when I told him that I needed to work on weekends. They grow even wider when I share the plan he devised, paying me to be his +1 so getting set up would no longer be a negative variable in his perfectly ordered life. And you agreed to it? Not at first, but then...
Pretend to be my adoring girlfriend, and I'll pretend to be your very committed boyfriend. And after Labor Day, you'll have a fat bank account, and your time will be your own again.
But then, Savannah prods. Then Lance made it clear he has no intention of seeing me after the season is over. No! He really said that? Pretty much. My voice trembles. So if he's basically going to throw me away in a couple of months, I might as well take the money and run, right? How on earth did you manage to find a bigger dick than Dick? I half sob, half laugh, covering my face with my hands. So much bigger. Savannah waits until I pull myself together, or maybe until she can wrap her head around the situation I've gotten myself into. Tell me, what's the going rate for a girlfriend these days? $100,000. Shut up! She pales beneath her bronze tan. Holy fuckballs, Viv! That money can be a down payment on an apartment, or a trip around the world, or a lifetime supply of stilettos, or seed money for a new business. Are you still No! Heads turn and I lower my voice. God, of course not. For a few minutes, Savannah eats her frozen yogurt while I concentrate on ripping my napkin into narrow strips, building a tiny fence between the edge of the table and my paper cup. You know, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I carefully layer another gossamer-thin strip of paper on top of the others. It kinda would. He's not paying you for sex, he's paying you to be available. You said the sex was amazing, right? Why should you have to give it up just because the guy must have seen Pretty Woman a few too many times? I look up, needing to see Savannah's face to decide whether she's serious. Do I have to remind you that Julia Roberts actually was a prostitute in that movie? That's beside the point, she says. And yes, she's completely serious. You wanted this summer to be about you, not some guy. Isn't that exactly what you're getting? A hell of a paycheck and a Hamptons beach house to add to your portfolio. Why give up the great sex? If you can have your cake and eat it too, I say go for it. The problem is, I like him. A lot. I mean, I'm furious at how he handled this, how he made me feel. But if I set all that aside, I sigh, thinking about our lobster roll dinner and holding hands as we walked along the beach, about Lance's grief over his stepsister and his efforts to put me at ease when he knew I was nervous. He's really great, Savvy. Isn't that a good thing? No! He's made his feelings perfectly clear. My usefulness has an expiration date. If I don't draw a line in the sand and stay firmly on my side of it, I'll be a mess when summer's over. Her expression is fierce as she studies me. How would you be if summer ended now, today? If you never saw Lance again? I blink at her, my stomach churning with regret. You might as well put your whole heart on the line. From the look on your face, it's already his. I clean up the mess I've made and we make our way outside. The salty breeze feels good on overheated skin. Hey, can you give me a ride back to Quag? Sure. I shove my sunglasses over my eyes and aim the key fob at Lance's car. You're shitting me, right? A Maserati convertible? She looks at me in shock, her hoop earrings swaying as she shakes her head. Girl, tell me what you're doing because clearly I am doing something wrong. A Maserati? Damn, I've never even dated a man who owns a Mercedes. Chapter 33. Vivian. 32 days until Labor Day. Jolie shifts her son on her hip and studies the inspiration board propped up against the wall, the angle of her head and the furrow between her brows, signaling her inner conflict. I like what she's come up with, but I'm staring at it too, and just as conflicted, but for a very different reason. The board is from Anne Abbott. Jolie would have been my client. The project Richard thought was too high profile for me to lead. From the corner of my eye, I see Jolie glance my way. I push my personal feelings aside and try to focus, looking at the board objectively. She invited me over for my opinion. And even if Jolie isn't my client, she's still the client. She deserves a home that reflects her own style. The inspiration board contains fabric swatches, paint chips, photographs of potential furniture and artwork. It's elegant and put together. Too elegant and put together. There's an energy to Jolie, a vibrant happiness I can feel in the home she shares with her family. It shines through, even though it's obvious she's exhausted. It's beautiful, I finally admit, ignoring a pang of disloyalty for criticizing my mentor. But it feels a little safe. There's nothing here that exemplifies the boldness and creativity I see in your jewelry line. Safe, she repeats, running her free hand through her hair and sighing again as she frowns at the array of fabric swatches and photographs. That's exactly it. I wish I could spend a day walking through showrooms with her, give her a feel for what I'm looking for, but we're launching a new collection soon, and I just don't have the time. This new collection, did you design it? Jolie beams. I did. It's based on a chain of islands I used to visit frequently back in my modeling days. The water is the most perfect shade of aquamarine. Not blue, not green, but a stunning blend of the two. And the sunsets, you would think a crayon box had melted in the sky. Orange and raspberry and gold. Her voice softens to a husky whisper, her eyes turning wistful. Have you considered showing Anne your collection? Because I don't see a single color you just mentioned on that board. That's a great idea. I hadn't thought of it. Anytime. I tickle the bottom of Joey's bare feet, and he kicks his little legs, releasing a high-pitched cackle. I should be working with Jolie on this project. And I would be if I hadn't let my emotions get in the way. I lost out on a great opportunity because I made decisions with my broken heart rather than my brain. And for that, I have no one to blame but myself. I should probably get out of your hair, let you get back to work. Just because Tripp and Lance are friends doesn't mean that Jolie has to go out of her way to build a rapport with me. I don't want to overstay my welcome. I'm actually waiting on proofs from a photographer, so I'm in a bit of a lull. But I do need to feed this guy. I can put on some coffee, unless you need to rush back to Lance. Nervous laughter builds inside my throat, escaping as I follow Jolie into her kitchen. No need to rush. He probably hasn't even noticed I'm gone. Despite sharing the same house, I've become an expert at avoiding Lance. It's not even hard. During the week, he's mostly glued to his laptop or pacing his office while talking on his phone. I borrow his car to scope out art galleries and estate sales, often taking photographs to document my progress on the house and adding them to my online portfolio and Instagram account. Once Joey is settled into his high chair, Jolie glances at me from below lifted brows. I find that hard to believe. The other night he could barely take his eyes off of you. She snaps a bib around her son's neck and takes a jar of baby food from the refrigerator. I shift uncomfortably, picking up a ceramic bowl from the counter and inspecting it as I swallow the truth that sits in a gnarled knot at the back of my tongue. That Lance is only putting on a show.
Thanks for listening. Before we move ahead, take this peaceful moment to simply be. This free audiobook continues shortly.
pretending to care for me. Finally, I manage only a deprecating, "I doubt that." Jolie spoons a bright green bite into Joey's mouth, which he promptly spits out. For a moment, she merely closes her eyes and releases a heavy exhale. "Anyway, I know it's none of my business, but believe me, that man is seriously smitten." She's wrong. Lance isn't smitten. He just hasn't gotten laid in 3 weeks. Jolie tries another spoonful. Joey spits it out again, this time accompanied by a shriek. "Sometimes Romy can get him to eat his greens, but I swear he knows I'm a pushover. And lately she's been over at her friend's house all the time. I'm starting to think we need to get a puppy just to compete with her friend's bearded dragon." What exactly is a bearded dragon? A big lizard, I think. She puts the jar and spoon on the countertop. A puppy has to be better than a lizard, right? There's a vulnerability to Jolie's question that gnaws at me. I only know the tabloid version of Jolie and Romy's relationship, but the tangled web of love and insecurity their past has woven is obvious. "Want me to try feeding Joey?" I offer, sidestepping the puppy versus lizard question. "Please." She slides his food toward me with a sigh and walks to the other side of the kitchen, gesturing at a complicated-looking appliance set into the wall. "I need some caffeine. Cappuccino, espresso, coffee. What can I get for you?" I pick up the spoon, approaching Joey cautiously. "Whatever you're having will be great." "Triple espresso Americano with almond milk and a sprinkle of mocha." She says it with the confidence of a barista. I laugh. "Late night?" "More like early morning." She puts a finger to her lips. "No, late night too. I keep telling myself that sleep is overrated, but my body is having none of it." "Well, that sounds like the perfect caffeine boost. I'd love one." Turning my attention to Joey, I make a flying airplane noise, waving the spoon in the air and gliding it into his mouth. He stares at me in surprise, like he knows I'm not supposed to be feeding him. But the pureed baby food stays behind his pursed lips. I grin triumphantly. "I did!" Without swallowing his food, Joey attempts to replicate the sound I made, spattering me in green. Jolie gasps in horror. "Oh no, I'm so sorry!" Just then, Tripp comes into the room, a worried frown on his face as he addresses his wife.
Is everything okay?
She gestures at me and presses a button on the machine. "Vivian has been officially christened by your son." There's a hissing noise, and then coffee starts streaming from a valve, except there's no mug beneath it. Tripp looks back and forth between us, assessing the situation.
"Okay, that's it. You're both fired. Out. I'm officially taking over."
"I told you we weren't cute," Jolie mumbles, as Tripp throws a dish towel over the puddle of coffee on the tile floor. I shake my head. Forget cute. These two are #couple goals. "I think you need to get some sleep. I'm going to head back to the house and change." "I'm so sorry about your shirt." Jolie's expression is a mix of embarrassment and pure exhaustion. "Please, this is nothing," I lie. I'm wearing one of the $400 t-shirts Lance bought for me. But it's still just a t-shirt. Tripp walks to his wife and presses a kiss to her forehead.
"You have coffee all over your jeans, and I'm quite sure the world will keep turning."
We both glance down, and, sure enough, there is coffee splatter all over her white denim capris. Laughter tumbles from our lips as she walks toward me. "Come on, I'll show you out." I'm halfway out the door when Jolie delivers another bombshell.
Chapter 34. Lance. I've been listening for Vivienne's return since she left. As soon as I hear the door open, I'm out of my office. She's covered in what looks like drops of green paint. I thought Jackson Pollock died almost 70 years ago. Very funny, she says, whipping by me and jogging up the stairs. I've been working all day, and I'm tired of my own company. And even though it's obvious Vivienne's been avoiding me, I'm done making it easy for her. So I follow her. What happened to you?
Joey doesn't like spinach, she answers, or airplanes.
Good to know. She makes a non-committal noise and heads into her bedroom. Since she doesn't close the door, I stand just at the threshold, catching her shirt when she pulls it over her head and tosses it my way. Her skirt is next.
I hope your money bought you stain-free fabric.
Clad in barely there panties and a bra, she pulls out a dresser drawer and rifles through it. My mouth goes dry as I take in the smooth skin of Vivienne's back, bisected by the delicate ladder of her spine, the rounded curves of her ass that taper to slim, shapely thighs. Too soon, she steps into a clean pair of shorts and pulls a tank top over her head, but it's one of those tiny ones that dips low in the front and clings to her breasts. I'm still holding her discarded clothes when she grabs them from my hands and brushes past me. Did something else happen? Some reason why you're in a bad mood? Vivienne stomps down the stairs and into the laundry room, agitation surrounding her like a fine mist.
Why did you bring me to dinner with your friends?
Why did I repeat the first part of her question, a confused frown pulling at my brows. You didn't have a good time? She starts the washing machine.
That's not the point.
Again, I shake my head. Then what is? This time when Vivienne tries to walk past me, I extend my arm and grab hold of the door jamb, blocking her path. She turns her feverish gaze on me.
Seriously?
Yes, seriously. What's gotten into you? I'm expecting her to duck beneath my arm and walk away from me, but instead she jabs her index finger into my chest.
You are what's gotten into me.
I don't say anything. There's no need to press her for answers. Whatever is upsetting Vivienne is too volatile to stay silent.
If you were just going to tell Tripp about me, that you're paying me, that we're just an act, why did you have to bring me with you the other night? I mean, at some stuffy party, I know what I'm there for, what my role is. But today, I was blindsided. Why did you have to tell him?
Before I can even attempt to respond, she releases a soggy laugh.
I know I shouldn't be mad. I told my friend Savannah about us, so maybe you needed to tell someone too. I just wish I'd known. Going over their house to help Jolie, I just wish...
She breaks off and stares resentfully at me.
Let me out of the laundry room, please.
My arm falls and I step aside. Vivienne grabs a vitamin water from the fridge and leans back against the door, uncapping the top and taking a long sip. Her profile could be carved of ivory. Her high, wide forehead, the slope of her slim nose, her perfectly sculpted lips and well-defined chin, eyelashes that sit like russet-colored smudges over the crest of her cheekbones. Her throat moves as she swallows. I should have. You're right, and I'm sorry.
It was embarrassing, Lance. Like the time in 3rd grade when I tucked my skirt in my tights and didn't realize until after I walked back into my classroom.
Her eyes blink rapidly, and her hand is wrapped so tightly around her water that her knuckles are white.
Kids laughed, and even after the teacher shut it down, I knew they'd all seen my underwear.
Eventually she turns her head to me, her back still against the refrigerator door.
I know you're paying me a lot of money. I know that this is a job, but I'm a fraud. I know it, you know it, and now Jolie and Tripp know it too.
The naked ache inside her eyes slays me, but when I take a step toward her, she lifts a hand, palm out, so I don't move any closer.
I came here this summer to find myself, to reset and focus on my dreams, my goals, me. But instead, I'm here living with you, working for you, lying for you. My entire identity is wrapped around you.
She pauses, her chin quivering.
I need to know if anything between us is real, Lance. Anything at all. Because I thought we had something, or at least the start of something. But the second you put me on your payroll, the second I became your employee, everything changed.
I take a slow step forward, then another, keeping my eyes locked on Vivienne's face. I hate that my self-centered plan has caused her any pain at all. It seemed like a simple idea with no downside. I was wrong. I've created my own catch-22. By paying Vivienne to be with me, I'll never allow myself to be with her. In the back of my mind, I'll always believe she's in it for the money. I didn't force her to accept my offer, but she did. She chose money over me, and she's using it as an excuse to sleep in separate bedrooms, to limit our interaction to public performances only. Nothing gold can stay, and what Vivienne and I once had was pure gold. We can never be a real couple, the kind that lasts. Fake is all we'll ever be. I steel myself to deliver words that need to be said, for both our sakes. What's real is the agreement we made, the money in your bank account. And yeah, the attraction is also real, but real doesn't mean forever. Nothing lasts forever. I'm wrong about that too, because the look in her eyes, the hurt on Vivienne's face, I'll never forget it as long as I live.
Chapter 35. Vivienne. 31 days until Labor Day. I don't succumb to unconsciousness until the sun's first rays crawl across the horizon, a tender pink band separating sky from sea. My room is bright when I jerk awake, clutching the duvet to my chest and breathing heavily. At first, I don't know what's woken me up out of a dead sleep, but then I notice my phone buzzing on the nightstand. My head feels like it's stuffed with steel wool, my eyes burning from the sudden intrusion of daylight. I don't even glance at the screen before answering. "Vivienne, finally!" "Mom?" I croak, falling back against the pillows. "Well, who else would it be?" I hear the tap of a teaspoon on porcelain and have an almost visceral yearning for the French press coffee my mother makes every morning. "It's been ages." "I called you last week, but you couldn't talk." "Well, I had the Osterman's daughter's bridal shower. Do you remember her, sweetheart?" "Which one? There were a few of them." "The middle girl is getting married first. And the oldest, I think she was in your grade, didn't even come. Can you believe that? Her own sister is getting married, and she wasn't at the shower." "Jacqueline. Last I heard No, Kristen is the bride." "Right, but Jacqueline, the older sister, the one my age, I think she's a marine biologist. She spends most of the year on a boat in the ocean, studying shark migration patterns or something. We weren't really friends in school, but we follow each other on Instagram, and her photos are amazing." "Are you implying that what Jacqueline is doing is more important than celebrating her sister's upcoming wedding?" "Yes." "It's probably just not that easy for her to get off work. I'm sure she'll be there for the wedding." My mom huffs. "I should hope so. The most wonderful day in a woman's life. She should have her family around to support her." "There's more to life than marriage, Mom." There better be, because my prospects in that area are looking pretty bleak. And besides, most people don't exactly stay true to their vows. The silence on the other end of the line is deafening. My mother and I have never discussed what I saw when I worked for her the summer before I left for college. For a while, she was the go-to caterer for events held at an old mansion that cost a fortune to rent, but didn't have on-staff chefs. It was popular for weddings, sweet 16 birthday parties, bar and bat mitzvahs, and corporate events. Events where my mom could make more in a night than my father made in his bi-monthly paycheck. The mansion was run by a man named Paul, who couldn't get enough of my mother. And the feeling seemed mutual. She was all smiles around him, laughing and flirting. I even noticed him following her into the garage, where there was a second refrigerator. He closed the door, and when she eventually came out, her hair was all mussed, her lipstick smeared, and her clothes disheveled. I didn't want to think that my mother was cheating on my father, but it was clear that something happened between her and Paul. And toward the end of the summer, just before I left, I overheard an argument between my parents that left no room for doubt. I couldn't hear everything, just words and phrases that plunked into my conscience like pebbles, the ripples forever disturbing the placid surface.
"I should kill him."
"No, he's not worth it."
Did Vivian see?
Of course not.
You're never going back.
Will you ever look at me the same? And lots of tears. I hope that's not how I raised you, Vivian. When you find a man who loves you like your father loves me, how I love him, it's truly something to celebrate. I feel slightly nauseous as her soft goodbye hits my ear. I'm just not sure if it's because I know she's lying or because she does it so well. Like she believes every word. Or maybe it's just the bitter seed of envy taking root. Because I wish I knew how it felt to be deeply in love with a man who loved me right back. Even if it's only an illusion. For as long as it lasts, it must be wonderful.
Chapter 36. Lance. 17 days until Labor Day. The blare of trumpets breaks my concentration, reminding me that I still haven't gotten around to replacing the bell. I make a mental note to ask Vivienne if it's something she can take care of. God knows she's done just about everything else in the house. Hung paintings, changed the hardware in the kitchen, swapped out doorknobs, installed blinds when I happened to mention that the glare on my computer screen in the mornings sometimes made it hard to read. When I asked her to turn the house from the shoddy state it was in when I first arrived into something better, I really didn't think much of it. It was a task to make Vivienne feel useful, to give her something to do so she wouldn't leave. Moving back here after being gone so long, and without a bustling corporate office to spend most of my days, I found the idea of Vivienne staying here with me pleasant and convenient. But somewhere along the way, Vivienne turned this house into a home. Every time I turn around, she's bringing something into the house. Not just random shit she thinks looks good. No, Vivienne has a way of asking me the most casual, innocuous questions. Favorite authors, memorable places I've traveled, what got me interested in cybersecurity, and somehow manifesting my answers physically. She found an artist out in Montauk that creates sculptures using discarded computers and electronic components. She etched Risk Taker's mission statement onto a piece of driftwood and hung it behind my desk. Leather-bound copies of my favorite books sit on my bookshelves. She's left her stamp and mine in every room. My calendar taunts me on a daily basis. Soon I'll be back in California in a big, sterile house that has places to eat and sleep and fuck and work, but not an ounce of personality. And no one in that bustling corporate office will ever take the place of Vivienne. The trumpets blare again. Coming! The FedEx driver must be impatient today, but it's not the documents I'm expecting. I thought you would call me. Missy is wearing a white tennis dress, her hair in a ponytail. I snicker. You thought wrong. Missy purses her lips and looks over my shoulder. Can I come in? Be my guest. I step aside, closing the door behind her. Her head swivels as she looks around, making a low whistle. Look at you, coming back to your roots in style. We've both done well, I say impassively. No, not really. I've just come from Jacob's lawyer's office. She throws herself on the couch, displacing one of the pillows. Want to know why? Not particularly. One word, prenup. Come on, don't tell me you expected to marry him without one. That was my hope, but no, I expected one, just not the one he wants me to sign. She sits up so fast, another pillow falls to the floor. Aren't you going to offer me a drink? I squint at her. And prolong your stay? No. Oh, for God's sake. She gets to her feet and strides across the room to the bar cart. Vivienne came home with it last week, the cart wrapped up like a mummy in the seat beside her. But since she didn't like the chrome finish, she took it out onto the patio and spent 2 days outside with paint, brushes, and a wad of steel wool to rough up the metal and transform it into an interesting mix of silver streaked with gold. And then she set it up in a corner of the living room, stocking it with liquor and crystal tumblers. Now Missy sloshes vodka into one and tosses it back. My prenup is ridiculous. I barely get pennies if we divorce in 5 years, and if he catches me cheating, I won't even get that. So don't cheat and stay married for at least 5 years and a day, I say, exasperation woven into my voice.
She downs another shot. Because after 5 years, I only get a few nickels. Then I suggest you hire your own lawyer. Negotiate. She sets her glass down with a clatter and spins around, crossing the room again. This time she doesn't head to the couch. She doesn't stop until we're toe-to-toe. Lifting her hands, she presses them against my chest. Lance, you never should have broken up with me. We were good together. Until we weren't. She continues as if I didn't interrupt, her palms climbing up my shirt until her fingers are wrapped around the back of my neck. We were so good together. We can be that way again. Please, Lance, let's try again. I pull at Missy's wrists, but she doesn't let go. She presses herself against me, her lips kissing my neck. That girl can't make you happy, not like me. You need... I untangle myself from Missy's embrace and step back. Her name is Vivienne, and she's made me happier than I've ever been before. If I need anyone, it's her. Chapter 37. Lance. After Missy leaves, I go for a long run along the water's edge with the intention of clearing my mind. But what I said follows me. Not my parting shot about getting the fuck out of my house, but that Vivienne makes me happy. 1 word, 2 syllables. It chases me down the sand in tune with my footfalls. Happy, happy, happy for miles. I just don't know what to do about it, about Vivienne. I've only just returned when Vivienne herself walks through the door. She skirts by me and goes straight to the living room, picking up the pillows that fell to the floor and setting them back on the couch. Rearranging every other pillow until she finally stands back and surveys the rest of the house, looking for anything out of place. It's a habit of hers, a cute quirk. Spotting the glass on the bar cart and the opened bottle, she heads toward it. Want me to refill your drink? She stills when she picks up the glass with Missy's lipstick clearly imprinted on the edge. It's Missy's, I begin, but Vivienne cuts me off. She carries it to the kitchen and places it in the sink. You don't owe me an explanation, Lance. Spinning around, she leans back against the countertop. I'm just your girlfriend for hire, remember? I rub at my chest, hating the wounded look on her face. Joining Vivienne in the kitchen, I take hold of her shoulders. How about we take the night off? From everything. Let's go back to the beginning. My palms slide down her upper arms, and I take a step back, then extend my right hand. Hey, I'm Lance Wells. I'll be living here for the rest of the summer. Her eyes drop, my heartbeat thundering as I wait for her to decide whether to give me another chance. Finally, her chin lifts. She meets my gaze again, slowly shaking her head. I don't think... Please, I urge, knowing I sound desperate and not caring. Hell, I am desperate. Humor me. She blinks, she sighs, and then finally she slides her palm against mine. I'm Vivienne Radcliffe, and I'm taking care of the house for the summer. Nice to meet you, Vivienne. I steel my nerves. I bought this place a while back and expected it to be vacant. Finding you here is a bit of a surprise. Disappointment flattens her lips as she snatches her hand from my grip. I thought we were taking the night off from lying. We are, I say solemnly. I own this house. Her jaw loosens, brows knitting together in consternation. So you lied to me from the very beginning? I'm sorry. I didn't know you yet, and at first I thought you might be in on the scam Seth was running. A scam that had me cleaning toilets and mopping floors. Well, you were pretty content to share your workload. My attempt at humor falls flat, and I run a hand through my hair, pinching the tightness at the back of my neck. Once I figured out it was just Seth, I also knew that telling you the truth would essentially mean kicking you out. That was my choice to make, not yours. If I told you the truth right away, what would have happened? I would have packed my things and left. To go where? The dump in Quogue? Back to your parents? What did you care? You didn't know me. No, I only knew that this gorgeous, sarcastic, irreverent girl was in my house, and I wanted her to stay. I turned my head, looking through the window at the backyard. The lounge chairs, fire pit, and gazebo that Vivienne chose with such care. The garden that's thriving because of her efforts. That's the extent of my diabolical plan. I just wanted you to stay. Her affronted veneer cracks slightly. You had Seth lie to me.
I told him to say that I'd leased the house, to return the money he took, and to find somewhere else for everyone he conned. I bite my lip, hazarding a small grin. I did not, however, suggest that place be in Quag. The lightest of laughs slips through Vivienne's mouth. He's such a douche. No argument here. She looks over my shoulder. Well, at least now I know none of this will be destroyed by renters next summer. Frowning, she looks back at me. Or are you planning to lease it out? I shake my head. No. I like keeping what's mine. Her gaze darkens to the shade of wet moss. Just because you're paying me doesn't mean I'm yours. You bought my time, but nothing more. I'm not for sale, Lance. I regard her silently for a moment. Nothing that truly matters can be bought. So how about it? Can we take the night off? No pretending, no lies? Pick up tomorrow and see where we're at? Her eyes narrow. Are you saying that because you want to get in my pants? Skepticism is woven through every syllable. No, I say firmly, then add, not that I don't want to, but I'm a grown-ass man. I can keep my hands to myself if that's what you want. A few beats go by. Enough time for me to wish, yet again, that I could get inside her mind as easily as hacking a top-secret military mainframe. I'd give just about anything to know what she's thinking. To my surprise, Vivienne hooks her pinky through mine. I like your hands. Her chin lifts, her gaze steady as the corners of her mouth twitch upward, just barely in a cautious half-smile. Thank you for telling me the truth. Relief hits hard. I should have told you sooner. True, but you have now. And I think you're right. We deserve a night off. 2 people, 1 house, no lies. I want to sweep her into my arms and kiss her until she melts against me, but I settle for shaking her pinky. Deal.
Chapter 38. Vivian. I don't know what this deal makes us right now, but the thought of a temporary truce, setting aside our lies and my frustration for a night, is irresistible. I'm not completely without misgivings. The more time we spend together means more chances to succumb to Lance's charm. I might capitulate in the face of it, give in to the tempting pulse of energy between us. Consequences be damned. It's worth the risk. And I'm emotionally exhausted. A night off is exactly what I need. Exactly what we both need. I know just how we should spend it, too. I drove past a carnival yesterday.
A carnival? Like those rickety rides that come into town for a few days and have next to no safety regulations or oversight?
Lance's face mirrors the distinctly unenthusiastic tone of his voice. Yup, plus funnel cake and games with enormous stuffed animals hanging overhead. As an only child, my parents never took me to carnivals or fairs, their reluctance stemming from the same concerns Lance just mentioned. And maybe because I'd never gone, I still romanticize them.
You want me to win you one of those stuffed animals, don't you?
I'm practically bouncing on the toes of my feet. A unicorn, if they have it. He extends an arm toward the garage door.
Okay, let's go.
I float into Lance's convertible and give him directions to the fair. The whole way there, I worry that it'll be gone, that they've already disassembled the rides and booths, picking up for another town, maybe another state. But the carnival is right where I remembered, in all its tawdry glory. I clap my hands together as I exit the car, a wide grin splitting my face in two. Lance throws his arm around my waist as we walk up to the window of the rusty trailer, where we both get fitted with laminated neon bracelets, allowing us unlimited rides until closing. These aren't the kind of rides you'll find at Disney or Six Flags, or even much smaller amusement parks. But Lance doesn't complain as I drag him from the Tilt-A-Whirl to the Scrambler to the Orbiter. There isn't a Ferris wheel, but we walk through the funhouse holding hands and making faces at each other in the distorted mirrors. When something jumps out at me before we exit, I scream and vault into Lance's arms. He carries me out the exit and leans against the exterior wall, holding me against his chest until my heart is racing for a reason that has nothing to do with the funhouse. "Lance," I whisper, looking up at his face. His smile is slow and intimate, meant just for me.
"Worth the price of admission right there,"
he mumbles, touching his forehead to mine, the tips of our noses brushing against each other. Our mouths are less than an inch apart, his breath a warm caress across my lips. Seconds pass as I wait for Lance to kiss me, yearning for the press of his mouth, the slide of his tongue, the heated urgency of his touch. As if he can read my thoughts, he says,
"Tonight is all about you, Red. You're gonna have to kiss me if that's what you want."
"Is it what you want?" His gruff chuckle is more of a groan.
"More than my next breath."
My heart shimmies inside the cage of my ribs, feeling too full, too heavy, to be contained by mere bones.
But don't do it unless you're ready to leave. Once you let me kiss you again, I won't want to stop. And if I do it right, neither will you.
When it comes to kissing, Lance does everything right. I close my eyes for a moment, tempted to go back to the house, or even just the car, kissing more than Lance's mouth. But I resist, pulling my forehead away from his and looking into his eyes. I'm not ready to leave yet, to go back to the way things were. As badly as I want to kiss Lance right now, I want this time together, feeling like a real couple, even more. Let's not leave just yet. There's a flicker of disappointment inside those intense, whiskey-colored orbs, just before Lance loosens his hold, and I slide down the hard plane of his chest, my knees wobbling slightly as I find my footing. His sooty black lashes blink, and when he opens them again, he's wearing a genuine smile.
"Then we'll stay."
It's not quite night yet, the sky a deep, radiant indigo that still holds on to some of the sun's warmth. But the carnival lights, bright yellows and reds and whites and blues, lend a festive vibe to the air. We go on a ride shaped like a pirate ship, sitting in the very back row together. Just as it's about to start, a slew of teenagers run up the platform, 3 sliding into our row. Lance wraps his arm around my waist as we make room for them.
"You okay?"
he asks, concern for me stamped across his chiseled features. I don't trust myself to answer. My throat is too tight. I nod instead, because I am very okay. And this man by my side, riding creaky, rusty rides just because I want to, whose hungry stares make me feel like what's between us will never expire, is very real. A buzzer sounds, the lap bar descends, and with a mechanical groan the ship begins to move, my Viking by my side. Back and forth we go, rising gradually higher with each pass of the platform until I feel myself lifting off the seat as we hit the highest point of each side, just as far as the bar will allow. It's a brief reprieve from gravity. And for a few moments, I'm as light as air, weightless. My stomach cartwheels at the unfamiliar sensation, my hair lifting off my shoulders, a giggle vaulting through my curved lips. Lance and I turn to look at each other, his smile broad and beaming. When was the last time I had this much fun with anyone? I don't have to think about it. The answer is precisely the 23rd of never. And I don't want the ride to end. But like all things, it does. Just like our temporary truce will end, like the summer will end. And we'll end too. The labored noises of the ship sound as disappointed as I feel. Lance takes my hand as the lap bar rises, helping me onto the platform, his palms cinched at the jut of my hip as we follow the crowd to the exit.
"What next?"
My eyes sweep the carnival for our next ride, snagging on one game that stands out from the rest. Or, more accurately, the prizes arranged around it. Following the trajectory of my stare, Lance chuckles.
Come on, let's go win you a unicorn.
Chapter 39. Lance. Just because I find these traveling carnivals to be tacky and unsafe doesn't mean I haven't been to my fair share of them. Growing up, it was practically a rite of passage to take your girl to whatever shit-ass fair pulled into town and win her a prize. And since I didn't have endless amounts of cash to spend on trial and error, I approached it like I did everything else. Meticulous research. Most games are rigged, making it difficult but not impossible to win. In the milk can toss, the opening is made smaller by welding a concave piece of steel to the rim, reducing it to just 1/16 of an inch larger than the softball. Archery games are played using rifles with misaligned sights. Basketball hoops are oval rather than round, but the configuration of the booth prevents players from viewing their altered shape from the side. Almost all games can be won if you know how to correct for the con, and it just so happens that the game Vivienne is staring at, the High Striker, is one of the easiest to win, unless it's rigged so that no one wins. Think you're strong enough to get your girl a prize? The carny standing beside a tower brandishes a heavy mallet. I pull a bill out of my pocket. If you prove to me it can be done. If the carny can't ring the bell, the game is rigged so that no one can. But if he does, I know I can. The mechanism itself is simple. Hit the metal pad at the bottom of the tower with enough force to send a puck up the track of the tower and ring a bell. But the trick is that the pad must be hit dead center with the flattest side of the mallet. Hit at an angle, or only make contact with the corner of the pad, and the puck won't get high enough to ring the bell. He pockets my money and grins, exposing a handful of nicotine-stained teeth standing like crooked tombstones inside his mouth. Sure thing. I move to the side of the game's base, keeping my eyes on the metal pad. The carny swings and makes contact, sending the puck up the tower. After the bell rings, he hands the mallet to me. There you go, win the lady a prize. I examine the metal head, adjust my grip, and swing like I'm splitting wood. Vivienne's shout of happiness is almost louder than the bell, and the look on her face when she's handed a unicorn nearly as big as she is fucking priceless. Thank you, she yells, bouncing on her tiptoes to kiss me. It's meant to be one of those quick pecks, but I grab both her and the unicorn in my arms, extending our kiss until the carny shouts, Who wants a kiss like that from their lady? Step right up, $5 a try. I reluctantly let her down, sending a scowl toward the man and leading a laughing Vivienne away. What's next? I look around at the line of stalls. Maybe a tiger to go with your unicorn? She shakes her head. No, I'm good with just the one. How about funnel cake or cotton candy? That's it, I joke, feeling a wave of indigestion coming on. No fried Oreos or blooming onions? She shakes her head. Nope, I'm a simple girl. Despite the blaring music and ringing bells and squealing children, Vivienne's statement resounds inside my ears. She's right. There is a refreshing pureness to Vivienne that I haven't quite appreciated until now. She isn't swayed by the glamorous parties I've brought her to or the expensive clothes I bought for her. The only indication that she cares about money at all was when she was nervous to drive my car or concerned that I was spending too much on furniture for a house I didn't own. Rather than shop at expensive art galleries in Southampton, Vivienne seeks out unknown artists just starting out in their careers, buying from them directly and highlighting their work on her social media accounts. When she buys food, it's always from a local farmer's market or family-owned storefront rather than a corporate grocery chain. And tonight, at this crappy carnival, she's the happiest and most relaxed I've ever seen her. After I buy our snacks, we look for a place to sit, but the few picnic tables are filthy. We're done with rides and games, right? At her nod, I begin walking toward the nearly empty parking lot. Handing Vivienne her enormous swath of pink and blue cotton candy, I squeeze the stuffed animal into the back seat before sliding onto the hood and pulling her along with me, her ass nestled between my thighs, her back to my chest. Comfy? I murmur into her hair, which is a wind-blown riot of red that feels like silk against my neck. Yes. She pulls off a corner of the funnel cake and brings it up to my mouth, confectioner sugar blowing off the top in a white mist. I take the bite with my teeth, holding on to her slim wrist to lick the sugar off her fingertips. So damn sweet, I murmur. Vivienne's only reply is a sharp intake of breath, followed by an almost inaudible moan. Together we eat the funnel cake, her feeding me feeding her. The taste of her fingers is better than the fried dough, and the feel of her tongue licking my fingers is, well, downright exquisite. By the time we've moved on to the cotton candy, I only want one thing in my mouth, Vivienne. But I'm sticking to my metaphorical guns. I won't have her looking at me with tears of accusation swimming in her eyes. Tonight has been fucking amazing, and if all I get to do is suck on Vivienne's fingers, I'm good with that, and my dick will just have to get over himself. Waving what's left of the cotton candy, Vivienne says, "I can't eat another bite." Me neither. She looks over her shoulder at me, questioning. No? I nip playfully at the side of her neck, licking at her skin. Not food, anyway. Her eyes heat, those lips of hers coated in sugar like a candied apple and slightly parted. I move closer and she doesn't back away, but I meant what I said about her having to kiss me. I merely glide my tongue along her lips, tracing the curves, tasting her amplified sweetness. And then I pull back, grinning. Delicious.
Chapter 40. Vivienne. True to his word, Lance didn't kiss me. No, he licked me. Jesus, take the wheel. And then drive us to the beach house so Lance and I can make out in the back like teenagers. I'm not sure how I managed not to lunge at him, but somehow I hold myself in check, at least while Lance takes the unfinished cotton candy from my hand and tosses it, along with the funnel cake plate, into a nearby trash bin.
Ready to go?
I offer a shaky nod and some semblance of a smile, despite not feeling ready at all. Every time I look at the pool, I remember what we've done in it. Every glance at the trees edging his property, and I see the hammock that's no longer there. Passing the door to the master bedroom, especially knowing Lance still sleeps there every night, has me drowning in an avalanche of lust. If all I felt for Lance was lust, I could handle it. But lust is just a fraction of what is surging through my veins. The snippets I've seen of Lance when his guard is down and he's being open and vulnerable, over margaritas and tequila shots, eating lobster rolls and walking along the beach, and now, tonight at this carnival, makes it impossible not to want more from Lance than just sex. But I don't just want more. I want everything. The fairy tale. The happily ever after ending. The love story worthy of a romance novel. Want. It's a shiny, ephemeral thing that surges through my bloodstream, weaving through my red and white blood cells like ribbons of gold. It lightens the blue veins visible on the inside of my wrists, brightens the tan I've earned during my weeks of summer sun. I'm swollen with it. It shimmers inside my lungs with every breath, buzzes inside my brain like a drug, slides down my throat with every swallow. The problem with want is that there's no logic to it, no elegant solution or explicit plan. Because want isn't just a shiny gold ribbon, it's also the toddler chasing after that ribbon. Will she catch it? Will she trip over it? Will she throw a tantrum because it evades her grasp? The emotion is both powerful and paralyzing, motivating and malignant. And it is inside me. I toe off my shoes as Lance shifts into gear and drives along the highway, music thumping through the speakers, wind whipping my hair into a frenzy. We arrive at the house, and by the time I find my shoes, Lance is pulling open my door, the obscenely large unicorn in his arms. I wrap my arms around the belly of the animal, but Lance doesn't let go.
We haven't tried out the fire pit yet.
It's a warm summer night, but the breeze coming off the ocean brings a noticeable chill with it, and I'm in no hurry to go back to my room alone. Let's do it. His face lights up with a smile that stretches between broad, high cheekbones and is punctuated by the cleft in his strong chin. I have an urge to lick it, to swipe my tongue through the shallow groove already dusted with golden stubble. Lance releases the unicorn into my grip, and we walk inside.
Want to grab drinks and I'll start the fire?
I drop the unicorn on the couch in the living room and swallow at the casual tone to Lance's voice, as if we're a real couple who do this sort of thing every night. Sure. In the kitchen, I open a bottle of beer for Lance and pour myself a white wine, adding a few ice cubes. Not exactly classy, but the ice serves two purposes. It dilutes the wine, and since my head is already spinning, that's a good thing. Plus, the cold is refreshing. Just looking at Lance sets my skin on fire. I linger in front of the freezer for a minute longer than necessary, cooling my cheeks. By the time I get out to the fire pit, the flames are already dancing within the stone enclosure. And when I hand Lance his beer, an electric charge shoots through my arm at the brush of his fingers against mine. He pats the cushion beside his thigh. There's enough room for me beside him, but I lift a brow and gesture at the remaining 3 curved armless chairs surrounding us.
I like having you close.
His answer is straightforward and honest. No pretense. My defenses turn to ash. I sit. There is nothing soft about Lance. He's all hard lines and packed muscle. But when his arm slips around my shoulders, pulling me close, his thumb sweeps along my neck in a gentle motion. I rest my cheek against his chest, curling my hands around my wine glass and staring up at the stars. Tell me a story.
What kind of story?
He asks. Anything, really. There's something about sitting around a fire looking up at the stars that makes me think we should be toasting marshmallows and telling stories. But since I'm stuffed full of sugar and cake, I'll just take the story. A few beats of silence pass between us before Lance's deep voice joins the crackle of the fire.
Once upon a time, there was a boy who climbed onto the roof of his family's house every night, just so he could stare up at these same stars.
You climbed onto the roof?
Not me, a boy. Well, until he decided to take his chances on a rainy night and fell off. Then the boy was stuck inside with a broken leg for the next 2 months.
And after that, did the boy ever climb out on the roof again?
Almost every night,
he says on an exhale, his heart rate steady and sonorous beneath my ear. Why? Once he knew the risks, why not just look outside the window?
Because on the roof, he was closer to the stars.
His voice quiets.
And on the roof, he was out of reach, far above everything he had to see in the light of day. The unopened, unpaid bills covering the kitchen table, most with final notice stamped somewhere. The boy's father just left them there. So every afternoon he did his homework on a steadily rising pile of bills.
And did the boy grow up to be like his father?
No, he's nothing like his father. He knows how to focus, how to work hard. He's successful.
Is he happy?
Sometimes.
He looks at me, a flicker of something I can't quite read in his expression. Or maybe a question I don't understand.
Now it's your turn.
I consider my options. I can choose something silly, something light, each word an obvious effort to rebuild the wall between us. Or I can follow Lance's lead, revealing a part of myself that actually means something, and do my part to knock down that wall even more. Once upon a time, there was a girl, I begin my story just as Lance had, who went to work with her mother. Until then, she thought she had the perfect family. But that night, she found out it was all a lie.
I thought you said your life was boring.
Not me, a girl. She saw her mother with another man.
What did the girl do?
Nothing. But at night, she would sit by the window of her bedroom and stare out at the stars, wishing she was anywhere else. Then she went to college and never came back. Not for longer than a night or two, anyway. It was too hard to feel sick to her stomach every time she looked into her mother's face, every time she saw her parents pretending like they were in love. With Lance's story sitting heavily on my heart, and my own spewing from my mouth like a sewage pump, I'm struck by how much toxic waste we've been carrying around inside ourselves.
They're still married?
Still married, still pretending. He knows about the affair, too. She told him, and he forgave her. The ice clinks in my glass when I take the last sip, and Lance glances down at me.
Have you?
I shake my head slowly, not giving voice to the answer that sits like lead inside my mouth. No. I should probably get inside. I stand to go, and he reaches for my wrist, encircling it with his long fingers.
I don't want tonight to end.
There's such vulnerability inside his gaze, and the wall I've been trying to keep between us is a pile of rubble. Escaping to the safety and solitude of my room is a tempting option. Safe. But it's no contest against the mystery that swirls inside Lance's eyes. A mystery I'm compelled to explore despite the risks. Or maybe even because of them. Me neither. He stands too, his wide shoulders and muscular neck at eye level, until I tip my head to take in the entirety of his face.
Don't go back to your room. Stay with me.
My eyelashes flutter as I push myself to be completely honest. Tonight has been perfect. If I go back to your room, we both know what will happen. And I'd hate for anything to overshadow. My voice trails off as I struggle to explain. I want to keep the memory of our night untainted and frozen in time, like a scene from a snow globe.
I promise I won't let that happen. But don't make me go to bed alone, without you in my arms. Not tonight.
Chapter 41. Lance. Vivienne crawls across the mattress and slips beneath the sheets, her hair spread across the pillow like crimson brushstrokes on a white canvas. I grasp my shirt from the back of my neck and pull it over my head. Her eyes unlock from mine, hungrily devouring my chest. They follow my hands as I unclasp the button of my jeans and tug at the fly, pushing the denim from my thighs into the floor. I prefer to sleep naked, but if it means keeping Vivienne in my bed, the boxer briefs will stay on. But there's no disguising the bulge inside them. She finally drags her eyes back to my face. In the darkened room, they glow with an unbanked fire that heats the blood inside my veins to unsafe levels. Would it be too much to ask for a goodnight kiss? My cock swells even thicker as I lift a corner of the blanket and slip beside Vivienne. I think I can manage that. Vivienne gives a slow blink, and I can practically hear the wheels turning inside her head, wondering if I'll be able to stop at just one kiss. But she knows I can, because I have. And that's when I realize Vivienne isn't concerned about me. She's worried that she won't be able to stop herself from asking for more. But even if she does, even if she begs for it, it will be just her pussy talking. If I give in, even the brightest bits of the memories we made tonight will be tarnished once the haze of passion leaves Vivienne's mind. With my resolve fortified, I slide one arm in the space between Vivienne's neck and the pillow, my other hand curving over her waist to splay across the narrow expanse of her back, pulling her body against mine. Vivienne's gasp steals my breath. I close the remaining distance between our mouths, slanting my lips over hers and sliding my tongue along the crease, seeking entrance. She gives in with a soft sigh as I slide my fingers through the hair at the nape of her neck, tracing the shape of her scalp and gathering a mound of silken strands into my fist. I deepen our kiss with a growl, sliding a knee between Vivienne's legs and feeling her buck against my thigh. Vivienne's hands aren't idle. One slides up my chest, her nails piercing the skin along the rise of my shoulder. The other is wrapped around my hip like a lever, holding me steady as she grinds against me. Our mouths mate, our hands explore, each of our breaths beg for more. More, more, more. There's something about this kiss that's different from any of the others we've shared, just as there's something about this night that is different from those that have come before it. How could there not be after what we shared around the fire pit? Before tonight, I thought I knew almost everything about Vivienne. What she likes for lunch, and the tunes she hums while making it. That she prefers to drink her first cup of coffee outside and likes to read romance novels while sitting on the steps of the pool. The hotter the day, the deeper this step. And she has an unhealthy addiction to tracking her steps, that damn Fitbit always on her wrist. I've seen what she can do to an empty space and a blank page, and that it's impossible for her to walk into a room without changing it somehow. Straightening a painting, fluffing a pillow, wiping down a counter. Tonight I learned that Vivienne has seen betrayal at its most intimate level, just as I have. Her hurt runs as deeply as mine. She knows what it is to love someone you can barely look at, to lose respect for a person you once admired. And I learned that sharing the deepest parts of my soul, my hopes and fears and most fervent desires, doesn't make me weak. Strength flows through my veins tonight because of Vivienne. I'm not a religious man, but this kiss, this melding of mouths and breaths and lips and teeth and tongues, it feels like a christening, a rebirth. The man I was before tonight, the family that raised me, the women I fucked, they are all in the past. I'm shaped by my experiences, but I am no longer defined by them. I have a new standard by which to measure myself, a new goal, and she's in this bed with me. I disengage with a groan that's matched by Vivienne's wanton moan. "Don't stop," she whispers, her breath a hot invitation caressing my lips. But I pull away, watching her eyes flutter open, confusion and longing etched into the frown creasing the otherwise elegant sweep of her brows. No regrets in the morning, remember? "I'm already regretting saying that," she mumbles, blinking at me with a steady, disappointed gaze. I grin, loving the surly pout to her lips. I regret nothing, which is why I roll Vivienne onto her back, bracing myself over her with my forearms, letting my swollen, cotton-covered cock rub between her parted thighs. Yes. It's the sweetest, softest sigh of relief, of surrender, but I'm not conquering her. Tonight I'm worshipping this girl, my treasure. I lean down, planting feather-light kisses all over her face, forehead, nose, cheeks, chin, the delicate shell of her ears, the line of her collarbone, and the fluttering hollow between. The whimpers that escape her lips are hot as fuck, and so is the way she writhes beneath me. But I'm not about to blow my shot, literally or figuratively. Finally, I press a last, lingering kiss on her lips. They open in a smile as she wraps her legs around my hips, locking her ankles at the base of my spine as her palms curve over my jaw, her thumbs sweeping over my cheeks. Against her mouth, I murmur, "Good night, Vivienne."
Chapter 42. Vivienne. 9 days until Labor Day. Another week passes, days disappearing like footsteps in the sand. Every night, Lance and I sit out by the fire pit and swap stories. We've abandoned our once-upon-a-time safety net. And we've shared more than just our pasts. More than our favorite foods and songs and books and movies. Lance now knows my hopes and dreams. And I know his. I fall asleep with his goodnight kisses on my lips, his arms wrapped around my body. But nothing more. At this point, I've resorted to begging. Whatever we are, whatever we will or won't be, I love him. Not that I've uttered the 4-letter word out loud. Lance doesn't love me back. If he did, I would be his actual girlfriend, not just his pretend girlfriend. Although things between us are heating up privately, he still hasn't called off our public farce. So if the only way I can express my feelings is by making love to him, I need to take the chance. Now. Before he's lost to me. Possibly forever. Last night, he almost relented. Almost. But I am determined to seduce him today. And I have the perfect plan. Tomorrow, the custom built-ins for my former bedroom are being installed, so if things get a little messy, and I hope they will, it won't matter. I've already covered the floor with a drop cloth and lugged the 7x5 canvas I ordered from an art supply company into the room, leaning it against the wall across from the window. In front of the canvas are 6 open paint cans, also ordered from the art supply company, that are non-toxic, allergen-free, and washable. The colors are the same colors I've used throughout the house. Pale blue, light gray, beige, pewter, navy, and gold. And at 6 o'clock, wearing my skimpiest bikini, I mix up a batch of frozen margaritas in the kitchen. At the sound of the blender, Lance pokes his head out of his office. I turn it off, making sure to stand at the edge of the kitchen so Lance can see me. All of me. I feign innocence. Sorry, margarita craving. Am I bothering you? Lance shakes his head.
No bother at all.
Will you have a drink with me? You know I hate to drink alone. He strolls over, one hand in his pocket, the other running through his hair.
Sure.
You know, I say, pretending like a thought has just occurred to me, I could use your help with something, if you're not too busy.
Not at all. What do you need?
I lead him to the canvas. I want to create something to hang over the fireplace, something big and eye-catching. I reach my arms over my head, making sure to arch my back and rise onto my tiptoes, giving a little shimmy. As you can see, I can't reach the top. I bite my lip as his eyes drop to my ass, hoping he won't point out the obvious, that all I have to do is turn the thing sideways to reach every inch on my own.
So you need me to pick you up to reach the top?
That's an idea. I have absolutely no objection to Lance's strong hands cinched at my waist. Or, I gesture toward the open cans of paint, you can paint with me.
I'm not an artist.
The words are soft, almost an apology. You don't have to be. Just take off your clothes and get in here. I'll show you. I sip at my margarita and try not to drool as Lance unbuttons his shirt, revealing his ridiculously defined pecs, washboard abs, and the treasure trail leading south of his belt. This is happening. Definitely. When I can't hold back an exultant smile, I turn away to select a playlist from my phone, mostly instrumental and heavy on the bass. Just before it comes through the speakers, I hear the slide of leather against cotton, the clink of a metal buckle striking tile. When I turn back, there is a pile of clothes outside the doorway, and Lance, clad only in a pair of black boxer briefs that reveal as much as they conceal. I take a last sip of my drink and set the glass down. Ready?
I'm all yours.
I hide my wince as I move in front of the canvas, because Lance isn't mine. He's been clear about that. But for right now, maybe even for the next 9 days, he will be. There's no wrong way to do this, but I like to start by building a foundation with the lighter colors, using the darker ones as accents. I dip my hand into one of the jars and drag it across the canvas, leaving behind a streak of gray on white. Lance joins me, his pale blue arc a horizontal counterpoint to my vertical one.
Like this?
Exactly like that. For a while, we take turns, sometimes dragging our palms across the canvas, sometimes splattering the paint by flicking our fingers a few inches away from it. In the background, my playlist pulses, music swelling and receding like the tide crashing on the beach just 30 yards away. The canvas is almost entirely covered when I finally follow through with the point of this whole exercise. With my fingertips drenched in gold and spread wide apart like starfish, I lock eyes with Lance. My palms hover over his pecs, so close I can feel the heat of his skin through my own. He tenses.
What are you doing?
Switching to a different canvas. Don't worry, it will come off in the shower.
I'm not worried,
he says, his voice rough-hewn and gruff. The room is bright with sunlight, every plane and ridge of Lance's body on display. It really isn't fair that he is so delicious. I lick my lips and slowly run my fingers over his chest, marking the grooves between his muscles. So many muscles. My heart aches as I trace the tattooed latitude and longitude coordinates that cut over his ribs, marking his stepsister's gravesite. Lance is a man who loves deeply. Maybe, one day, he'll even love me. I get more paint. Navy this time. I add stripes to his cheekbones and down his arms. I circle his belly button and skim his thighs. And then I wait. Come on, play with me. The pulse at Lance's temple thrums.
I can paint you?
I nod, barely able to swallow. He dips one hand in blue, the other in gold. He starts at my neck, the warm paint covering my skin like a gossamer thin film of the finest, softest satin. His thumbs sweep across my racing pulse just beneath my jaw, then down my collarbone, over the rise of my breasts, and lower, stopping at my navel, his palms halting where my waist flares to my hips. More paint, more body parts. Everywhere he touches, he leaves his mark behind. We are standing so close. A little breathless, I tilt my head back to take in the whole of his face. The bronze scruff dusting a jawline carved of granite. The dramatic cheekbones, shadowed by long lashes. The high forehead and strong nose and cleft chin. His eyes, though, are molten pools of intensity, locking onto mine in an electrified clash that singes the very fibers of my soul. Lance's energy slams into me like a lightning bolt, and suddenly my hands are tangled in his hair, my nails raking over his scalp, my mouth pressed fiercely to his.
Chapter 43. Lance. When I first saw Vivienne in the kitchen, wearing one of her skimpy bikinis as she leaned over the counter to make a batch of margaritas, I felt a flare of lust. Hell, it's become my baseline whenever she's within view. But seeing her now, with my handprints all over her, her body streaked with the proof of my touch, is next level. She tilts her head up for a kiss, and I take her mouth with a fierce growl, tugging at the strings behind her neck, her back, and on either side of her hips. 4 tugs, and her bikini is just a couple of triangles at our feet. Before I can get too carried away, I back her up against the canvas, bending down to cover the tips of my fingers in navy paint. Arms over your head. She complies, and I trace the outline of her body on the canvas. I'm not sure what will happen after Labor Day. It no longer seems like a finish line, more like a milestone, one I can't quite see past yet. For now, all I know for sure is that I want, at the very least, more than just a memory. Of this, of her, of us. The future is a question mark, but I can't think about it now. I pull Vivienne into my arms, her legs hooking over my hips, ankles locked behind me. I carry her to the narrow wall across from the door, using leverage to hold her against it as I slide my boxers down my legs. My cock springs free, hard and thick and aching. "Don't make me wait anymore," she begs. "I can't wait." You don't have to. I can't wait any longer either. It's been weeks since we've had sex. Weeks of jerking off in the shower to memories of her, believing they were all I'd ever have. Though this past week was the worst, and the best, because Vivienne was back in my bed every night. Her goodnight kisses, an open invitation, her head on my chest, hair falling over my neck, our legs intertwined. And still I didn't give in to temptation. And there has never been a woman more tempting than Vivienne. But now Vivienne is in my arms again, needy and naked. Her face is beautiful, but it's what shines from her eyes that has me spellbound. Strength and determination and vulnerability. And this kiss is no good night kiss. It's rough and hungry, vengeful and searching. This girl has torn down every one of my defenses like they were never there at all. She's burning so hot, the heat of her pussy hitting me even before I drag my pulsing crown through her. That's when I realize, fuck. I drop my forehead onto her shoulder with a growl. I don't have any protection. I don't care, she answers immediately, an edge of desperation to her voice. I'm on the pill. I'm totally clean. I jerk my head to look at her. Are you sure? I've never had sex without a condom, ever. But the thought of taking Vivienne bare with nothing between us? 100%. I swallow the rest of her answer, unable to wait even a second longer. Lifting Vivienne's hips, I position her directly over my cock and let gravity do the rest. Vivienne cries out as I slam into her wet heat, taking me deeper than I've ever been. Fuck. After that, I operate purely on instinct, pulling out and thrusting back in, hitting her from an angle that makes her claw at my back, bite at my neck, and make noises I've never heard her make before. We're two animals in heat, attacking each other with a ferocity I didn't know humans were capable of. I press my hand to the base of her throat, the delicate tendons giving way beneath the pressure of my grip. I want to control everything, even Vivienne's access to air. Her eyes go wide, arousal edged in fear. It's a natural instinct to fight for unimpeded breathing, but while she wraps her hand around my wrist, she doesn't push me away. She's letting me control her, trusting me to take her to the brink but keep her safe. It's enough to make me explode, but I hold back. I'm not ready for this to end. I release her throat, allowing her one gulp of oxygen before covering her mouth with my own, penetrating her mouth with my tongue as I shove my cock back inside of her, using my body to hold her in place while my hands seek her breasts, rolling and pinching her nipples as she moans and squirms. Every inch of her body is completely at my disposal. Mine. All fucking mine. The pressure builds, a wrenching ache that grips my balls and the base of my spine. It builds and builds, swelling and expanding until it's like a dense fog of pleasure so intense it borders on pain. Vivienne screams, flinging her head back as her pussy clenches around my cock, so hot and tight the pleasure pain ratchets up another level and finally crests. I slam a hand against the wall as I empty inside her, my forehead dropping onto her shoulder, her breasts gusting over my neck, our heartbeats thudding in rhythm. Eventually, I release Vivienne from my hold, and she slides down the wall. Together, we survey the room, and then our paint-splattered bodies. I'd apologize for the mess, she says with a rueful smile. But I'm not sorry. Not sorry at all. Same, Red. Same.
Chapter 44. Vivienne. 2 days until Labor Day. I've been on plenty of boats in my life. It's almost impossible not to when you grow up on Long Island. But the gleaming white yacht docked in the ultra-exclusive Sag Harbor Marina is a far cry from the Boston Whalers and Sea Rays I've spent the occasional afternoon on. Lance and Tripp have borrowed it for the night from their friend Nash, who recently purchased it as a 1-year anniversary present for his wife, Nixie. For the last Saturday of summer, they've invited everyone who's anyone in the Hamptons aboard for a sunset cruise to formally announce the launch of Risk Taker's nationwide initiative to teach at-risk youth the basics of budgeting and money management. It's a big night for Lance, and I know he's nervous. But all I can think about is the ticking clock. We're down to the final 48 hours. In just 2 days, summer will be over. And so will we. Lance and I arrive first, except for the small army of crew and catering staff. He pulls me to the top deck, all the way to the front of the yacht. The bow. Or is it the stern? Are we having a Jack and Rose moment? I ask, as he positions me in front of him, looking out over the bay and to the ocean beyond. A moment is all I want, though. Jack and Rose had an epic love, but not a romance. Their love story wasn't a love story at all. It was a tragedy. Lance gives me one of his broad, cocky, Viking-esque smiles, and my knees go weak as his strong arms encircle my waist, holding me tightly, like he might never let go. Hope skitters over my frayed nerves. The past week has been incredible. Our night painting the canvas, and each other, served its intended purpose. Not only do I smile every time I look at the art we made together, a bold statement piece that hangs proudly over the fireplace, but even better, Lance and I have had sex in every way, in every room, and plenty outside, too. Each morning I wake up feeling closer to him than the day before, but still, he hasn't brought up our impending deadline. He hasn't admitted to any real feelings for me. Sometimes I wonder if Lance is waiting for me to blink first, but I already did. The afternoon I returned from Jolie's house steaming mad and very hurt. I didn't like his answer then, and I won't put myself in a position to hear it again. Once burned, twice shy. If Lance has had a change of heart, he needs to speak up.
You look gorgeous tonight,
he murmurs now, his chin coming to rest on top of my head, his thumbs sweeping over the structured waist of my strapless, emerald green dress. I blink into the wind, feeling a blush rising up my cheeks. You've already told me that. He did. When I came downstairs in my bare feet, a pair of wedge sandals dangling from my fingers. He'd watched, his eyes darkening to ochre as I sat down on the couch and tied the laces around my ankles. I may have drawn out the action, letting the hem ride up my thighs further than necessary, spreading my legs just enough that he couldn't help but dare a glance up my skirt.
Well, it bears repeating.
I release a contented sigh. So, is there anyone in particular you want to schmooze with tonight? I feel the rumble of his chuckle against my spine.
I don't schmooze.
Now it's my turn to laugh. You do so, and you do it pretty well, by the way. He looks out over the water, and for a moment, I can feel the spiraling anxiety of the boy he used to be. The kid who wore secondhand sneakers and did his homework on a table covered in overdue bills, who climbed onto the roof just to be closer to the stars.
Because of you.
Lance Wells has lost his entire family. There's a hardness to him, but he's not bitter. He's passionate about his business, but even more passionate about giving kids the tools to succeed, a solid foundation so they can reach for the stars. I brush a hand over his smooth jaw, knowing that in just a few hours, Lance's stubble will once again abrade my palm. No, you are quite charming all on your own. I'll be his family, if he'll let me, if he doesn't throw me away. There you are! Jolie waves from halfway across the ship, striding confidently toward us, with Tripp at her side. Before our guests start to arrive, I just want to say how proud I am of you both. Seriously, you've done something truly amazing, and I'm grateful to have played even a small part. Tripp looks adoringly at his wife.
You've done more than that.
She rolls her eyes. Barely. But her attention is distracted by the two other couples walking our way, followed by a server bearing a tray of champagne flutes. Perfect timing! There are handshakes and air kisses, and pretty soon we're all toasting to risk-takers' success and bemoaning the end of summer. I've met Nixie and Nash, the owners of the yacht, and Raina and Tristan a few times over the past couple of months. Lance assures me that they think I'm his real girlfriend, unlike Tripp and Jolie who know the truth. But I still feel awkward around them. "Will you be heading back to Manhattan, Vivian?" Raina asks. "That's my plan." I have one of those now. A plan, rather than a to-do list. I am definitely taking the leap and starting my own business. I've reached out to the alumni office of my alma mater, FIT, for a mentor to guide me through the process and recommendations for a lawyer to draw up incorporation papers. I've also spoken with the organizers of a highly regarded designer showcase and will be decorating a room this winter. Showcases are a lot of work, but they're highly visible with both potential clients and industry insiders. "So, will you be bi-coastal then?" Nixie follows up, directing her question at Lance. His eyes land on my face, and there's so much warmth in them, I feel myself flush.
I'm seriously considering it.
My heart gives a lurch. Is this part of the act? Or could he possibly mean dividing his time between New York and California for me?
Chapter 45. Lance. It's not a lie. For the past week, all I've been thinking about is Vivienne, and the arbitrary deadline I put on my time with her, and how I might have fucked everything up. Money is a tool, but a hammer is a tool too. It can be used to build houses and hang art, but it can also crack skulls and destroy lives. Just because you're paying me doesn't mean I'm yours. You bought my time, but nothing more. I'm not for sale, Lance. Lately, the words Vivienne said to me the night we went to the carnival have been echoing inside my head. By using money to get what I wanted from Vivienne, her time, I almost destroyed the time we had together. Almost. Fuck. I hope the damage I did isn't irreparable. I'm not ready to let go of her. Not on Labor Day, maybe not ever. I want more time. Years. I am looking forward to the end of summer, though. It signifies the end of our arrangement. We can start fresh, build something new, something ours. Because I'm in love with Vivienne. So fucking much. Vivienne's idea of a fun date is cheap rides, huge stuffed animals, and junk food. She'd probably prefer a beat-up Mazda over my Maserati, and if I still lived in the ramshackle ranch in Hampton Bays where I grew up, she'd find a way to turn it into a cozy retreat. Vivienne only took pleasure in spending my money when I forced it on her, shelling out a fortune on clothes because I told her she had to look the part. I've been so goddamn blind. Thank God the yacht pulls away from the dock, or I might have been tempted to drag Vivienne away and let Tristan handle the glad-handing. At least it won't be a long night, just a simple sunset cruise along the bay and around Shelter Island, and then Vivienne and I will return home, and I'll tell her exactly how I feel. Like a circuit finally connecting to an energy source, my life has become painfully, obviously clear. What I have with Vivienne, what we have together, cannot end in 2 days. I hope we don't end ever. Our charade, however, is over, at least as far as I'm concerned. Unexpectedly, I feel Vivienne tense up at my side. Her entire body draws so tight she's practically vibrating. "Anne," she exhales, though I sense her tension has less to do with the elegant, silver-haired woman than the younger man beside her. "Vivienne, my goodness, I didn't expect to see you here. What a lovely surprise." "Yes, lovely," she says shakily. "And Richard, it's good to see you." My ears perk up at that. Dick. He responds with a curt nod, his eyes barely flicking over Vivienne before concentrating on me. He straightens to his full height, which is still several inches below mine, and extends his hand. "Richard Abbott." "Oh, where are my manners? Lance, this is Anne Abbott and her son Richard. Anne and Richard, this is my boyfriend, Lance Wells." My handshake is just shy of bone-crushing, and I feel a tug of pleasure at the flinch he tries unsuccessfully to hide. "So you're Tripp's partner, the other half of Risk Taker?" the woman asks. "What an incredibly worthwhile endeavor. If our firm can be of any assistance at all, Vivienne knows how to contact us." Richard's eyes flick back and forth between Vivienne and me. How do you two know each other? His antagonistic tone grates on my nerves, though I remain silent, wanting to hear how Vivienne answers the question.
It's a funny story, she begins.
Must be, Richard cuts in. This isn't exactly your crowd. I start to move forward, ready to squash him like a bug, but Vivienne's arm tightens around me.
We met through a mutual acquaintance, a real estate agent. Lance owns a stunning Southampton beach house right on the ocean. He hired me, and the rest is history, really. We're living together, and I've never been happier.
If there was sand in my mouth, I'd spit out a pearl. Everything she said is true, I hope, but it's the way she said it, the tone of one-upmanship coating her words that sets my teeth on edge. Anne's smile appears genuine.
You've had quite the summer. When you know, there's really no reason to wait,
Vivienne gushes, flashing a saccharine smile up at me.
Right, sweetheart?
Knowing that smile is more for Dick's benefit than mine makes me want to wipe it right off her face. Only a fool would let you go. Dick does his best to stare me down. Fat chance, asshole. The ship's horn blows, announcing our exit from the bay, and my entrapment. Just what I need, to be stuck on a boat with Vivienne's ex. I could use a cognac. Dick tips his chin and extends an elbow to his mother. Care to join? She looks questioningly at Vivienne, who waves them on.
Go ahead. We'll be there in a bit.
So that's the pussy who won't eat pussy? Her eyes widen, and she glances over my shoulder.
Shh, they'll hear you.
Who gives a fuck? Someone should make a sign and tape it to his back as a warning.
I told you that in confidence.
And I'm telling you that the whole world should know. The guy's a piece of shit.
You don't even know him,
she shoots back, crossing her arms over her chest. What I know is you were only too happy to jump back into girlfriend mode the second he came sniffing around. A spark of contrition flashes across her face before it's doused by temper.
Richard isn't sniffing around. He's with his mother, for God's sake. And isn't that why I'm here? You hired me, so don't get all high and mighty because I'm doing my job.
My job. I managed to hold back a wince. That's exactly how I'd felt with Missy, like I was a job. A duty carried out in exchange for payment, bragging rights, gifts, an unlimited credit card. Vivienne and I are more than that, so much more. She immediately reaches out for my arm.
I didn't mean for it to come out that way.
But you did mean it. She takes a breath, her eyes scanning the shore.
Didn't you? Isn't that exactly what you meant when you hired me?
My mouth grows dry, a silent howl growing inside my chest. I was wrong. But I don't say the words, because right now I wonder if I was wrong about something altogether different. Could I be wrong about Vivienne herself? What the fuck do I know about love, about commitment? Absolutely nothing. All of our time together, all of our talks around the dinner table and the fire pit and in bed. What if none of it matters? Yeah, I say. That's what I meant.
Chapter 46. Vivienne. How are you, Vivienne? Anne's eyes are kind when they find me half an hour later, tucked into a quiet corner of the spacious interior cabin, sipping a Long Island iced tea. I ordered it in a fit of pique after walking away from Lance. But I don't really want to drown my sorrows in a noxious blend of alcohol. I want to run back up there and throw myself into his arms, kiss him until everything makes sense again. I want to go back to the carnival, back to Lance's house, back to his bed. I force a fake smile onto my face and look brightly at my former boss. I'm great, Anne. How are you? Honestly, she crosses her legs and shifts toward me on the settee. I'm still trying to play catch-up. You left so suddenly. My confrontation with Richard about the email he sent to Anne, and, unwittingly, to the entire company, left me so emotional that I quit without giving the standard 2-week notice, without even giving a reason. But that's no excuse for my unprofessional behavior, and it shames me now. I duck my head. I'm sorry for that. I should have handled things differently. I understand. No, you don't. Our eyes hold for a long moment, and I almost tell Anne the truth about why I left. I learned so much working at Abbott Interiors, and she treated me like a daughter. Her son is a jerk, but she isn't. I look away first, but she reaches for my hand. Jolie mentioned your suggestion to use her upcoming collection as inspiration. Damn it! I knew it was a mistake. The last thing any designer wants to hear is opinions that don't belong to her client. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interfere. Anne is more gracious than I deserve. Nonsense! I wish I'd thought of it myself. And I wish I admitted that I knew you and Richard were seeing each other. Surprise floods my veins. You did? Oh, Vivian, I might be 30 years older than you, but the benefit of those years is wisdom. I knew about your relationship from the very beginning. She sighs. I had hoped he would come to his senses and get serious with you. She squeezes my hand. Richard couldn't see what was right in front of him, and that's a loss he'll have to live with. But it's not a loss I should have to live with, or the clients of Abbott Interiors. Would you consider coming back to work for us? I feel like one of the fish swimming in the waters below us, opening and closing my mouth several times before managing to pull myself together. Anne, I don't know what to say. I'm just not sure. She interrupts me. I don't expect you to return to the office. But I've had several other inquiries this summer that I've had to turn down simply because I don't have the time. If Jolie and her husband agree, what would you think about taking over the designs for their home? I'd oversee the project, of course, but we both know you're ready to start working directly with clients. It sounds almost too good to be true. I've actually been thinking about working under my own name, establishing my own firm. That's a big step, she says slowly. Setting up accounts with vendors, leasing a storage facility, establishing relationships with social media influencers, as well as brick-and-mortar showrooms. It's a lot to take on, I know. She pauses. If it's what you want, I have no doubt you will be successful. But what if we could work out an arrangement that suits both our needs? I clear my throat and look down at my lap. Can I get back to you? Anne's lips curve into a smile. Absolutely. She stands to go, and with a final, soon, I hope, Anne accepts a caviar toast point from a passing server and walks out onto the main deck. For a while, I remain in that quiet alcove, absorbing what just happened. Not merely that Anne knew about Richard and me, but that she has no hard feelings about how I left. And that maybe there's a way to achieve my goal of working for myself gradually, with less risk. Could this be the perfect solution? Without thinking, I gulp at my drink. The alcohol sears a path down my throat, and I hurry to set it down on the table in front of me, spilling some on my dress. Damn it! I find a bathroom to dab water on the stain before it can set. I'm scrubbing at it when there's a knock on the door. Be right out! Feeling rushed, I give it a last swipe with a towel and rinse my hands in the sink. Another knock. Geez, there has to be more than one bathroom on a ship this big. Coming, I grit, as cheerily as I can manage, drying my hands and yanking on the door. Richard barrels his way inside, shutting the door behind him and caging me against the sink. Richard, what the hell?
Me?
His breath is a humid gust along my jaw.
What are you doing, Vivian?
I push against his chest. I'm leaving. My push only gets me a couple of inches, and Richard still blocks the only exit.
We were fucking a couple of months ago, and now you're living with Lance Wells? Is this some kind of joke? Or are you that desperate you're whoring yourself out to anyone with...
I lift my hand up to slap him, but he catches my wrist before I make contact. Pushing his face just inches from mine, he finishes his sentence.
Anyone with $1 to their name.
Let me go! I make the demand through clenched teeth. Suddenly, Richard's expression changes, becoming sly and calculating.
Or maybe...
His hand slides down my dress.
Maybe you planned this. You knew I'd be here. You wanted to make me jealous.
I didn't, though I probably should have. Tripp and Jolie were as involved with the guest list as Lance. Of course Jolie would invite Anne and Eric Abbott to their party. Sometimes they attend social events together. But Eric has always been more comfortable with his blueprints than with people. More often than not, Anne takes Richard as her +1. Once his fingers curl around the hem of my dress, I have no choice. There's no way I'm getting out of here by asking nicely. Screw him! Richard doesn't deserve nice from me ever again. I lean into his body, steadying myself for maximum impact. And then I swing my knee up into his groin. This time he doesn't anticipate my movement, and I watch as his face distorts in shock, then pain. Richard's hoarse, guttural groan echoes inside the bathroom as he crumples to the ground, clutching his balls. "Bitch!" he spits out, glaring at me through eyes glittering with malice. "Dick!" I don't even attempt to hide my grin. God, that felt good. Consider that a belated thank you. Your email was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Chapter 47. Lance. Tripp finds me on the top deck. You planning on sulking up here until we get back to the dock? He extends one of the glasses in his hands in my direction, and I take a bracing sip. Scotch. I'm not sulking. What would you call it, then? Thinking. About Vivienne? No, the theory of relativity, I deadpan. He shrugs and settles his elbows on the railing beside me. Einstein's theory of space and time. I guess that makes sense. As things stand now, you and Vivienne don't have much time left to share the same space. I grunt. Tell me something I don't know. Okay, how about this? Grow a set of fucking balls and be the goddamn gravity that keeps her with you. If Tripp was anyone else, he'd be overboard right now. But I merely squint at the horizon, at the fine line delineating sea and sky. It looks so close, like I could swim there, but it's just a trick. No matter how far I swim, the horizon will always be just out of reach, unattainable. I'm just a job to Vivienne. Whatever I thought we were, I was wrong. If I'm expecting sympathy, I don't get it. Tripp laughs. You might be an even bigger dipshit than I was with Jolie. He thinks for a minute. Actually, no, I still have you beat on that one. Great. I swallow the rest of my scotch, relishing the burn. Good talk. How many times a day are you told things that aren't true? Not lies, just inaccuracies. I don't have to think for long. Human error exists in every aspect of life, from the weatherman predicting sun before a rainstorm to my engineers accidentally leaving a loophole in their code. All the time. Why? What do you do about it? If it's important, I fix it. If not, it's someone else's problem. I stand up. What's all this about? You, man. Why are you taking Vivienne at her word when you know damn well she's wrong? Because when someone tells you who they are, you should believe them. You quoting Maya Angelou now? He looks across the deck, settling once his eyes land on Jolie. Let me ask you this, setting aside anything she said. Does Vivienne treat you like a job? Like you're nothing but a paycheck? Again, my answer comes instantly. No. Then don't treat her like a goddamn employee. You're not going to find another one like her. He's right, I know. But when I go to find Vivienne, I see her walk into the bathroom, followed almost immediately by Dick. Immediately a haze clouds my vision, my blood pressure pounding in my ears and making me so off balance I have to grab hold of a nearby brass railing for support. I don't even have a chance to pound on the door and strangle the man before Vivienne comes out. There's a flush on her face and a smile on her mouth, her dress noticeably askew. And that's when I know. I could snap Dick's neck and it wouldn't matter. Vivienne isn't mine, and she never will be. Chapter 48. Lance. The day before Labor Day. I'm in my office when Vivienne raps her knuckles on the door jamb. Are you busy? Yes. Busy waiting for her to tell me what she was doing with her ex on the yacht last night. There has to be an answer, a reason, something to make what I saw with my own eyes actually make sense. I close out of the project I've been working on for the last couple of hours and gesture at the chairs positioned in front of my desk. I have time. Take a seat. Vivienne is wearing cut-off jean shorts and a sheer white tank over a bikini top. Her hair is swept into a braid that falls over her shoulder, the tied end resting on the rise of her breast, sunglasses perched on top of her head. When she sits down, the shorts become even shorter, her long, lean legs crossed at the knee, one calf swinging, her feet bare. We spent most of last night on opposite ends of the boat, and once we arrived home, I mumbled something about having work to do and locked myself in my office. In the early hours of the morning, I found myself drawn to the couch in the living room, where I watched the light of dawn gradually illuminate the canvas hanging over the fireplace. The piece of art Vivienne and I made together, streaks of paint from our hands covering the surface, the outline of her hourglass figure at the center. That's exactly where Vivienne is in my life, at the center, but not for much longer. There's a churning deep in my stomach, along with the automatic gut punch of desire that hits me every time I set eyes on Vivienne Radcliffe. I don't want her to leave this house, and I especially don't want her to leave me. But after last night, after seeing the smile on her face after her private exchange with Dick on the yacht, a triumphant, satisfied smile felt like the ultimate kick in the balls. The sooner she's gone, the better. I had an interesting conversation last night. An offer, actually. She holds my stare for a moment, the current between us strong and tumultuous. Abbott wants me back. Of course. That piece of shit probably got down on his knees and begged Vivienne to come back to him. They have 2 years of history. She and I have, 2 months? You're going? I'm thinking about it. It's all I need to hear. I pull the check I wrote this morning out of the top drawer of my desk. Here is the balance of what I owe you. I don't have an event tonight, and since tomorrow is Labor Day, we might as well terminate our arrangement right now. Her jaw hinges open. What? But I thought that I'd keep you here any longer than necessary? No, there's no need for that. I stand up stiffly, every part of my brain and body rebelling against the words I'm forcing up my throat and out of my mouth. Go back to Abbott, Vivienne. Thank you for your services. Thank you for your services, she repeats dumbly. That's all you have to say to me? After everything we... As far as I'm concerned, that check says it all. Your job is done. Chapter 49. Lance. 41 days after Labor Day. I knew I was making the biggest mistake of my life before I walked out the door, but I did it anyway. I left the check on my desk and took off, away from Vivienne, away from the Hamptons. I flew back to California and threw myself into work with a fervor I haven't felt since... ever. I'm surviving on a diet of Red Bull, ramen, and regret. I work out, and I sleep only when my body shuts down. I can't avoid Tripp, but I hang up on him whenever he brings up Vivienne, which he does, often. But today I'm hoping he'll hold off until I can ask him for a favor. He and Jolie and the kids are back in Manhattan, but they still go out to the Hamptons most weekends. Personally, I don't know if I'll ever set foot in that house again. Are you out east today? Yeah, we're heading back in a couple of hours. Before you do, can you run over to my place? There's an entire industry devoted to closing down and maintaining summer houses during the months they're not in use. Things like clearing out the pipes before the first freeze, closing up the pool and storing the exterior furniture, checking every window for the tiniest crack that might allow in moisture during a storm, washing away the accumulation of salt that can damage cedar siding. And I've learned my lesson. Asking an opportunist like Seth to keep an eye on things is just asking for trouble. The people I hired to winterize the place will be there this week, and I just remembered that I didn't wipe out the hard drives in my office. I handed Vivienne her check and got the fuck back to California. Everything we do is encrypted, and there are probably only 20 to 30 people in the entire world with the skills to get past the firewalls I have in place. Plus, I installed a home security system capable of defending Fort Knox, but I'm not willing to take any chances. Yeah, sure. I give Tripp the electronic code to the garage door, and he says he'll call if he has any problems. 10 minutes later, my phone rings. Fuck. What's wrong? Your hard drive is clean, but I'm bringing it to my house just to be safe. Good idea. Thanks. Tripp sighs. Look, don't hang up on me, but there's a check for $50,000 made out to Vivienne just sitting on your desk. That's impossible. Who forgets to take a check with that many zeros? It was the only reason she stayed with me. I was nothing but a job to her, and she'd more than earned her money. Are you sure? I'm looking at it right now. I log into my banking portal and look through my transactions. As a kid, if anyone had told me that I wouldn't notice an extra $50,000 in my account, I would have said they were insane. First of all, I didn't have a one until I was in college. And second, I never had more than a few bucks in my pocket until I moved into my stepfather's place in Manhattan. Sure enough, of the 2 checks I gave to Vivienne, only one was cashed. It's ripped clean in 2, and it's sitting right next to a donation receipt for... Tripp pauses for a moment. 11 dresses, 8 skirts, 14 shirts, 7... I get the idea. Really? Tripp snorts. Because I'm not sure you do. Vivienne was the real deal, and you're too wrapped up in your own goddamn bullshit to see it. My hand tightens on my phone, but I don't hang up. You're wrong. I saw Vivienne and her shitbag of an ex. They were in the bathroom together on Nash's yacht the night of the party. Bullshit. I wish it was. And when Vivienne came out, she looked like the cat that ate the canary. The next day she breezes into my office telling me that she had a great talk with Abbott and she's really excited about it. What am I supposed to think? You're supposed to fucking fight for her, asshole, not roll over and play dead, not fly off to California and leave her in the hands of, in your words, her shitbag of an ex. Man the fuck up and go after her.
Chapter 50. Vivienne. 62 days after Labor Day. I smile brightly at Eva Daniels as she opens the door of her new penthouse. Congratulations, Eva. This place is absolutely perfect for you. It would be perfect for anyone. Spanning the entire 43rd floor of an ultra-luxury apartment building on Central Park South, it's 4,000 square feet of floor-to-ceiling windows with panoramic views of Central Park and the Manhattan skyline, generously sized rooms, and an Upper East Side meets Hamptons cottage aesthetic. Eva is one of my new design clients, a friend of Jolie's I met out in the Hamptons. As a single mother of twins, she said she wanted my input during her apartment search. Now that the place is hers, I can get started on the interiors. It's unusual to work with a client before they actually purchase their home, but it does happen. Some people want to get a designer's eye before making their decision. You can change just about everything in a condo, but things like sun exposure, plumbing, and heating vents, and weight-bearing walls are difficult or impossible to alter. "Are you sure that this is the one you would have chosen for yourself?" she asks. Throughout the process, Eva was particularly interested in my opinion, which surprised me because she's clearly a smart, confident woman. Jolie told me that Eva was absolutely instrumental in the success of her business. We toured at least a dozen units all over the city, and her questions were endless. Which one feels like it could truly be a home? Which view is your favorite? What location do you like the best? I always answered honestly, but I kept having to explain that it's not my apartment. She should choose what most suited her, not me. But it was nice to dream. Absolutely. I walk into the empty living room, my head arched back as I take in the high ceilings, thick molding, and double-paned windows. I'm back in Manhattan again, in a studio apartment, not much bigger than the tiny bedroom I initially claimed in Southampton. It's not luxurious, but it's clean, affordable, by Manhattan standards, and all mine. Affordable being the most important. I never did cash the check Lance gave me the day he told me my services were no longer needed. That I was no longer needed. I didn't even leave his house until the Tuesday after Labor Day, because I thought he would come back. I thought he would come to his senses, that he'd realize he was making the biggest mistake of his life. But he didn't. I don't want Lance's money. I don't want his clothes either. I donated them all to one of my favorite charities, Dress for Success, and left Lance the donation receipt in case he wanted to claim the write-off for his taxes. I wish I could afford to give Lance back the first $50,000 too. But I did the next best thing. I had the lawyer I hired to incorporate my business, Vivian Radcliffe Interiors, draft a contract making it a loan, payable over 5 years with standard interest. The contract is in my purse, and I plan to swing by FedEx later today. So it will be a long, long time, i.e. never, before I'll live in a place like this myself. And that's just fine. I left the Hamptons and my broken heart behind me. And I turned down Ann Abbott's offer. Between the money I earned waitressing, staging, and all my other odd jobs, plus my loan from Lance, I'm confident about my future career success. My love life is another story. I can't imagine falling in love with anyone ever again. Not when I still dream about Lance every night. When I wake up feeling achy and sullen because my fantasies are just that, fantasies. No amount of dreaming will ever make them real. I loved Lance. I still love Lance. But it wasn't enough. Let's spend a few minutes just walking around the space together, I call over my shoulder, forcing a cheerful tone. I'd love to get your initial impressions. Make note of anything you'd like me to work into the design. For instance, in this room, what is your eye naturally drawn to?
You.
A lightning bolt of shock sets fire to my spine, white-hot heat racing through my bones and melting the soles of my stilettos. I'm glued to the bleached bamboo floors, pulse throbbing and heart aching. Breathless. Lance. He shouldn't be here. He should be in California, or the Hamptons, or anywhere I'm not. Because I carry the memory of him with me everywhere I go. Lance is a rock in my shoe, a splinter beneath my skin, a wound that hasn't healed. I carry him with me everywhere, always. Finally, I muster the strength to turn around. The summer is over. My time is my own, remember? He takes a few steps toward me.
I was merely answering your first question. In this room, in every room, my eyes are drawn to you. And to answer your second question, yes, I remember Vivian. I remember everything.
I try to walk past him. Eva will probably fire me for bringing my drama into her new apartment. But Lance reaches out to grab me. His touch takes me right back to the very first time we met. But there's no burning bush to sidestep. The biggest danger is standing right in front of me. Lance himself. I want to weep at the wave of longing that shoots through me at the feel of his hand closing over my wrist. But, like all waves, it crashes. And what remains is fury. Pure and unbridled, it wells up from the deepest part of my soul, an avalanche of indignation. I yank my hand away, barely able to restrain myself from slapping the face that haunts me every time I close my eyes. Damn him!
What happened to your Fitbit?
I got rid of it. I tossed it in the trash can the day I left the Hamptons. I don't need to track my steps anymore. There are too many other things to keep track of. My clients, the room I'm decorating in an upcoming designer showcase, my social media accounts, which are getting more attention every day thanks to consistent posts and eye-catching photos. Where is Eva? I look around, but I don't see her. I'm working, and this is incredibly unprofessional. You need to leave.
Eva's gone.
What? Did you? I can't believe. How dare you walk in here like you own the place, interrupting my time with my client, expecting me to drop everything.
I do. I do own this place.
What?
I signed the contract this morning.
I don't understand. This is Eva's apartment. We looked all over the city. I helped her pick it out. I have a disconcerting sense of déjà vu. Once again, Lance is claiming a space I consider my own. First, the beach house where I was living, and now the penthouse where I'll be working. Get out! Get your own place, Lance!
I bought it for us. It's ours.
Ours? There is no us, Lance. You put an end to that the day you paid me to be your girlfriend and treated me like a whore. The day you told me money was real, but we weren't.
I was an asshole. An absolute idiot.
I take a deep, shaky breath. At least we can agree on that. I pull my notebook out of my purse. And now that we've got that settled, please go find Eva and tell her that whatever stunt you're trying to pull didn't work. It's safe for her to come back.
Vivian, this isn't a stunt. Eva's helping me. I didn't want to just show up on your doorstep and beg you to dump Richard. I don't know what you see in the guy, considering...
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about us.
I interrupt. There is no us, damn it!
There was. And there can be again. Just leave Dick and...
I have no idea what you're talking about. I left Richard in May, 6 months ago. I haven't seen him since the risk-taker party. A confused tick pulses in Lance's jaw.
You didn't go back to Abbott, even after he asked you to?
Richard never... I stop, finally sensing the poisonous pit at the middle of this understanding. It was Anne that wanted me back, not Richard.
But on the yacht, I saw the two of you.
Lance made the same mistake I once did. A mistake I only recently uncovered during the week I spent at my parents' house between leaving Southampton and returning to Manhattan. My mother and I finally had a heart-to-heart talk that was years overdue. It turns out the affair I thought happened never did. Her boss tried, following her into the garage to hit on her, but she rebuffed his advances and quit. What Lance saw, his interpretation of it, was the same as mine, and just as wrong. Richard showed his true colors yet again, and I stood up for myself. Believe me, after what I did to him, I'm sure he never wants to see me again, and the feeling is mutual. Lance looks away, running his hands through his hair and closing his eyes as a look of anguish pinches his features. After several long beats, he shakes it off and shifts his focus back to me.
What did you do?
I kneed him in the balls. And before you go feeling any guy-to-guy sympathy, he deserved it.
Don't tell me he...
Lance's nostrils flare.
I'll fucking kill him.
He didn't have a chance to do anything, and I handled it myself. Those chocolate eyes cause a distracting flutter inside my belly, but I force myself to stand my ground. So, are we done here? Because I have better things to do than...
We both do. That's why I'm here. Vivian, you turned my house into a home. And I want to live there, or here, or anywhere, with you.
I turned your sloppy share house into a Southampton wow house. Any decent designer could have done that.
Fuck decent. What I want, what I found in you, is incredible. Your fireworks and ocean breezes. You're my home, my anchor. I'm lost without you. Please, give me another chance. Give us another chance.
If you're lost, hire someone to find you. A life coach, maybe. I don't do that. Suddenly, I'm airborne in Lance's arms. His mouth crashes down on mine, swallowing every one of my protests. And damn him, it's better than I remember. Better than my dreams. It's love and lust and loss. It's hate and regret. This kiss is pure passion, every shade and shape and angle. I cling to Lance's shoulders as he carries me through the apartment, until we're outside, the wind whipping my hair into a frenzy around us. Slowly, oh so slowly, he releases me, and I slide down the front of him, our new surroundings coming into focus. I gasp. Lance has recreated the yard of his Hamptons house. Artificial grass covers the 2,000 square feet, cushioned chairs surround a gas fire pit, and a hammock sways gently beneath a gazebo. Instead of a pool, there is a massive blue demi-lune couch as big as a bed, with a sunshade arching overhead. A teak dining table is arranged beside a grill, and a bar is set up in the corner, with a sweating bottle of beer, a margarita glass, a bottle of tequila, and 2 shot glasses. My eyes continue sweeping the space as he leads me to the bar. "Lance," I say in a hushed tone, "what did you do?"
I took a page from your playbook, creating a space I hope you want to be in. Preferably with me.
I swallow, not knowing what to say. This isn't showing up with a dozen roses and a half-assed apology. This is completely over the top. It doesn't feel real. Lance uncorks the Patron first, pouring us each a shot and handing me one of the glasses. "Are you trying to make me forget about an ex?"
Yes. But more importantly, I'm trying to make you forget about me. The guy I was this summer. The jackass who let you go. But me? I don't want to be your ex.
I blink, my heart fluttering as I toss back the tequila. Lance might think it's a heartbreak cure, but no amount of alcohol can erase the past. I set the glass down on the bar. "What do you want to be?" Lance's mouth pulls into a blazing smile.
You're everything, of course.
I blink again, and Lance is down on one knee, a diamond ring in his hand.
I love you, Vivian Radcliffe. We can live here, or in the Hamptons, or in California, or anywhere you want to be. But you are my home, and I don't ever want to live without you. Will you marry me?
Maybe tequila really is a heartbreak cure. My eyes fly briefly to the ring. It's stunning. Really, I'm stunned. A clear white oval diamond, flanked by 2 pearl-shaped rubies. It's unique and gorgeous and so completely me. The ring, the penthouse, the patio, it's all incredible. But it's the man I really want to drink in, my eyes bouncing right back to Lance's face. It's the words that tripped off his tongue, the love and hope radiating from his face. It's the way he cradled me against his chest, like I'm precious, like he never wants to let me go. And it's the intensity of his kiss, the way I melt from his touch. Right now, my heart is pounding, banging on the wall of my ribcage like an out-of-control metronome. I sink down onto Lance's thighs, throwing my arms around his neck. "I like this proposal much better than your last one." The one where he asked me to be his pretend girlfriend.
Please tell me that's a yes.
I hesitate. Because I want to say yes. The man I love just asked me to marry him in the most epic proposal I could ever imagine. And yet, can you walk inside, count to 100, and then come back? He blinks once, twice. Clouds of disappointment bloom in his eyes, worried wrinkles appearing at their corners.
You want me to walk inside and then come back?
I nod, the movement jerky as I let go of his neck and stand up. Yes. I don't watch him leave. I use that time to take a few deep breaths, and then I gather our drinks and bring them over to the table, setting them down across from each other. I grab 2 pens from my purse and rip 2 pieces of paper from my notebook. By the time Lance returns, I'm sitting on one side of the table with my drink, a sheet of paper, and a pen, with an identical setup waiting for him. I did not like how our last interview went. This time, I'm going to be running our meeting, and I have an altogether different agenda. He sits down stiffly in his chair, his muscles tense as if he's bracing for rejection. First things first, I say in a rush. I'm not saying no, but I can't say yes either. Not until we agree on a new set of expectations and responsibilities.
Vivian,
Hear me out, I interrupt. I never wanted to be your employee, and I never wanted you to pay me for my time. If you had given me a chance when I said I needed to work, been at least a little flexible and understanding, I think the summer would have gone very differently. But, that said, what I need you to know now is that even though you paid me, you were never a job to me.
Is that why you didn't cash my second check? Why you donated the clothes I bought?
I reach into my purse and pull out the contract I was planning to mail. I wait as he looks it over quickly and then returns his gaze to me. I didn't want your money, Lance. I just wanted you. The guy who looked at me like I was a beauty queen, even when I was an absolute mess digging in the dirt in your backyard. The guy who picked up a toilet brush and a bottle of Windex when I asked for your help. The guy who lit up every time I walked through the door, like I was just the person he wanted to see. You are a great guy, Lance Wells. Not because of your money, but because you treat your Maserati like a second-hand Honda. Because you made sure Seth got everyone in the house another place, even though it was in Quogue. Because you didn't just swing that mallet at the carnival. You made sure it actually worked first. As far as expectations and responsibilities go, I expect to be treated like your equal, not the hired help. I expect honest and open lines of communication. And I need to know that you will be responsible for my heart, because it won't survive being thrown away a second time. A few seconds tick by, my anxiety spiking as Lance remains silent. Are you going to say anything?
Are you done talking?
A laugh skates from my throat, leaving my chest feeling hollow and fragile. Yes, I think I've said enough. Lance pushes his chair back and rounds the table, pulling me to my feet. Our bodies connect as his fingers entwine at the base of my spine, my head falling back to maintain eye contact.
I used my money like insulation, Red. Because I was falling hard for the girl who wouldn't let me stay inside my own house until you were sure I wasn't some vagrant, who lit a tree on fire one minute and looked just as fierce scrubbing a toilet the next. I like how you're honest about your body and curious about mine. I like how you submit without being submissive and demand without being demanding. Vivian Radcliffe, there's nothing about you I don't like. Until I realized that I didn't just like you, I love you. I'm fucking crazy for you. And I didn't know what to do with that. How to handle it.
I swallow heavily, nerves going off in my stomach like firecrackers on the 4th of July. But you do now?
I do. I'm going to make that girl my wife.
Just like that, the firecrackers stop, leaving just a plume of smoke, heavy enough to choke on. So, those expectations and responsibilities, you're good with that? He chuckles.
So good.
There's a stillness that follows the silence after his words, because we're both holding our breath. It feels like the traffic a few hundred feet below us have come to a sudden stop, like the sun has halted in the sky, like the whole world is waiting for my answer. But it's a foregone conclusion. Then, yes. The word is a soft gust of breath as I rise up on my toes and grab Lance's face between my hands, pulling his lips down to meet mine. Yes, I say again, to all of it. But most of all, to you. And as Lance slides his ring onto my finger, his tongue slides into my mouth. I suck on it, savoring the silken taste of him. There's a giddiness inside of me that pushes bright, happy bubbles of contentment into all those places that have felt dull and empty, vacant, waiting for this man, this moment. Lance's love is a kind of energy that has taken up residence inside my body, shoring up the cells and muscles and bones, strengthening my own defenses. And it's almost too good to be true. But it is true. This man is mine. This life is mine. And I am his.
Epilogue 1. Lance. 99 days after Labor Day. Tonight is the opening night of the Holiday Designer Showcase, and Vivienne's room, the gentleman's study, is particularly popular. I still don't know how my fiancée takes a plain-looking box of a room and infuses it with life, but she's done it yet again. Christmas carols play from hidden speakers, a Christmas tree glistens with hand-blown glass ornaments, and the furniture is cozy and welcoming. And a self-serve, make-your-own eggnog bar is set up in the corner, stocked with a variety of syrups and spices, along with a tray piled high with gingerbread cookies and peppermint bark. All of our friends have stopped by to show their support at some point tonight, and I'm so proud of Vivienne I'm practically bursting with it. As is Savannah, who arrived a few minutes ago, and Vivienne's parents, who were the first ones to walk through the door. It's impossible not to love Vivienne, impossible not to want to be near her. Eva catches sight of what I'm sure must be a love-drunk look on my face. I've been wearing a lot of those lately, and rolls her eyes. "You owe me," she says, doctoring her eggnog with cinnamon and taking a sip. "You're not kidding," I admit, my gaze firmly on the other side of the room where Vivienne is talking to a woman who, from the looks of it, is about to become her newest client. I owe Eva a debt no amount of money could ever pay. I needed her help to win back the love of my life after an epic fuck-up. Vivienne Radcliffe is priceless. She nudges me with an elbow to my ribs. "Of course, I'm kidding, though," she positions herself so she's standing in my shadow. "If you can hide me from Jolie, I'll consider us even." I pull my eyes away from Vivienne to glance at Eva. Is she on another matchmaking kick? Is she ever? Do you know she suggested I go on a date with Holt? I mean, the guy lives out of a suitcase, jet-setting from one hotel to another. How exactly would me and my 2 kids ever fit into his life? I smirk. It could be worse. She could try setting you up with Bryce. Her eyes grow wide with horror. "You know, one of these days I'd actually like to meet him, but as for dating a hockey-playing, panty-chasing playboy, no thanks." Savannah grabs a cookie from the tray and joins us. "What's this about a hockey player? Sign me up." "I'll introduce you to Jolie. I'm sure she'll love having someone appreciate her matchmaking efforts." Vivienne comes up beside me, slipping her arm through mine. "What are you 3 chatting about?" "Nothing important," Eva says. "Besides, I'd much rather talk about this room. It's amazing. I wandered around the whole place, and this one is my absolute favorite." Vivienne flushes with pleasure, the ring on her finger glinting as she tucks a lock of hair behind her ear. "Thank you. It's been an incredible experience. And the wedding? I hear you've officially set a date." I squeeze Vivian's waist, dropping a quick kiss on the top of her head. Labor Day. Of course, I should have guessed. Let me guess, Southampton? Vivian nods. Something simple in the garden, or maybe on the beach. Savannah pipes up. She can do simple for her wedding, but as maid of honor for her bachelorette party, I'm pulling out all the stops. Vivian tugs at my collar and whispers, "Save me." My heart swells inside my chest. Always.
Epilogue 2. Vivian. 5 years later. Labor Day.
Happy anniversary.
Lance's gruff whisper ripples down my spine as his lips land on my neck, his tongue swirling over my pulse. I moan in pleasure, shifting my knee higher on the sheets and angling my hips back as my husband slides inside me. I give a quick glance at the baby monitor perched on our nightstand, my heart clenching with happiness. Piper is lying flat on her back, tiny hands clasped like fists on either side of her perfect little face. Nearly 6 months old, she's finally starting to sleep past sunrise. I melt into Lance's embrace, bliss stealing over my bones. We fit so well together, both in bed and in life. He is my husband, my greatest love, my best friend, and my biggest cheerleader. It hasn't been easy juggling a growing business, a new baby, and a bi-coastal lifestyle. But Lance is always right beside me through it all. His arm winds around my belly, flexing as his hand dives between my legs, finding the right spot right away. The man is blessed with perfect aim. And I am blessed too, in more ways than I can count. Happy anniversary, I echo, already breathless as we move in sync with each other, riding waves as powerful and wild as the ones crashing onto shore just a few yards away. My toes curl, my hips roll, my breasts tingle. Lance holds me close as the tension spirals inside me into a tight, twisted knot that finally snaps entirely, my whole body shuddering in relief. As I cry out, Lance buries his face in the damp hollow of my neck, muffling his own bellow of satisfaction. I'm just catching my breath when Piper's tiny wail erupts through the speaker of the baby monitor. Lance presses a kiss to my cheek.
I've got her. You go back to sleep.
I nestle back beneath the covers. Best husband ever.
You know it,
he murmurs, throwing on sweatpants and a t-shirt and padding across the hall into our daughter's room. Her cry immediately becomes a great cackling laugh as Lance blows raspberries on her belly. He's right, I do. I definitely do. This concludes Hamptons Heartbreak by Tara Leigh, narrated by Isabel Ruther and Tim Page. Copyright 2021 by Tara Leigh. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bookends, LLC, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.